Nice bounce underway here so far this morning to kick things off on a Friday as we head towards more inflation data coming up at 8:30. We'll get PCE, we'll get GDP as well, both on a quarterly basis and a yearly basis. So stand by for that. Could be a market moving event. We'll bring that to you live as it does happen. But yeah, we not only are green at this point, but green and then some. Which is kind of nice to end off what has been another volatile week, another mostly negative week for stocks, for equity indexes specifically. Lots of individual names to discuss once again this morning. Energy back in focus here as oil continues its march back above $100. All of them back in positive territory to start things off here, including XOM, CVX, Devon, I saw this morning moving around here. DVN downside a little bit compared to the rest, but couple of days back to back, straight to the upside overall. Number of headlines regarding NVIDIA this morning, nicely positive in the pre-market here. Disregard that candle. That's just D-prints happening right now. We will get to a number of headlines though on NVIDIA coming up. IBIT crypto with a nice start to the day as well. A little bit positive for crypto. It's been a bit of a sell-off as far as the week has been concerned, but not a bad start here. Different kind of day so far.
Weaseling into that $72,000, $73,000 area should be interesting. Look, Brendo, lots to talk about today, guys. Good morning. Let me just load up my things here. As Brendo mentioned, a couple of NVIDIA headlines. One, obviously, is ByteDance getting their hands on NVIDIA's latest chips. That's an interesting look there. And then they're looking as well to really focus on ASICs, custom silicon at the next GTC conference. We'll be covering that for you next week. Oil on the run and Adobe. Oh no. I don't know if you've had the chance to look at the daily chart. I don't mean to chuckle. On Adobe, it does not look good, coming from the mid 600s now in the mid 200s, as Software Mageddon has not spared that company. Ulta Beauty also reporting Lennar. The home builders just cannot catch a break. It's been a bit of a downtrend there, and Sentinel-1S also reporting this morning.
Yeah, I mean, the macro environment, still not favoring the house or housing market right now. Yeah, 248 here for Adobe, which I think is actually that low. If this is a weekly chart, so if you go back 3 weeks, is basically that low, 244, 245. We're trying to bounce right now, but yeah, as you said, I mean, before that, you got to go back to 2022 here for Adobe. So even the Adobes of the world getting caught up in this sell-off. But there's so many other options now.
That's the thing, though, right? We've made that argument, and they're putting them out for free or very little, nothing like what Adobe charges. But when you speak to Fabian, you speak to Ramin, I mean, they swear up and down by Adobe still. They're still, it's the
creatures of habit.
Well,
don't worry about that.
They're not even that old, Brendo. I mean, if anybody can adjust, it's got to be them, right? I don't know. The industry still likes it. It's the street here that's kind of forward-looking. That's like, this is not going to go on for much longer.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of not only AI, but there's lots of AI-based alternatives now that are so much faster. I was actually having this conversation with them, those two, yesterday. There's this product called Opus Clip that we use sometimes for short form content.
Interesting.
And it essentially, you just feed it a longer piece of video and it goes in and pulls out all the most exciting clips. But I mean, it takes seconds versus, an actual human doing that, which is 30 minutes, 45 minutes kind of thing to actually, produce the same thing. But the difference is the creative aspect.
There you go.
The human touch is still not there yet with AI. For now, exactly.
I remember I mentioned this to them back in 23, 24, and like Fabian got a little offended. He's like, hey, this is our job, right? Like, don't think that AI is going to replace us. But yeah, I think it's coming.
We're not there yet, I don't think, but I mean, it's something to watch out for. But yeah, I mean, Adobe has been nothing but downside since 2024. Here we are back below 250 this morning, guys. Happy Friday.
Yo, what's going on? Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Friday, Obi. How was your sleep?
It was good. It was not bad. I actually knocked out. Funny enough, I was
a few hours over there.
I was up for Blue Ocean around 8, and then I'm just like I'm watching. I'm like nothing's really going on.
Around 8.
No, like 8 p.m. Like I was like, I was awake, and then I'm like, okay, well, nothing really too crazy is going on, and then I just kind of laid down on my bed around like 9 o'clock and just knocked out. It's like,
oh man, I wish I was
couple hours
guys.
too early.
I was you, my friend. Yeah, no, that's great, man. Get some nice sleeping going on there. I think it feels like a risk-on day, but I don't know. I feel nervous even saying that. The fact that the the market looks like it wants to go higher today. It's been really trending. I mean, even this NASDAQ, look at it just hold this 50-period moving average right now, upside well away from VWAP, but still under 25,000. So, you know, still can get my head around it being a down day as well. So it's going to be an interesting one. And we looked at oil today as well, starting to go. We're going to have to switch over to the contract soon. Right now, the J contract, $93. So, you know, well off sort of where we were yesterday. And we touched out at 97 and couldn't really break through there. So it's nice to see that's maybe moved down. So that's part of the risk on strategy today, is the fact that oil is, you know, continually going lower there, silver going lower as well. And yeah, it's just, you know, so I have two names on here right now. We're going to look at crypto. We're going to look at NVIDIA. I love that story with ByteDance there, and just, you know, more AI, you know, more AI build outs happening with NVIDIA chips. We know, I mean, just what Brendan said there. I mean, there's so much happening in the space right now that I want this stock to just absolutely, like, I don't know why it's not higher, NVIDIA. So that's part of a problem for me in thinking about this. I mean, with all these developments over the last year, this has done nothing. So it's a little strange, but it's been a great day trading stock, that's for sure. And yeah, like we said yesterday, man, I mean, just figuring out how to code in, this is not really anything to do with NVIDIA, this is lower brow stuff, but, you know, just filling out how to figure out how to code stuff into TradingView, how to code it into eSignal, how to code it into our trading platform as well. Like, all of a sudden, this whole dream of, oh, like, I wish I had an algo in the market or something. Like, now you can, and I think Sharif said something pretty important, like, you know, and that is that when you're trying to build stuff, he was saying it this morning, it can take a couple attempts. Like, you just got to work with the AI and get that feeling again, right? And like, tell it what you want to do, put it into your platform, see if it works. No, there's an error. Okay, go back, you know, tell it what the error is, get it all figured out, and move forward with it. And then as more and more businesses, like Brendan was saying, short form content, this and that, starting to clip things. Right. We saw a name like Adobe, you know, talk about getting clipped, all the way down here to 250 again, down 8%. I read through the numbers, up, crash, you know, and it's just like, they don't believe that the PEs for some of these software names are where they need to be, even despite a beat, a raise, everything. Like, they did have their CEO stepping down, which is going to be, you know, an issue. But I think that's a positive thing, to be honest with you. New blood, new looks. I was talking with my son yesterday. He came back. That's the thing. I dropped him off at the train station at 11 at night. So, you know, think about it. That's why I was like, I'm jealous of your 9 p.m. Excuse me there. But he was saying that he believes Adobe has more lawyers than engineers.
Oh.
You know, like, meaning sort of that they've maybe lost a little bit of the creativity and now they're just playing defense. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, now they have to worry about all of these Canvas and, you know, what exactly this means from Sora and, you know, the ChatGPT. It's not even a plugin anymore, that helps you with your visuals, you know, and Nano Banana and everything like that. So it's like Adobe needs to just kind of get it all figured out a little bit. Oh, Hegseth is speaking right now. He said over 15,000 targets in total so far have been struck. 15,000. You need a lot of intelligence, you know, on the ground to figure that out. 15,000 targets. Like, that's he's speaking right now, so we can look at USO and see if that's going on. He said the new supreme leader is winded. There's lots of stuff going on. It's actually, I don't even know, it just popped up on my screen there, the video of him going. So if oil starts moving around here, we'll see what's going on. But he's just, I think he's just reading the tea leaves right now, saying, you know, we're still going to keep advancing with our plan, which I guess he's going to lay down the plan. And then we'll figure it out from there. But right now, USO, you said last night you were watching it around that 119.
Yeah, it got up to 119 by the end of the night there. But yeah, no, I didn't really see too much until later on at night. I am watching Adobe, one of the top names I am watching today, and of course USO. I like the idea, and I definitely agree that it's kind of we're going to see the fall of some of the titans, and Adobe is definitely one of them here. And the price action, as Sharif pointed out, on the higher time frame, it really does reflect the phasing out of some of these software platforms here, and it doesn't help that software in general is just been fading. It's coming into these, I guess, multi-year lows here in the pre-market, 244.28. We are catching a bit of a bounce here on Adobe in the pre-market session, but nothing too crazy here. Not any sort of crazy volume. I only have 430,000 shares done. But I do like that we're trading below this consolidation, kind of struggling with that 250 area as well as of right now. And I have that anchored VWAP as well, which is sitting at 252.89s. But yeah, no, I do think that there are much more efficient and effective softwares and AI. And then to speak more on what you were talking about earlier, is just that it's become so easy just to even create a software. Like yesterday, like after we're seeing all of these headlines come out, and some of them are just like getting pulled, some of them are really fugazi. So I was just like, all right, cool. You know, make me something that scans my X feed, and it pops up another window where it's just like I can click on the news and it'll fact check it for me.
You created that?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I'm just like, I just had to, you know, we talk about ideas, right?
Fact check it for you. So it's
yeah,
like,
so it'll scan a bunch of stuff, right? And it'll be like, so I can put in keywords. So I'll scan for keywords. So if I'm like, keyword is Iran, anybody says anything about USO or oil or anything, it'll populate like a secondary window, and I click on it. And then if I want that headline to be fact-checked, it gets fact-checked. So maybe, you know, it gives me some more confidence.
You know what I was thinking, though? It's almost like, well, that's great. Like, everyone's kind of doing stuff like that. It's just going to be a race, basically, to the bottom, right? Like, everybody's going to be looking to program things like this, and then they're going to get, you know, it's already expensive. We heard the story from Brendan the other day about running out of credits, like, real quick. If everybody's programming things like this, then it's going to be about the speed, and then it's going to be about how much it eventually winds up costing everybody to do it. And then I almost think that it takes away the advantage of being right in front of the news. Because, like, if anybody can sort of code these things in, then it's great. It's great for individual traders, and I think that's where we, as day traders, maybe have an advantage in this whole system. Because before it used to be, oh, you needed a Bloomberg terminal, you needed, you know, all of this, and now it's kind of like, well, these other individuals that maybe have Bloomberg terminals are you know, pushing it right to Twitter, and then you're getting it almost instantaneously. You're not having to do anything manually, you know. So I think that's a great opportunity for us as well here as day traders to adapt to the environment. And those that don't adapt are going to get run over.
Of course, yeah, no, that's a key. It's a key, I guess, ability that you know, traders definitely have to have. I'm definitely trying to, you know, push that as much as possible. The factor of adaptability, right? Oil K saying Gulf franchise. Try trading Oil K versus USO. Oil K. Okay, we can take a look at this ProShare K1.
There's not enough. I'm looking at the level too.
Crude oil ETF on the CBOE. Okay.
No. That's what it looks like.
No. I don't know. Maybe. Well, I'll have to see. I have to watch it, but it seems like it doesn't really do much volume.
Someone in the chat just said it right there. Yeah, it's just about the liquidity that's there.
It's not.
It's to each their own. But like when Obi and I are sitting here trading, you have to make sure that there's enough exit liquidity and entrance liquidity for those moves, right? Because like if oil all of a sudden drops 10% and you have to pay a spread on Oil K of 30 cents or something because everyone's running the bid, you know, USO is going to have a little bit more liquidity there to be able to exit in and out of your position without as much slippage.
Oh, you can, like,
you know,
look at some of the moves that USO has had, right? We were talking about posting for any price and pretty much getting it for whatever.
It's amazing. That day when it tanked.
It's difficult to kind of, you can, like, I don't know. You know, my account isn't really that big. I can definitely max out on this thing and still not necessarily be able to move it around too much, I would say. But yeah, no, maybe I know you definitely be able to push it around a little bit.
No.
You got to remember that algos are all over this.
I don't think you can push stocks around anymore because there's too much hidden liquidity. Like you have no idea. USO's already done 2 million shares today. It's like, what am I going to do? Post up 10,000 shares right here? Do you think the market's going to care about that?
It'll probably it might give it a little pop, but it'll correct it right away.
Yeah, it might work for 3 seconds.
Exactly, it'll work for like a little bit. You'll push it around, but that's what I mean. Algos are on this. They're you know, they're taking the ARBs or whatever relative to crude oil futures. I don't know.
But great, like those are the kind of super chats.
But
like, I'm not even sure if that. I mean, I'm not even sure if that was a super chat or not, but the idea was, and thank you so much for bringing that out, those are the ideas that we want. We want to know new names, like there's Gush ETF, which is another one. We talked about that yesterday a little bit on the show. I think this is 2 times there, so you can, let me just type it into eSignal and see what it says.
Liquid.
Bull, yeah, so Bull 2X. So this is a 2X bull. So, if you really got going on oil, you could look at Gush. This could get it going more than USO or the individual underlying futures contract as well. So Gush, something to look out for too there. So yeah, and there's so many other ones off the top of my head. You guys can put them in the chat if there's something else that you really like to look at. It kind of reminds me of like a micro strategy, right? Like I wrote down IBIT on here, but I also remember about 2 weeks ago on MSTR when this thing was at 116 or 117 there, we were talking about buying this on, it was this candle downside, and then that very next day we had an upside move there, and it was in the pre-market, and I remember saying like, okay, if you really think that it's gonna pop, this is gonna give you a little bit more risk to put on with an MSTR. Now I don't think, we actually talked about this the other night as well, right? And that is like, what is their business model? Just buying more crypto with other people's money, and that's been a good move when it's going up. When it's going down, the fear mongers come out and we wonder what price this guy's getting liquidated at. But look at the 50-period moving average. The reason why I bring this up now is A, someone put it in the chat, and B, this is a 50-period move, right? We broke through the 50-period. This is October. All right, and then since then, we've just been following all the way down. We tried to break there. We tried to break here and reversed back in. And right now, today, with it being potentially a risk-on environment, this is why I like Bitcoin. I really think we could take this out, and then we start to go, right? Now, I don't know if we get back to any kind of special levels here on BTC, but it looks like over the weekend, if it's a risk on Friday, potentially Bitcoin, we could see almost $80,000 on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. So I think you can get a 10% move in Bitcoin at the drop of a dime. So we'll see if that can happen. Wow, it's 8:17. Man, we are just cruising over here, Obi.
Yeah.
So I don't want to see anybody. I don't want to see anybody, Ruben, Dominic, in the chat talking about SoFi. Man, what the hell's wrong with SoFi? SoFi has just been like, I can't take a vacation anymore. So SoFi is just like, see ya later, man. I mean, these financials, Joe, man, what are we gonna do? I know you like JP Morgan, I like JP Morgan. We all love JP Morgan, but these financials can't get out of their own way. And a lot of that problem, of course, is related with what they're worried about private equity. There is a little worry. I don't know. I'm not too worried about AI with some of these banks, but there is a worry of robo and advisors and investors, and they take so much money on these ETFs and take so much money from I met with a wealth manager middle last year, and it was just like they want that 1%, they want that 1.5%, and it's just like that's annually, right? So when you're looking at dealing with someone in that space, either from Charles Schwab or anyone like that, it's like all of a sudden now you can, like you just mentioned, Obi, you can program in your portfolio and give it rules and give it assignments, and it'll help you manage your portfolio to a point where I still think there's a need for advisors and IAs and everything like that. But it's just a matter of who cares what I think? The world is reacting to this as well. So all right, well, it was 8:17, now it's 8:19, and now we got to go over. Yeah, he's ready, baby.
All right.
He's ready to rock and roll. It's Joe. Let's go.
I know. It's never too early, man. All right. Let's get right into things here, guys. Right now, we're going to look at some expiration cycles here. And we tend to do this quite often, actually, in the fact that we like to use our delta metric as a percentage gauge in which the contract is going to expire in the money or out of the money. So right now, we're looking at a particular expiration cycle. That's going to be May 15th, 2026. Now, Joseph, why did you bring up this specific expiration cycle? Well, there's something that I constantly talk about when you are purchasing options, and that is the purchase of time. And you're going to get an extended period, you're going to get an increase in premium, but what you're giving yourself is a little bit more time for your thesis to work. Now, I pulled up behind this page here a specific contract. Now, why am I getting detailed between a May 15th and a specific contract? Because full disclosure, and you guys were aware of this who are familiar and have been watching for some time, is that myself actually purchased back in, I believe it was early October, this specific contract of IBIT expiring May 15th at the $65 strike price. Now we can see that those contracts are now worth $14 roughly. Well, did I purchase them for that? Absolutely not. Full disclosure, we bought those contracts for $9. For $9 back in mid or late October, okay? What are they worth now? Absolutely pretty much nothing, okay? Now, did we take a hit? Did we have the ability to mitigate? That's a different story, yes. Why? By writing other calls. But I'm gonna get to something. So we have 63 days. We heard Sean talking about a potential, maybe about a 10% move roughly here in Bitcoin would put us around 79, close to 80. But aside from that, what are we trying to achieve? And this is what I talk about often as well too. Now this delta metric is telling us that there's a 97% chance that this contract is going to expire out of the money by May 15th. Makes a little bit of sense, $65, that's a substantial move from where we're currently trading. But does that mean that we can't profit off of this trade? Not necessarily, and that's when it comes to, that's when it's really important when we understand our objective. Now we talk about the intrinsic and extrinsic value of things. Now, considering I've lost over 97%, even 98% of the value of that contract, can we re-engage and then hope to gain some sort of value from these contracts that have diminished essentially over the span of 4 months? Absolutely. So what we can do here, there's multiple strategies that we can employ. So essentially, here's the first one. You can be an options writer and say, hey, I don't believe that we are going to go north of this specific strike price by this time. Are you going to make a bunch of money? Absolutely not. $13 to be exact, and that's if you have the full amount of capital to write it naked. So no protection whatsoever, no purchasing a call at a higher strike price, and you would want to load up the boat. You're not collecting very much now, are you? But what we just went over not too long ago was the explanation of that there's a 97% chance that this contract is going to expire out of the money. Then you have a 90% chance essentially of collecting $13 or $14, because at the bid, that's what we're sitting at right now, of options rating premium. But then there's another way that we can look at this as well. Do we believe that it's going to expire in the money? No, we just explained that the delta metrics is going to say no otherwise. But what can we do and look to gain extrinsic value? So in approximately 63 days, and I like the way Bitcoin's chart is currently looking right now, if you get any form of a pop, this contract's value will increase. Yes, the delta is very, very little, so the rate of change isn't going to be substantial, but if you get an acceleration, say, over the weekend, that's when you can start to see those triple and double digit returns. Is it guaranteed? Absolutely not. But there's a couple ways that you can look at this, is that purchasing a valued contract that is extremely out of the money and not expecting it to trade in the money, but just gaining somewhat of time value here in IBIT. All right, so that's just a quick explanation on what I personally went through purchasing these contracts a long time ago, a couple months ago, and then how we can kind of capitalize on maybe gaining a little bit of extrinsic value, just time value, not necessarily in the money or anything along those lines. Or you can be an options writer and use your delta metric as well too to write those options. Moving forward, there's another name that I wanted us to take a look at, and that's USO. We've been talking about this name quite often as of late. Now, what we have here is a contract that's going to expire next Friday. But yesterday, we seen that the at-the-money IV was roughly around 173%, and even a high of around 176. Well, we've already seen a 20% decline in the options volatility. So now if we were to go to this 120 strike, in which we've been talking about for quite some time, we can see from an intraday standpoint, yeah, we are selling in the pre-market, but from an intraday standpoint, that contract has already lost $100, and the options market hasn't priced in how much we've declined yet, but just in the decrease of volatility. So that's a short one there on USO. We went over a good example on IBIT. Understand your objective when you are purchasing a contract. What is your objective? Are you trying to gain time value, or are you trying to gain intrinsic value? We'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
There it is, man. I talked about the IBIT. I mean, I like looking at things that are moving, and I think it's just a matter of trying to figure out if you are risk on or what you want to do. Because today being Friday, and by the way, it's, oh, here we go, wrong one. It's Friday the 13th.
Ooh.
You believe in any of that stuff?
I'm not superstitious.
Right,
I'm just
good.
a little
I don't think I believe in that kind of stuff. One time I ran it through Claude or one of the AIs and asked it, and I think we're actually up on the majority of Friday 13th, like in the history of the stock market. It's not like the doomsday activity that maybe many people think it is. But all right, so at 8:30, we're going to go back to the desk. We should have Michael Noss coming through at one point here today. And we do have some big numbers, man. The PCE, the core PCE is coming out, as well as GDP coming out at 8:30. So quarter over quarter GDP, second estimate expected 1.4%. That's coming out very, very soon, as are the PCE numbers. So we saw PCI come out and PMI, come out and did
hold off more. I mean, we were already kind of selling off, but
you know how much the Dow was down yesterday? Did you wind up?
I don't know. Last I heard, it was at 50,000.
Yeah, 750,000 right now. So that is unbelievable. So, and it's like something like 6 or 7 of the last, I think it was 7 of the last 9 days or something have been red days in the Dow. So it's been getting to the downside, and sometimes things are a little oversold. So I stepped in a little bit yesterday, put out some longs in for the SPY. And
nice. No, we got that VIX push to 35 earlier this week, and levels we haven't seen in quite a while, sometime last year, from the April lows. I just want to kind of talk about something here, because I think it was JL822 in the chat talking about HIMX and he asked TSM NVIDIA supply chain with HIMX. There was a Hunter Brook report that had come out, and I was just like, okay, you know what? And he said it was a 30-page long report. So I'm like, okay, we can't really do that right now. But this is the beautiful thing. A lot of you guys are skeptical about AI doing fact checking or whatever, but it's giving me resources for each of the statements that it's making. So I was just like, I literally copied and pasted that comment from JL822 into my Claude, and it was just like, I was like, is this legit? So here's the thing. I'm not going to go through everything because it did give me a decent summary, but what you need to know is that these guys came out with a report on HIMX. You can see what happened on the chart. It went up about 38% and did a decent amount of volume after already running up. Here's the point here. Hunter Brook, they're already long the stock. That's a conflict. That's a very clear conflict, and this isn't new news, right? This chain thesis was floated about a year ago. Right? Zero confirmation from the actual companies that were involved, right? And the underlying business is weak. The stock has already moved over 60% in the past few days. So here's the bottom line. I'm just going to read it off. The underlying thesis is that HIMX's nano-imprint lithography is technically suited for CPO supply chains, has genuine merit, and isn't made up. That's where they get you, because if you feel like it's, oh, this is legit news, and people will think, oh, the stock must go up. So you see that buying that comes in. But Hunter Brook is a hedge fund that usually publishes research to move stocks that they're already long in. That's a conflict of interest. The thesis is over a year old. None of the alleged customers have confirmed anything. The core business is deteriorating, and the stock has already had a massive run on retail momentum. It's a real story being told at a very convenient time by a party with a financial interest, right? Treat it as an interesting lead, not necessarily as a buy signal, is what Claude told me. So you got to be aware of some of these things, and long reports that sound perfectly sound, and they're absolutely great, but you got to watch out for some of this stuff and understand the actual underlying game that's being played. What's up, Brenda?
Okay, I was going to show this. I mean, come over to the Instagram here. We got Obi and I over here. And then check out this picture right here, just got posted. This is 2019. My son is like my size. Like he is huge right now. So this is back from 2019 when we took over. My son took over the studio. Okay, 10 seconds until the number. Let's go over to the number. I didn't realize it was number time.
It's getting a few things coming through right now. Durable goods first out of the gate here. 0.5% to the upside versus a negative 0.4% print expected there. Core PCE for January month over month comes out 0.4% versus 0.4 expected. So there's a couple different GDP prints we're going to get here. This is the Q2 second estimate, so 0.7%. That's a wide miss. We were expecting 1.4% on that second estimate. Again, GDP print. GDP for the second estimate on the Q4 side of things, 3.8% versus 3.7%, so a little bit better on that. Print 0.1% to the upside. PCE price index year over year, 2.8 versus 2.8, exactly in line with expectation. Core, 3.1% versus 3%. So a little bit of an uptick on core specifically. Durable goods coming out there exactly flat as well for January versus a 0.3% print expected. GDP sales quarter over quarter, again, the second estimate there, 0.4% versus 1.2. We also got real consumer spending, 2% versus 2.4. So slight uptick on the core. GDP second estimate, the quarterly number, slight uptick, 0.1%, 3.8 versus 3.7 as well, guys.
Okay, so I can't believe I interrupted my picture for that. But yeah, right now we are not doing anything in the market here. So I don't, these numbers don't seem to mean a whole heck of a lot right now. The GDP of the 0.7 versus 1.4 is something, but like the S&P 500 kind of said, that's a nice story. But I don't know. Like when things come out as expected, I'm not really smart enough to figure out which way to take it other than technically. So right now the market is still holding that 50-period moving average. It just looked like we just ran the top on the release of those numbers and now pulling back in. So I think it's healthy. Would like to see a pullback, sort of into these lows again, see if we can hold this and then get back up to the upside. But as we said, nothing really market reaction-wise there. It's the 0.7 versus the 1.4 estimate on the GDP. That might be something there. But at the end of the day, the reason why we look at these numbers is because we all relate them back to what the odds are for an interest rate cut. And we saw that there, right now, it might only be, Obi, the next interest rate cut might be October.
Yeah, that's what we're hearing.
So it's like when you're hearing those kind of things, and then we do get Kevin Warsh coming through, it looks like, as of May. I think it's June would be his first opportunity to sit. And, we're going to wait to see if that does do anything. And I'm just hearing in my ear right now, interest rate futures holding in my ear, and not much going on. We could see, I'll just put it over to you in a second. We always like to see what the dollar's doing potentially on these kind of moves as well, and not much either. So this is just a 1-minute chart on the DXY. So we've been out. I guess we made a little bit of move to the top side, then a little bit of move back upside right now. So yeah, there's not a whole bunch of reaction there, but if people that trade on those numbers might be disappointed there. Nothing going on. I think there's just so much of a bigger story right now, right? And that is what we're dealing with across the way there. PCE index 2.8 versus 2.8 year over year, month over month 0.3 versus 0.2. So a little higher on the USA PCE price month over month. So, I don't know if that's what that goes, but here we go. Now it looks like September, I just heard in my ear, for Fed rate cut. So it looks like we did get a little bit of a change in that. So we can check out those percentages in a couple minutes. Anyways, what do you think about that? I don't think.
I'm not really seeing anything too crazy. Again, sometimes I'm only usually kind of interested if if any sort of economic numbers actually cause some sort of a reaction in the market. That's usually my kind of go-to. Because again, this understanding some of that stuff. Sure, I can read into it, go into the nuances of what all those things mean. But at the end of the day, I'd just like to keep it simple and be like, okay, are we having a reaction? Is there actual participants that are definitely way well informed, a lot more than I am, and a lot smarter than I am? Are they actually putting their bets into the market on some of these changing numbers, or even if it's just, you know, as expected. That's more of my concern there, because that's more in line with what I like to do. But yeah, I'm not really seeing anything too crazy. No real reaction there. We did get a little bit of a pop and drop, but we've already been bidding up coming into the open here. About an hour almost left for the open. But yeah, that's really my look on that.
We do have a super chat if you want to throw that in there right now, Andre. And it's just you know, Nutrient is about NTR, so we want to say thank you to Golf. Oh, there's Golf Franchise again with it in here. Look, I mean, with the Strait of Hormuz tightening, it's also a problem for global fertilizer supply. So this is Nutrient. You can also look at different potash names as well. You put in there LYB there, but you know, ammonia and different things that are put into fertilizer also coming, sulfur coming from the Strait and things like that as well. Higher margins, higher revenues, as you know, the price of food and the price of, you know, the growing and anything, like we were saying, fertilizer companies like Nutrient here tend to go to the upside, because you know what winds up happening, man? The cost of all this just gets passed to us. So at the end of the day, these guys can, you know, continue to raise their prices because their costs are going higher. It doesn't mean that their margins are shrinking at all. So sometimes people sort of flock to some of these companies. There was a couple other food companies that were going well as well. What's the
Kava?
Kava? No, not Kava is that's a restaurant. No, it was big when Scott's Miracle Grow. That's what it was. SMG. So I was gonna say it was big during the weed names there, starting to go back up to the upside as people were starting to plant things. I don't know. This was an opposite name.
Look at that.
So yeah, this is going to the downside. So you know, you sort of got to try to pick and choose what you're looking at right there. But yeah, just looks like higher margin, higher revenues, fertilizer prices going higher is what I saw. Not sure why it's not affecting Scott's Miracle Grow, but yeah, NTR, I think you got a good one on that there with Nutrient. It just seems to want to go higher. And we've broken out, and if you sort of zoom out into a longer time frame here, really held that 200 period great. So that was a good little level there to get involved with, and back in November, and then just shooting to the moon right here. So not a very highly traded name on the show. I don't think, it doesn't look like the level 2 is going to be very liquid right there today. So yeah, 85 it already has a $1 spread. But yeah, thanks for bringing that up to our attention. And fertilizer names, I was actually surprised there when I called up that SMG chart. So that's why you got to pick and choose your names and do a little bit of research in there as well. But yeah, higher crop demand for you know, food processing, and Nutrient going back up to the upside. So makes a little bit of sense there. All right, we'll go back up to the desk and see what these guys are up to.
All right, just keeping an eye on the market as well after that. Really no significant follow through if you're just joining. A number of macro data points just coming through. We can do a quick recap here. Core PCE for January, 0.4%, a little bit of an uptick versus the 0.3 that was expected. This was the other one. GDP second estimate for Q2 comes in a little bit higher than expected there, 3.8% versus 3.7%. Everything else basically in line with expectations. Fed next week. I mean, it's going to be obviously a nothing burger, but as far as the actual directional talk, I think we get, if you rewind the tape to the last Fed meeting, we had the conversation afterwards, the simple fact that it seemed like Powell had taken the filters off a little bit and didn't really care, or it seemed like he didn't really care as much anymore going into his, you know, second to last here. I think it might even be worse.
He didn't probably care about President Trump's tweet either, or truth yesterday, where he called on the chairman again, calling him too late again to cut rates ahead. He wanted it yesterday. He wanted it the day before, Brendo. He didn't want to wait till the meeting next week. Of course, I'm assuming he is concerned a little bit with the economy now and the disruptions in the war. And as we saw there, the forecast for GDP coming in about half of what we were expecting. So a bit of a tougher look. Also, we saw the jobs number, which came in about 90,000 jobs light. So you never really want to be myopic in your vision or narrow viewed. But in this case here, there's a couple of prints that are pointing in the right direction if you're looking for rate cuts. But when you look at the Fed rate tool, I think Adara was looking at it yesterday during the midday. It was like, look, first rate cut was September.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're really going to get anything.
And maybe one at this point before the end of the year. So we'll see. I mean, it's swung obviously throughout the year so far, but we're pointing back towards maybe one by the end of the year. I'm not even sure if that's going to be, a catalyst for the market at this point. With everything else going on, it may or may not be. Andre, give me a thumbs up there. Okay. Okay, we'll stand by. Todd, if you have the show on, just look in the chat there. Andre's trying to get your audio and video set up. We're going to have Todd Shapiro joining us here in a couple of minutes. We'll talk about the psychedelic space on a Friday. It's the morning, but, people have plans, I guess.
No, it's a burgeoning area, Brendo. So I'm invested, full disclosure, in what used to be called MindMed. Now it's changed its name, I think DFTX or DTFX or whatever it is now, and it is booming. The breakout is on. It's about to break through $20. Obviously not near the areas that you and I were joking about during the COVID highs. A lot of them are not, but you gotta assume with the Secretary of Health, and his views on this specific topic that there's a nice tailwind at least going in for the next few years. It's
and one of the things I want to get Todd's opinion on is the pharma use case versus the retail use case on, his company has, and we'll talk about a new deal to discuss on the retail side of things for the seed side and the planting of actual edible mushrooms and mushrooms you can use in your dinner tonight. They did a deal last year. Red Light Holland did a deal last year with Costco on the retail side of things, still in Costco's, obviously. So it's always been a challenge to get these products to a point where they get pharma approval.
Exactly.
And that seems to be the biggest hurdle for this, but we'll get his take, yeah.
But that's the pharma side, and that's, I think, where, we really should be looking. Anecdotally, this country has been very lackadaisical in the enforcement of these psychedelic stores that are popping up everywhere, which are obviously for recreational use, not medicinal use. But it gives you a bit of insight into how the regulator is viewing this area. It's more favorable. Otherwise, it would have acted a lot quicker to close down their stores. And they're operating in this gray area, Brendo. But again, it kind of shows you the intentions of the regulator going forward.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting space going into not only beyond the midterms, but going into the next administration in the U.S., it might be something that ends up being a little bit more front of mind. But on that, as I mentioned, it's been a while, my friend. Todd Shapiro is the CEO of Red Light Holland. Great to be back on the show with you, my friend. It's been a long time, I'm sure, since you've been on a show at this time of the day. Just for a little bit of background for everybody watching, Todd used to be a morning show host on radio here in Canada, hosted the biggest radio show ever. Am I wrong in saying that in this country?
Yeah, listen, we had a very good run for 18 to 34-year-olds specifically. We had the highest numbers ever in Canada. So it was a really good run. That's a whole other chapter. I've flipped that page. Thanks for bringing it up, Brendo. But yeah, I'm trying to, be taken a little more seriously despite the hat, which does cover my bald spot from the stress of the capital markets. But no, here I am, and we have some really exciting stuff today. And you guys actually have an incredible segue getting into it. So thank you very much.
Yeah, no, of course.
Back on.
I think it's an interesting time, and that's what I was kind of alluding to, in the sense that there's been a lot of consolidation and there's been a lot of shift in the space as a whole. Maybe talk just from a very, very high level. First off, as we were saying, the pharma research, medical use here is typically, long, very highly regulated versus what Red Light Holland has continued to push towards, which is more the retail case and the edible side.
Yeah, and listen, there's been a big pivot for Red Light too, and that announcement's come up very, very recently. So, the hype and the hoopla in the psychedelic sector almost came a little bit too early. And about 5-6 years ago, when many companies went public, they all sort of played off a cycle and again, that hype mode. And listen, at the end of the day, Red Light Holland went into revenue right away as a publicly traded company where we started selling magic truffles in the Netherlands, where we were legally allowed to do so. Whereas many others went this more drug discovery route and sort of the idea to how do they become sort of big pharma and get patented drugs onto the market over time. And for us, which was really significant, is we luckily got caught up in the early days of it where we could raise a lot of capital. So here we are 5-6 years later, The consolidation you speak of is most of the companies have run out of money. A couple of the big boys have really skyrocketed, like Compass and Atai. MindMed still hovers around their Cybin, even though listen, they've all done their consolidations and rollbacks and candidly have very big burns. Red Light played a smart game. We were in revenue. We tightened the burn almost every quarter, maybe a few slips here and there, but we always maintained that we would use our capital think of it as a horse race. Have a horse maybe near the back of the race, watch others die off by, running out of energy, or the tortoise and the hare. And as the tortoise, we would eventually catch up. And this is exactly what's happened. We've had patient shareholders. It's been a very tough couple of years on the stock market, quite candidly, for TRIP or TRUF on the OTC. But with that being said, last reported over 9 million in revenue, 18 million in assets. And here we are now with the ability to make some moves. And just 2 days ago, we announced a very significant move that leads us back into our main model from day one, Brendo, was from underground to mainstream. And underground, meaning the underground truffle that grows above it, but mainstream being standardized products. And we are so grateful, so blessed to have announced a definitive agreement, a tough 3 months back and forth with an incredible company named Filament Health. Now, Filament Health is really one of the top companies in the space. They were even actually just the other day, I'm looking at an article from Scottsdale, Arizona, the National today. They compare them, and this isn't me comparing them, this is them comparing them as competitors to Compass Pathways. Compass Pathways has a $752 million market cap. We have an $8 million market cap. So what this does, and I'm sure you're going to get into questions, I apologize, I'm always long-winded. This allows Red Light to expand our drug development platform with Filament's GMP manufacturing. They have a Level 8 Health Canada's dealer's license. They have Health Canada and FDA authorized clinical trials, clinical programs, and they have 72 issued patents covering natural psilocybin manufacturing and formulation. The biggest thing they have, and what they do mostly for supply right now, is Filament's pharmaceutical R&D capabilities and patented PEX-10 botanical psilocybin drug candidate. So they are now in many studies like Johns Hopkins, University College of London. They're getting the product out there. They've also passed the phase 1. They have FDA authorized phase 2 approvals. So back to sort of putting it all together, guys, we were the rec play that has become focused on where we now think the market is going to go, more into this medical approach. And I'm here to talk all about it. Sorry for that, but I was just I'm very jacked to tell this story. Probably.
And we can feel that, and we appreciate it as well. Let's touch just wide scope here on the regulatory side of things. Give us an update or a lay of the land, maybe Canada versus the U.S. Where are we on this side of the border versus the U.S. regulatory situation?
Yeah, so first off, in Canada, the main ways that people access psilocybin are through the Compassionate Use Program or the Exemption 56s. And the Compassionate Use Program is a tough program for patients, say, who are terminally ill or have some severe trauma. It's tough for them to apply for, but Health Canada has given a certain amount of patients each year that opportunity. By the way, Filament Health supplies to a lot of those compassionate use programs and individuals, which is fantastic. The United States, on the other hand, they're really making a big splash right now. So currently what's going on is the DEA is basically arguing, and they're making a petition for the reclassification of psilocybin based on breakthrough therapy designations. And really, this is for depressive disorder. And this is really significant because they're trying to reclassify it into a Schedule 2, which will mean that it immediately will be both good for synthetics and for natural products. And so, as I said, the psilocybin that we work with out of Filament, and this deal is expected to close, obviously, it's still in the, it's a definitive agreement. It's still not fully closed. I have to be very clear about that. But this, again, is a botanical psilocybin drug candidate, which would allow for that. And they're already supplying into the U.S. all over the place. So we're seeing some really interesting opportunities. You guys have heard of the Overton window, right?
Of course.
And this is where we kind of feel like where it's at now. We're 5-6 years later of being public, well capitalized, now working with an incredible company in Filament. But at some point, at any given moment, it's just as if the public goes, okay, it was never legal, now it is, and now it's accepted. And that's what the Overton window is. And I feel like we're getting far and far away from the old stigmas and closer to real conversations and access.
Let's update the retail side of things. You and I had a conversation going back, I think, a year ago or so on this show regarding the Costco arrangement that the company had made. Any updates as far as that goes?
Yeah, so Red Light's done a big pivot. Listen, the mushroom space has been a difficult one. Inflation, consumer spending habits are down. They're getting the bare necessities, or unfortunately shitty foods. It's really sad to say. So we had production out of a farm in New Brunswick that was doing regular mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms. We've actually since ceased operations from there. We'll be looking to divest in the assets. The big strategy for Red Light right now is taking a lot of the assets that we have, getting rid of the non-core assets, things that don't mean a lot to our business or weren't making money, and then use that capital to be able to go back to R&D, and hopefully the commercialization of microdosing still is a big part of it, because we do believe emerging markets like New Zealand are opening up. We're seeing lots of conversation in Czech Republic. So there's like a lot of great opportunity that lies ahead in the actual product itself. In terms of the mushrooms, yes, we do those home grow kits. They were in Costco's. We were recently in Safeways in the US, but we are definitely going to refocus that strategy, start to really think about what is the core, clear, compelling path here. And now working with Filament, we believe that is going to be a major focus of ours. And again, we're just so excited.
Todd Shapiro, great to speak to you once again, as always. Guys, TRIP on the CSE here in Toronto. Truff, south of the border. TRUFF or F? One F?
Yeah, two Fs. And thank you for having me. I feel like I look lopsided for some reason, but I mean, maybe my mind is. We're just really excited where the company's positioned right now. And Filament's done such incredible work, so I want to give them all the credit in the world. We can't wait to be working much more closely with them. And thank you again. I'm going to jump back on, and we'll do some old radio jokes if you want to, but most importantly, let's talk capital markets. Every day is exciting, and you guys do it the best in the world. You honestly do. You make it fun, educational, and informational, and that's the key.
I appreciate that. Come visit when you're back in the city. We made some changes around here, as you can see in the background.
It looks spectacular. Yeah. Can't wait.
Come visit. Good to see you, Todd.
Okay, cheers.
Great stuff. That's the type of energy we need this morning. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst activities this morning. We're going to kick things off with an earnings report, and that's going to be Adobe down 7.7% here, guys. Price target lowered from $340 to $290 by UBS, also with a neutral weight. Also, Beauty also reporting as well, too, guys. Piper Sandler down 7.4% here, roughly. $775 was that initial target, being lowered to $725 once again by Piper Sandler. You're down over 7% here this morning. Now, SentinelOne as well reporting last night, guys. $21 was the initial target, being lowered to $18 by Needham. Ticker S, you're down 2.8%. Now, NerdWallet, not something that we typically talk about every day, but 6% to the downside, guys, 6 3/4 roughly. Morgan Stanley giving them the downgrade, also going from an equal weight to an underweight with a price target decrease from $14 to $9. Moving forward, let's take a look at some more of the positive things. Service Titan getting the upgrade. $135 was initially that target, or $130 was initially that target, being increased to $135 by TD Cowen. Still negative here, almost 5% this morning. Now, NEO also getting the nod, guys, by HSBC, up 3% this morning. So if you're looking for some relative strength, there is some in NIO. Price target $6.80. That was initially $4.80. So a nice increase right there. Vivid Seeds also getting the nod, guys, going from a hold to a buy with a $15 price target. And then we have the Crazy Chicken. I thought this one was El Pollo Loco there. We put that one up there. Up 8% this morning, guys, with a price target increase to $14 by benchmark.
All right, some solid names there on the upgrades and downgrades. I think the one I'm watching, of course, we already kind of mentioned Adobe, but I really do like Ulta Beauty here, where it's kind of coming in higher time frame, trend breakdown as well. Earnings report just slamming right back into a little bit of a trend all the way from last April. Now, that's interesting to me because, again, if you guys remember, that's when that presidential bid came in, and anything that's been trending from there, I do want to kind of keep eyes on that trend, and you can see we're slamming right into that, just a simple trend line there coming in and kind of holding now that that support as potential resistance here on Ulta Beauty. So I'm definitely going to be watching this one pretty closely today as one of the earnings names there. And I think Adobe, we did already talk about it. That with a downgrade, yeah, I think more confluence for potential continuation. It's already been sold off pretty aggressively over the past few months on Adobe.
Yeah, I like the Service Titan call there. I mean, down on earnings, but the earnings were actually pretty good, guiding 255 to 257 versus 252 next year million. And you know, that's a decent, I mean, I'm just looking at the report here. 27 cents beats 18 cents. This is last night. Sales beating 253 versus 245 million. And, you know, this name gets upgraded today. Service Titan's been on a good little run. This is, you know, connects contractors with businesses and, you know, technicians with businesses and sort of puts it all together there in a nice little bow. And, you know, you did get down into the 65 or so area. Now you're getting an upgrade. That's just on earnings, so we're not going to worry about that little flush. But, you know, down 5% on a good report and catching upgrades. I mean, I like Service Titan here. A relatively new name into the market, got beat up and gave you that low around 60 bucks and then started to bounce. I think after that report, the fact that we got hit down there gives you a decent opportunity to buy this stock now, especially with the upgrades coming in. So, yeah, I like Service Titan, TTAN, and I think you can do worse right now in the market. And it's a name that's going to be helped out with. That's going to be a name that's helped out with AI. You can get more efficient, better. I like Service Titan down there, so a good little look there. All right, Obi, you want to do some charting here? All right, what does this say here? Closed. Did you say you did close it out, Hindu, there? Closed coin position, have 350 shares at 193 average. So I had just sort of said my, like, look, I mean, like Obi and I, we always, all of us always say this kind of stuff, and it's like, you got to trade your own sort of thoughts and methods there. But if you want, you're asking for my thought on this. You break above the 50 period moving average right now on Coinbase. I don't know, I apologize, I don't know why this chart's not actually loading up a little bit better than that. Hold on, let me just get it on e-signal here, because I want to show you where the 200 period moving average is, okay? So you're all the way up. So you do have a huge opportunity here, in my opinion, to get back, right? And I said earlier today on the stream here around 8:15 when we went live, and the sticky note's just about to go out, I'm just going to push enter there, that I thought there was a good opportunity for crypto to get going a little bit, especially if I think that there's going to be a little risk on action. We did get news that Iran is potentially going to let boats from France and Italy pass through the straits, which is why we got that most recent bump right here in the market. Obviously, it's fading back in, so we got to watch out for these stories and how truthful they are. But Coinbase right here on the daily looks like it could potentially run. But if you have 350 shares and you're now in the money 10 bucks, that's 3,500 bucks. You know, and I think that that's probably a decent amount. What I was going to say to you is, Hindu, is that if you're in the money now and you're asking those questions, sometimes, I mean, first of all, congratulations on buying it at the close. I would just going to say, like, hey, look, bad news in this market will send crypto down. So you have to make sure that you're playing with a little bit of house money. So for me, again, it's the same story all the time. And maybe it's because I'm too conservative in nature, and that is that take a little off. That's always something to think about, especially when you're getting a bump early on 5%. You're up 5% right here from yesterday's close. I like the idea of saying, put my hands up in the air, wave them like you just don't care, and get a little bit out of Coinbase. But if you don't want to do that immediately, what about a break of 202.50 or 202.25? I potentially should have possibly added this to the watch list. You are getting a big time consolidation right here, right now. And we've seen Coinbase pop $5, $6, $7 right off the open. All right, so I'd hate for you to give back some of that money, but there's also a great opportunity for it to absolutely rip. You do have VWAP right now at 199, so I think you can also try to hold out for 200, and then we will get to, stay tuned for 925. All right, I'll show you what the market on open imbalances are. If it's a bid for Coinbase, you can't expect it to bump up a couple bucks. So up to you. I don't know what you think about crypto at this space. I'm sure we're going to potentially talk about it on our rundown, but congratulations at the end of the day. You're sitting on a $3,000 winner right now. Been worse trades, Obi.
Yeah, no, I think what's interesting to me here, and I was looking at MSTR before, it's on the watch list as well. A lot of these crypto names have relative volume this morning in the pre-market. You can see here two to three times relative volume here on Coinbase, kind of pushing up in towards some of these prior resistances, not only from this week, but from prior week as well. MSTR was the one I was looking at here, and you can see also similar kind of story here, 2 times relative volume as it kind of steps up and holds that 141, 142-ish area here in the pre-market. And again, pulling up into some of this week's highs. Hasn't really got into prior week's highs as close as Coinbase. But yeah, no, definitely higher time frame look is what I'm kind of more concerned about here. This has been a pretty strong downtrend. You can see here, on the way up, I did have my trend lines, and you can see when those kind of, the ones that I thought were a little significant, they broke down and even de-anchored from some of those highs. You can see MSTR, nice little flush there. But if this downtrend breaks, Sean, I think, yeah, we definitely have a little bit of room to the upside. I'm watching this BTC USD here as well with a little bit of a bid coming in. We saw that a similar kind of bid last week as well that got us all the way up to like 74s and some change, I think. Yeah, 74 or 100, and then we're pulling back up into those levels here on BTC again, once again. So is this the break of the trend? I have no idea, but that's why I have eyes on it. It's interesting to me that a lot of these crypto stocks are doing relative volume in the pre-market, so there's more participation than normal.
I mean, that's what I'm saying, like up 4 or 5% there with Bitcoin's a good little look there. This segment is sponsored by NextGel, ticker NXGL on the NASDAQ. NextGel develops advanced hydrogel technology used across medical, healthcare, and consumer applications. Their high water content gels are designed for comfort, performance, and next generation healthcare products. To learn more about NextGel and their technology, please visit nextgel.com to find out more. Again, another name doing things there, NextGel. Go find them out, scan the QR code, go find them out. Listed on the NASDAQ, NXGL. So that's going to be a good look there for them. And here goes Coinbase right now, Hindu. I mean, there's a little bit of a break here. We'll see if it wants to get going here in the pre, and it's 9:02 right now. So thanks for joining. We've been on the air for an hour already, and we're looking to go through the rundown, a half hour until the market opens. This is your spot. We're going to go over all the top stories, and there goes Coinbase right now, trying to get to 203. So it looks like we might have made a decent call on this one. Let's go back to the desk, and I'm sure we'll be talking about crypto at some point.
666 is where we closed out yesterday, guys, on the SPY. Happy Friday the 13th as well. All the good stuff over here. We're above it right now. We're almost at 670, 669. 80 is what we're showing right now. We're up 0.5%, but that downtrend is still intact. We're still putting in lower highs and lower lows, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Look, the overnight low here, the closing print on the 4-hour takes us to 665, so that's what we'll use as our first level of support. If we catch a bid, Brendo, we're looking at that 672.5 like we were yesterday as that first level of resistance. It was support for almost a week and a half before we gave it up.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, link is below in the description for the watch list. Grab that second link down below. We'll get you to the sign up page, and then you just need your email address to get the watch list for absolutely nothing, free every single day. Adobe, top of the list here this morning after their earnings after the close last night. We did actually start with a positive move. We get all the way up to 280, and then it just was absolutely cracked. 250 comes and goes. We're well below that. 246 inbound really quick here. I mean, like we were saying, if you joined us off the bat here this morning, make sure you're joining us every day at 8 o'clock. We were talking about it a little bit this morning. So many options for these products at this point. It's going to be tough for them to maintain. It's a subscription-based model.
And the irony here is, I don't think should be lost on anybody. The CEO is leaving to bring in a new AI CEO, yet the company is being punished and punished aggressively because of AI.
Yeah.
So the irony is quite stark. CEO Shantanu Narayan, who led the company for nearly 2 decades, he plans to step down after a successor is found to lead the company's AI phase, they're calling it. He was credited with transforming Adobe into the dominant subscription software platform that we know it to be. He will remain involved during the transition, and then he's going to serve as a board chair while the company searches for a replacement. Here's how they did on earnings. They did quite well. Q1 profit, almost $2 billion, $1.89 billion compared to the $1.81 they took home last year, with adjusted EPS coming in at $6.06. That beats the $5.87 expected by the street, while revenue rose a healthy 12% year over year, coming in at $6.4 billion. That was ahead of what analysts were expecting, Brendo. Now, let's talk a little AI here. So their AI, this is their first AI annual recurring revenue data point that more than tripled year over year to $26.06 billion. That matched analyst expectations. But management continues integrating AI across its product suite, and they're embedding it into AI models with its own Firefly. They're also embedding with other AI models as well. So we'll have to see how that goes. Last but not least, investor concerns, as we see in the price action here, around AI power tools disrupting their business model. The guide was decent as well, roughly in line for adjusted EPS and revenue beating expectations.
On the subscription model, I was watching an interesting podcast last night with the guy that created, it was actually an app, Cal AI. I think it's just an iOS app. It's like one of those calorie counters. You can take a picture of food and it tells you like the macros and everything. So he just sold to MyFitnessPal.
Okay.
There was no number disclosed, but everyone's saying it's like $100 million. Kid's like 19 years old. Great for him.
Amazing.
ChatGPT does the exact same thing without having to pay an extra subscription fee, to another app.
What's the point of that?
On your phone. Like I was testing it yesterday. You can send a picture to ChatGPT. It'll give you exactly the same thing.
Absolutely.
With one subscription.
Have you tried Google Vision or whatever it is? It's the same thing. You point your camera at the fridge. Yeah. It tells you what you can make, what the caloric content is going to be. Yeah. I mean, I don't see the point for this app.
These apps are just not going to be around in the very, very short term, guys.
I think it's about, so I have that Cal AI app. It was $18 for the year. But the thing about it is that it puts it all together. Like the ChatGPT thing they can all do that for sure. But then the only thing I see as an advantage to it is that it just indexes everything for you. Like it just keeps it on there. So it's just like, you can go back and say, okay, what totals it all for you. Like a MyFitnessPal. I mean, you can ask anything to, hey, what kind of workout should I do today? ChatGPT will spit it out for you, but then, you're the one who has to put it into your own spreadsheets, which you can use AI to do that as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So like we were saying, I think it's all about trying to figure it out, and if you're smart enough and have the time. And that's the other thing, too. I don't even think you need to be that smart to figure this stuff out. They will work it through with you.
Yes.
And many of these things are still free that you can use. Like, I think if you're using ChatGPT, you can run out of tokens on the free side and for all of them, right? So, I think it's awesome, and good for that kid to get out, man. $100 million at that age, you're done, man. Put that money in the S&P 500 and chill the rest of your life, man. I'll see you somewhere warm, I would assume, at that point. You see a lot of these guys opening up family offices now. Leon Cooperman, the guy Howard Schultz, all opening up family offices now in Miami. One of the crypto havens of the world as well. Plus the no Florida state tax is nice. And but yeah, Adobe, back to realness here. Like, it was a good quarter. It's the uncertainty about where they're going. And I mean, it's just stuff like what Brendan just said there. We can go, back and forth on where AI is taking all these software names. And it's just like, they're all slowly melting to the bottom. And doesn't look like this can't be recommended as a long, even though you're right at this level. I mean, it's like we were starting to make a rally back. I actually was expecting Adobe to potentially even beat yesterday, which they did. I mean, the quarter was great, and the market still hit them. So the only thing that I can see that would potentially rally this stock is that new CEO. I don't have no idea. I'm not in this space, but if it's somebody creative, if it's somebody that has, helped software companies rise from the ashes in the past, I don't have any names. I don't even know if that's who they're looking for. But sometimes new CEOs and new game plans can rally forward ideas. So I think if you're looking for something like that, we got a bump when Nike went back to that Hill guy. Now Nike's crushed again. But you could get a temporary bounce once a predecessor is announced. But for me on Adobe, I agree with Brendan and everybody that talks about competition. I just think it's there, and it's here now, and it's in their face, and I don't know if they have a plan of action for it. So Adobe continues to be beat up there today, still under 1 million shares. It's not really a stock for me. It will go SSR. You could get the SSR bounce. So if it's on your scanners today, maybe program it in or put it on a list that shows you minus 10%. When that happens, it means you can't sell off the bid anymore. So that creates a little bit of action and a run up there as people start to panic, realizing that they can't hit the bid. So if you can't force the stock down, the only thing that can happen would be sellers of stock into the bid, and they may not choose to sell at these lows. So pop. But hey, that trade doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes it gets down 10%, they're like, all right, and then it starts to go even further. So yeah, interesting here. We're getting more and more information here about the Straits and about oil. So Adobe right now, downside, especially if this NASDAQ gives it up, man, this could be a really bad day. It's at a key breaking spot, and I don't think Adobe survives it here.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree on the idea that, yeah, these guys are absolutely done. We're seeing all of these different, AI platforms that are coming up with pretty much the same kind of functionality as some of these Adobe products, if not better soon enough. But I think the only people that are kind of it usually takes time for people to kind of adapt to new technologies. People kind of trust the software on Adobe, so they might be sticking around there for a lot longer. But bigger picture, this thing's been kind of dead from 2024. The run up that we had into March and February of 2024, I did have some key levels marked off there. Oh boy, what a swing short that would have been, all the way from 520s. We're down into 240s right here, and this is the pre-market prices. This is weekly low. So 3 weeks ago, we hit that low, we broke down. So again, maybe more continuation happening within this trend. I'm seeing this prior levels. Look at these prior levels all the way from 2020. These are COVID lows here at 258s. We're breaking below those as well. So yeah, definitely making its way towards maybe the next support level, which is in and around 204.95 I'm seeing here. Those are lows from 2018 in December. So yeah, in the pre-market session, I don't know if we're going to get all the way down there today, but in the pre-market session, I do like that we're holding below this after hours level. We attempted to push that 250 and pulling back in. Yes, it is SSR. It is doing a decent amount of relative volume this morning, 24 times, and increasing relative volume as well as volume coming into the open at the same time. The market has been catching a bid. So I do have eyes on this one. Let's see if we can get maybe a potential continuation. That 250 is what I'm watching as well. And let's just go through this and kind of mark out some levels here. There's that after hours low. Just keep it simple. There's that. That's how far we could bounce on the flush down. This is pre-market highs right here. And you know what? The 4 a.m. low is nice as well, so we'll put that in. But I'm kind of more interested in this kind of level right here. Maybe this one. What is that? 7 o'clock. Post 7 o'clock low. You know what? We'll do this one because that's where the buyers are coming in right now. So yeah, maybe concerned with some of these levels here. That's 245, 246, 248 halves, and then 251s in the pre-market, and 250s. I'm going to keep that in my mind as well. But yeah, Adobe, interesting report. As Sean mentioned before, they did well on pretty much everything, but maybe the sentiment isn't really there anymore, and that's been showing on the weekly.
CVNA popping. It's coming back in a hurry here. Very, very light on liquidity, but 5-to-1 split just announced here from Carvana. So CVNA coming back in a hurry, as I said. I mean, it's very, very low volume. $300 was support yesterday. It sat there for most of the day before finally giving that up. So maybe we hold that $300 level, but 5-to-1 for CVNA.
A lot more tradable now.
Definitely. Maybe a little more liquidity as well. Yeah. This PayP was quite disappointing, to say the least, yesterday on its IPO day, but random huge squeeze here for no apparent reason without liquidity, I guess.
Yeah. Big move in the pre-market, as you said. Anybody who saw that move around 4 a.m., 5 a.m., big move. Maybe it's because, Aunt Kathy Wood buying here up to $5 million. She picked up around 275,000 shares when the company was basically offering a little bit less than 55 million ADRs at $16 per share. Now, mind you, that was below the expected range. During the IPO phase, they wanted something between 17 to 20. They ended up getting a little bit less than that, $16. It ended up opening a little bit higher. I think it opened at 19, defended 18 during the midday, and then, you know, sold off quite aggressively. But in the pre-market here, up nicely, Brendo. Pay on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we're trying to come back through 2150 right now. Again, it seems like, guys, anyways, correct me if I'm wrong, but a liquidity thing here.
I mean, I can't think about anything else because yesterday it was not very well received on the IPO, right? So I don't think there's very many. Well, it's going to be, maybe I should just zoom in just to yesterday. We can have a quick look. So this is where it came out at, right? And its best day was its birthday. And then it was all the way to the downside like crazy into 17 and basically goes out, not basically, does go out at its lows. And then right away at 350, for some reason, there we get that bump up. So I didn't even see an imbalance or anything on it, but maybe there was. That's about 347. And, you know, sometimes the imbalances get either leaked or I don't know what happened there. But right at the end of the day, might have been nothing to do with the imbalance. Someone thought that this thing was well oversold. And I don't know, it's not even like it spiked on a lot of volume or anything there at the end, right? I mean, most of the volume, it didn't even have the same volume that it had a half hour into its open. And it just went. So I don't know, that might have been a telltale sign. It gets right back up here. You can kind of forget about VWAP a little bit now, especially if you're looking today. But yesterday it was pretty good. It stops right there at VWAP, which makes sense, right? So they keep it underneath. That's what volume weighted average price is. So the bears still win. But then all of it, and that's the only reason VWAP is there is because the volume was so huge at open, right? Obviously, clearly, this is higher than the average price. Then boom, all of a sudden there, Obi, we came in this morning and you actually mentioned it to me and said how crazy that stock had gotten there overnight. These are dark pool prints. So we didn't get up there today. But these kind of prints, 23, 24, and how high did we get over?
I think 28. This is not showing us like until 4 a.m.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so you thought maybe $28 there.
Yeah.
So I don't see any other reason other than a liquidity squeeze. This is a Japanese fintech. Yeah. Right, and so we've seen names like HKD, those are Chinese, and we've had Luis Barbato on the show before talking about Chinese names and how they might be a danger spot for traders. But yeah, the move there in PayPay, I believe goes lower now. I just think that was somebody got squeezed out, and if you don't like the short, then get out right here at 22.50. I think it's a downside play today. You may have to pay for shorts. I don't know if you've done that, but
no, I haven't done that yet.
Yeah, I think it's a short. Doesn't mean I'm right. I know nothing about the company, but that seems like a squeeze. And once the market opens up, it'll probably retrace back down to somewhere where it was trading yesterday. So I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if you see that $17, $18 mark again in PAP today, PAYP, especially if if the market does turn around a little bit here. I think they'll sell the winners, and PAYP being up 17% on day two seems like it's too much, but hey, they wanted the market open at 16, it opened at 19, so there was a little bit of demand for it, and now it's at 21 and change, so congrats to those that bought the IPO. It looks like it's a win right now, and hey man, fintech names haven't been hot. Maybe this one's bucking the trend here.
Yeah, no, it's so I came to borrow some shares. Not too bad there. The rate is 2.6 pennies per share there, so that's not too bad there on PayPay. Yeah, a little bit of a squeeze action there after hours, and yeah, we were kind of talking about like how easy it could potentially be if you know somebody's sitting short on this off of the open. The open was great, definitely that VWAP short, maybe a little bit of a bounce off of that 18 was nice as well. This is what it did on day one. You can see here, this is what I'm talking about, that 19 rejection. Interestingly enough, I think this was a great place to kind of get in for the short, because look, you open up, let's get that VWAP out of there. This is a 3-minute chart. So you open up at about 19, you attempt to push 1920s, and then seller step right back in. You push up all the way up into that 19, and then seller step right back in once again at a place where they were before. So more of the same takes us to low day, and then nice little squeeze action going into the close, and then some more action in the after hours and the pre-market as well. So I'll be continuing to watch that 19 level. I think that reference level is going to be interesting. If we can get below back 19, maybe there's more room for this one to go. But if we sustain some of these levels, again, it's already shown us that it can squeeze. Yeah. So there could be still shorts that are just sitting on this thing, and if they start getting blasted,
short though, that's the thing. Like,
I mean, here's the thing. thing. You even said this yesterday. Some of these IPOs haven't been working, so all the more reason to go the other way.
No,
right?
I know. It's,
if you slapped it short off of the open at 19, you got paid well. Right, and then if you re-engaged on that 19, say you don't take the opening print, you re-engage because you saw that it can't even get back through open, right, on the 19. Yeah, it gave you a great trade, and I'm pretty sure people were in it because that spike up going into imbalances, that's definitely covers. Like no one's running it up like that other than shorts covering, in my opinion. I could very well be wrong.
Yeah, no. I think I mean that's the only explanation for that kind of a move. Thank you, Kristen. Saw that note there. That was very kind of you. The community here is amazing. I mean, it's everything. It's all of us contributing. I mean, I'm probably the least contributed. So thank you to everybody for your kind words, for sure. And here's more contributions, man. I mean, I tweeted out this morning. What are you guys looking at here? Referee Ronnie should get in the penalty box here. KYIV right there. The Maple Leafs last night should be embarrassed of themselves. I'll talk about it. And they won 6-4. Okay, so here we go. Used gum. We had you yesterday. You had some good plays there. There's Obi's BW, by the way. He's looking at that. Dane Generous. Hey, what's up, Dane? You're always in the chat, so we like to see you there. You're selling some NVIDIA today. Interesting. The Palantir clean break of 155. We're looking at that as well. So I've got on my sticky note, I know that there's I said it must be Friday. I wrote down NVIDIA here, 153. It's 183. Okay, I mean, if it was 153, then yeah, may not be in today if that was the price. Okay, so there it is, USO 115 here by ICWA Trading. He likes that kind of a trade. Tom Lee talk here. All right, Michael, he's liking some Tom Lee action there. Texas boy, oh no, not Crystal. Here's Crystal again. Crystal, man, some of these people got to get blocked, man. You are not he. And there it is, man. Adobe, USO, and Tesla. Texas boy here likes all the movers today, and Tesla's going to be a good name as well. And then the currencies, says Sebastian, seem to be out of control. We looked at the DXY. It wasn't moving a heck of a lot, but thanks for all the participation on that chat there. And so I always like to look at, believe it or not, like I go through, obviously believe it, I go through all those every day. And if there's a name on there like that BW or something that I don't recognize, it's definitely something to look out for. So thanks for all those ideas. And yeah, let's ride, man. It's going to be a good day today. It's already 9:20. Oh boy. Energy stocks right now. I guess energy's been pretty hot lately.
Yeah.
All right, let's go find out why.
Nah. 2 days in a row here, straight to the upside. Barely a red candle throughout the day. It's a 15-minute chart, but CVX looks absolutely fantastic here. Chilling out this morning, really not doing much. But I mean, the bigger concept here, the bigger story continues to be what's happening in the Middle East, and no change.
Yeah, and oil, whether you're looking at Brent or WTI, going to have another good week after another monster week last week. So Brent is on the move, possibly here for another 9% this week after a massive 27.9% surge last week. WTI also heading toward a weekly gain of around a little bit less than 6%. We'll see how that goes after having its largest rally since 1983 last week as well. Obviously, the U.S., Israel, and Iran conflict is approaching its third week, which is causing a lot of disruptions. U.S. President Donald Trump signaled the conflict could continue. Meanwhile, Iran's leadership has vowed to keep fighting. Several, I should say, foreign vessels, Brendo, were hit near the Strait of Hormuz, struck by ammunition. Strait of Hormuz carries roughly about 1/5 of the world's global oil. And the White House also temporarily eased sanctions on certain Russian exports, which is an attempt to stabilize the global supply. I was reading this morning as well, Prime Minister Modi of India did reach out to Iranian leadership directly as prices start, to get a little bit high. I guess he's trying to secure some sort of source of oil from them. In any event, now everybody's kind of... The world order, I should say, or whatever the order was for oil is kind of being challenged with the Jones Act as well being suspended yesterday. So a lot of mitigating factors.
A lot of media late in the day starting to hint at the simple fact that, yes, there was this release of the strategic reserves. That's a one-time deal.
Exactly.
So if this continues, then, yeah, we're right back to essentially where we started. This gap day here, $98. This is the futures for crude. This gap day, $98 comes into play a couple of times here this morning, guys, as resistance.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I'm going to pass it over to Obi, but that was exactly my thought, Brendan. I mean, you just nailed it right there. I was looking at USO as well and looking at some of those top fill areas and looking actually at this 119 on USO. I think that's a similar level that you had marked down. I mean, I'm just going to say, I'm going to pass it over to you for some technical analysis, but for me, it's all about like the best trades on oil that I've had. have been news related,
100%.
not technically based on, you know, like, although I love like the gap fills and I love all that kind of stuff, but like when there's an announcement about something, either the Strait opening up, which I don't think that will happen, but we got a good report earlier today that shot up the futures there that you're going to see just on the NASDAQ there. We can also talk about USO getting to the downside right there on the same news, that potentially Iran was striking a deal with Italy and France about their boats being allowed through. So, you know, some kind of news like that really is going to be what I'm waiting for on USO. But are there any key levels or anything, Obi, that potentially you're looking for?
Yeah, no, I think I'm watching, you know, that 19 level potentially. That was the open of the week. We did get above that 120s, but I think you're 100% right. Like the ones that I've been doing well on was kind of these aggressive moves that do come in, and sometimes I'm positioned for them already because I'm seeing something on the book potentially coming in, or I just have like a bit of a feel for you know, the tape kind of slowing down in a certain direction. But yeah, if you kind of see that the news has already happened and we make a lower high and then you get that continuation, I think those have kind of been the more I guess you know, profitable trades for me, where I'm just waiting for that news to come out and then exercising some of my abilities on that as well. You can see that nice little capitulation once again yesterday at 114s. That brings us all the way back up to those highs, which was interesting to me as well. So yeah, I was very patient. I didn't participate in this strong bid at all in the morning, and I kind of waited to see. I like my reversions. So I waited to see some of the stuff that would indicate some sort of a reversion. I did get involved on these little tops, getting stopped out a couple of times, and then it finally did come in with the news, which was the trade right there. So you got to be quick, you got to be fast, and you got to be on your toes for this one, because when that news comes out, things will move pretty aggressively. And now I want to shout out this cool infographic by Themes ETF that came up on my feed today, where it's just like, yeah, Sharif just mentioned this, about a fifth right there. The Strait carries about 27% of global oil trade, and you get almost 21, I guess, million barrels per day that go through there, and then that's 37% of it is absorbed through China. So I guess most of it, over a third of it, getting I guess delivered to China. So it's a decent chunk of the U.S. Of the overall oil kind of flow in the world. But 89% of that oil that goes through Hormuz goes to Asia, which is also interesting.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, that's why China's so interested in this.
Yeah, it's like okay, if a lot of that oil is being delivered to Asia now, I don't know any of like the fundamental stuff. Is like our prices increase, which is interesting because that's not where we really get our oil from.
3 minutes, crypto bounce time.
I was just checking the weekly chart here for Bitcoin. I just read a note that says the first potential, anyway, 10% plus week for Bitcoin since September, which is hard to believe. But yeah, nice green candle anyways on the weekly chart here for Bitcoin. Quietly on a bit of a bounce here today.
Exactly. And this article that I read this morning, Brendo, a lot of interesting information. I want to get to this. So pushed above 72,100, that reclaims the 50-day moving average. Analysts say a sustained hold above the 50 could attract additional buyers and algorithmic flows. But there is, Joseph, very interesting positioning here in the options market. Let me get to it. Market makers in Bitcoin options markets currently hold about $3 billion of something called short gamma exposure at about $75,000 strike. When dealers are short gamma, rising prices in Bitcoin force them to hedge their exposure, which can amplify the upward move, right? This hedging activity can kind of create that self-reinforcing volatility, potentially accelerating the price if Bitcoin moves quickly to 75,000. So what are the dynamics for dealer hedging? Well, options market makers typically try and maintain a neutral exposure by adjusting positions as the price moves. But in a short gamma environment, upward price moves triggers additional buying. This has historically contributed to price accelerations if that happens. So something to watch out for there, a bit of a dual thing, the options market and the 50 EMA.
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of room for this to go too. I mean, even if you just look at IBIT, I mean, 45 guys, 46 before we get really into some resistance.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote down yesterday's closing price there. I said I would check to see if there's anything on Coinbase on the open because we did get that super chat. I'm not seeing anything here of any significance, man. There's really no imbalances today at all. So, you know, Friday the 13th might not be so spooky after all. What Coinbase is doing is 203.60. So there you go, man. Congratulations. I mean, that's what I was talking about. Wait for that open, see if there's a little bit of a bump. I think you're going to get Coinbase to the moon on that one. So just be careful on that. But great trade. They're buying at the close yesterday. You mentioned 193 there. I think it was Hindu something. So thanks for that. But yeah, no, thank the market for that. Nothing that I did. So I did buy Bitcoin down at 66,000. We talked about that live on the show. It went against me a little bit. I think it went to like 63, 64 or so. But now you're getting that little bit of a bump up, and it's just like, potentially, as Brendan said, man, I mean, potentially we've sort of seen some of these lows. We only have 1 minute left, so, you know, we got to run this thing. But I'm looking for IBIT long. And if we come back into the 200 period, $40.80, that might be something. Let it settle down. But I mean, I like crypto long. Meta, obviously some sort of announcements there as well. We only have 30 seconds to go. So we'll talk about Meta maybe when the market opens up. We'll get that story. Derek can cover that for you. What do you think about anything? I like MSTR as well today.
Yeah, I like MSTR. MSTR doing some increasing volume, kind of pushing up past some of these prior levels, and we kind of compared this to Coinbase as well. Coinbase is already closer to prior week levels. This one has a little bit of space to go, so MSTR will be on watch for me, guys. So good luck with everything. Only about 5 seconds left until the
I actually like SLV. I like SLV here today as well, man. I mean, I sort of thought that. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Friday. Good luck. No matter what your positions are, we hope that you have the good luck there today. We're going to have Adara on the desk very, very soon, and we'll get those stories to you as they start to bop through. I'm going to watch out for USO today. Here's silver. I like 75 on silver. You know, kind of dropped into that level yesterday. Been buying it up. If silver falls down, I like that. A quick little look on Coinbase, as I know that there's some traders in there. Bang! That's good, man. Thank you for that super chat, because there it goes. There goes Coinbase. As we said, watch out for that open push on coin. We've seen this before, and there it goes. Congratulations for those of you holding that Coinbase there, and thank you for the super chat. Glad to get one right, that's for sure. There goes Coinbase right now as the Nasdaq's trying to rally. We also like the TQs long. I wrote down 47. It looks like now VWAP's at 47.20, so we can have a quick look there if that winds up holding. But yeah, so far so good here as this market's trying to take out some of the pre-market highs. 47.60 right now on the Nasdaq.
Yeah, so Adobe is pushing for that 251, so I am watching that nice little push there. So it's not SSR right now, but that 251 could be interesting if that continues to push with a strong bid. I'll continue to watch that one there. I think 250 is a good inflection point for me. That's the pre-market high, but we still have that 256, which was that bounce in the after hours after a strong flush in. Yeah, decent report as we were talking about. There goes MSTR as well. It had a nice opening drive, 45 to 46 as well. 253s on that spike right there on Adobe. Yeah, this thing has, I guess, anywhere between 30 penny to $1 spread as of right now on Adobe. So yeah, no, I'm going to be
nice bounce.
I'm going to be a little bit, yeah, decent bounce there. So maybe a little too far, too fast on the flush down in 246s, and there it goes. So I think 256, 250, I guess, was nice. If you hit that 250, you got like almost $3 pretty quickly there. MSTR taking a little bit of a pullback here as well. I guess Oracle was on watch for me because all day yesterday gave me the same trade that I had on Monday, Sean, where it kind of goes up into those high 60s levels, 160s, and it fades again. And today it looks like so far we're getting a little bit of that continuation back down. I have that 157.80 level as a potential area of interest for me as well, but nothing on the board yet.
We want to say welcome to Adara. Adara, how's your Friday? Can we get that Meta story when you get a chance?
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, there are some reports that they're going to be going with some Google AI instead. Apparently, that avocado is not going very well, and that's just off the top of my head. But even if I'm just going to look at the watch list so I can get all the details on this for you. So yeah, it's literally what I said. They're going to be delaying their avocado model until at least May 2026, as reported by the New York Times. Testing showing they're still lagging leading models. Back to you.
Too much oxidization on that avocado. You know what happens if you let air get to it, man.
Yeah,
It gets a little rotten over there. Oh boy. Oh, shouldn't say that. That's your line. There goes Nvidia up to 186. So that's up 1.5 right now as well. Another long situation. Okay, by the way, first position in for me. We're going to go long the NASDAQ. Let's just wait. I wanted to drop into VWAP, but if it's not going to do that, then I don't have any choice but to go long. I have a choice, but I'm going to go long now. Yeah. Let's go. Nice little early trade there. Yeah, let's go. Right into there. So I just took it basically small. It's 2 units. It's okay for me. I wanted to get like 10 units down here if we did fall in. So if we do come in, we'll put on a much bigger trade here at 47 at VWAP. And then if we lose 47, we're out. I mean, I think it's a pretty easy trade. So we'll get out a little bit right here. We do want to put on a bigger position if it does come into 47.20 where VWAP is. So that's going to be sort of something that I'm looking to do right there. Take a little bit out as we get into the pre-market highs. That was 47.60. Like I was thinking about breaking that long anyways. So the fact that we got long early and were able to get a piece out there, we only got out of a quarter though of that trade and looking for a dip down. If that can come in, then we'll be excited for that one. So that's that trade. And then just to talk about Meta, as you had just mentioned there, yeah, downside, down 3% now and starting to get going. So maybe this market does want to lose the bid after all, you know, I mean, I know it's really early days. It's only 4 minutes in right now, but we just did have a problem running that high. That's a little nerve-wracking to me. I still want to test this low if it does come in on the TQQs, but right now it's not the be-all, end-all. IBIT on the NASDAQ. This is going to be a crypto, obviously. This is Bitcoin. We can check out MSTR. Obi and I both kind of like that breakout right there, but we are coming back in. Watch out for VWAP at $41 again right now. I'm not going to take the long because I am waiting for that NASDAQ to come down. So I'll take the NASDAQ long. I'm not going to take both of them at the same time, but IBIT's right there as well. Okay, you're in Adobe, so let's go. Let's hit that. I heard the keys getting hit. So let's go see if that is doing anything. Before we do that, though, USO, just want to take a quick look. Not moving around. We've got Adara on the desk. We're ready to rock and roll. Welcome. It's Friday the 13th. Right now, you're into Adobe. Yep. What are you thinking over there?
I'm thinking there's a lot of size there. 10,000 shares at 251 halves right there. So I'm kind of looking for that guy to get hit. If it does, more confluence for the short, kind of showing me that sellers are really willing to kind of push this in. But again, there you go. There's that guy. Bye-bye. Let's see. But that was in and around VWAP, I guess, as well on P-Pro. So we'll wait and see if this one potentially comes into fruition. Nothing too crazy. Again, there goes MSTR with a little bit of a flush, market flushing down as well. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye on Eli Lilly this morning. LLY in focus. This just came out at 9:33 a.m., so this story's about 2 minutes old now. Kroger launching an Eli Lilly Zepbound GLP-1 quick pen access in participating store pharmacies. So LLY, really nice push here. There's like a $15 push here from that opening price for Eli Lilly on this Kroger launch of their Zepbound GLP-1 quick pen access. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. All right, man. I mean, we're in it now. We didn't... you know, we've got on a decent amount of units here as this has fallen right back in. And maybe this is just the beginning of a move down. So we're going to get out if this breaks 47. Okay, we're long here at 47.27. 30-cent hit is fine for this. I wanted to see it come back in, test VWAP, and get going through that. It's not necessarily doing that. It's still early days, but we are waiting for this. We're now basically flat on this trade, so we're not going to panic too much, but our stop is where it is. So if we're going to get stopped out at 47 break, we'd like to take 20 pennies to the upside. So let's see if we can get back into the 50 area and try to cash a little bit out. I mean, the 50 period moving average is right there as well. So I think that would be a decent spot to look for an out if it manages to go up. We haven't hit our first trades that well, though, over this week. So maybe we need to just, you know, calm down here a little bit, see if our targets are right, sit on our hands just for a minute and not get stopped out. So we're going to give this one a little bit of room. And here we go, right back up to the upside. I'm going to take advantage of that, take some out there at 34s. And then we also sitting here at 40s. Hopefully we can get that little bit of a bump, and then we can see if we can get it. There it goes. If we can get a little higher now. Yeah, good trade here. Early day on the TQs. We talked about buying that dip into 20. It looks like it works. We just get a 40 there. So far so good on the early trade here on the TQQs. So I'm pretty happy and proud of this early trade.
Yeah, no, I'm still kind of. I saw that MSTR, and I'm looking at a lower time frame, and I'm just like, wow, the reversion was absolutely beautiful off of that pop. You can see the market kind of confluence as well with that flush down towards that 24.6 from that 24.7. So pretty decent first 15-minute bar that we're forming here. But yeah, what a great kind of quick opening drive. You got that 44 halves all the way to 46. 46 is in some change, and then when the sellers stepped in, oh boy, they step in real hard. 44 halves, 45s, 44s, now trying to bounce on top of 42 halves as well. So a bit of a misplay on, or missed play on my part there. USO, nothing really. I'm just going to wait for some news to come out. I have, I have some of my resources, and we also have Adara as well that is going to be keeping us updated on any developments that are coming out on oil there. Adobe, yeah, I'm just kind of lightly in this. If this kind of cracks the highs, I'm going to be gone as well. The market is bidding right back up as well. But what do you got? The TQs, nice.
We nailed this one, man. We nailed it today. Yes. Oh. Finally, like that was a good one, man. We're able to grab that trade, and just thinking that it was. I mean, we mentioned it here. You guys always wonder about the sticky note, and I had mentioned today risk on a little bit off the open, right? We wanted to go Bitcoin long. We wanted to do all of that, and here it goes right here. Feels risky. I even said it right here. Feels like a risk on type of start to this morning. So I know I wrote down 153. I did correct it, everybody, on the note right there. A lot of people mentioning that I had that wrong, but there it is, man. We like that trade. There's the TQs. We take it and we rip it, and there it goes upside on the NASDAQ. So far, so good. They're double the daily goal, which is always nice right off the open. It's not a huge daily goal, as we mentioned. We're just trying to tell people that, hey, if you put on one good trade, you can have one good result. And there, yes, oh my, Obi. This is a good trade for me here today. So we'll see if we can get extended. We just went to the top side again, and unfortunately, we are showing you the sticky note, and we should have showed ourselves right there that was another top, and it completely missed that. So we'll see. I'm going to see if we can get something. I'm offering 54s and then 60s again, and then we'll have half left. So there it is. There's 54. So, okay, happy to get that out. Doesn't feel bad that we missed that now. And then if we can still get a 60, we'll try that. I'm at 63, which is that high trade of the day there. We went to 70s. If we can get 63, good on us, and we'll take that. What's going on with IBIT? This might be the one, man. So it looks like we might have been a little wrong there on IBIT, but we did choose, again, instead, Pikachu, I choose you. I chose the futures, but you could have chosen IBIT, and you would have been long down here as well if you had bought that VWAP dip. Chat of supers, apparently.
Ooh, what do we got? Super chat. Friedman, 1992.
Friedman. Yeah, we can look at.
Yeah, I'm watching that one as well.
Oh, you are looking at Nebulous. Okay, then why don't you go ahead?
NBIS. I have it up because I'm just like, this is a day, day 2, day 3?
Yep.
I think day 3 play on.
Was it Friday they got that deal with NVIDIA?
I think, or Monday.
I think it was Wednesday. I think it was the same day as Oracle earnings day 1.
Okay, yeah. So
for us, one of us says Friday, one of us says Monday, and one of us says Wednesday.
Yeah,
so I'm gonna go with Wednesday.
Definitely Wednesday. No, you gotta listen to Adara's memory on that one there. So yeah, almost coming back up into 14s. I had some of these levels marked out. Take a look at this leg consolidation. A lot of consolidation yesterday, and then now potentially getting that leg once again. 114 highs, 114.10s, and we're kind of making a beeline up there and a bounce off of anchored VWAP as well at the same time. So decent push on day 3 of Nebius. I'm going to continue watching this one because, again, it's a large cap association trade, and it's been doing well. It's showing me the right kind of stuff for that potential continuation. Yeah, shout out to anybody who had it off of the open today. It seems like this Adobe might want some higher, but 256 is that level that I'm watching.
Highs on the NASDAQ. Nice. Yes, we finally breaking that mold. Let's go. Trade to the upside. What's going on with Google today? I mean, Google have fallen here a little bit. Trying to base out. This is looking like a good long, man. 304.50. If you're into Google, I almost pushed the key there to buy that name. And I was just like, I didn't want to buy it. Like, this is the thing. Like, sometimes I get too carried away with, okay, this is starting to become something special now. All right, 40s, come on, give me that. Give me that 76, my guy, right there. We just made a high into that USO pop high right there as well. Give me, I'm at 76, man. Give me, never gets. But I haven't learned my manners yet. Oh, yeah, there it goes. Let's go. Right there. So here we go, man. This is it. Thank you so much, Dr. Shuttle, as he talks about it right there. The best, although, you know, we go back and forth. Are we a trading show? What kind of a show are we over here? I mean, I love us for the news. But yeah, we want to thank you here for this comment there, Dr. Shuttle there. Best traders on YouTube. So thank you so much for that one right there. We really, really appreciate that kind of notes there. And I just got to say, man, it's always a pleasure to sit here with a fellow trader such as Obi, putting that work in and, you know, doing the analysis and actually trading much differently, right? Like holding on to some positions, looking for key moves, and doing, you know, what some others are afraid to do. You had a great trade in Oracle the other day, of course, and that was an awesome one. And now you've stepped it up into Adobe. So guys, throw those ones up in the chat, man, and let us know your appreciation there for the man himself over here, Obi. So I want to say shout out to that and put it in there for Adara as well. I mean, I want to see that chat go absolutely crazy. I mean, TQQ right now, let's go. We've got these, man. We've got these, so let's go. Jake Paul, where are you at? We've got the diamond hands right now. Yeah, but I would get my ass waxed by Jake Paul. But here we go. Huge, yeah, hey, you want $1 million? You know, what is that? That's nothing for Jake Paul. You want to fight Jake Paul for $1 million, Obi?
Well, if I knew if I was gonna fight him, probably get knocked out. But getting $1 million to get knocked out depends.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it might not be enough. I'm pretty sure I would be on the floor in the first 30 seconds, maybe, if I was lucky enough. There's a lot of energy in that boxing ring. That is for sure. And shout out to everybody that has that as a training boxing. I mean, there it goes, man. We just take some out right there on the high side of TQQs. We're going ham right now, man. This stock is definitely working in our favor right now. It's a big trade alert for me, Obi, as we continue to go upside here on the TQQs. I'm going to get another piece out here at 05, and there it goes. Let's go. This is a monster trade for me. What a great opportunity to end the Friday. We talked about risk on. I've got the #1 risk name here for myself. The TQQ is a triple levered NASDAQ name as we start to fly to the high side. What's going on with Carvana, someone might say, or no one might say it, but I'm going to say it. Carvana gets the 5-to-1 split. That's going to be a $60 stock. Adara, I didn't catch the date of split, but that's going to happen, and that's going to make Carvana much more.
Carvana?
Yeah.
Give me a second here.
Yeah, no problem. So that was announced in the pre-market there, Adara, so maybe it might have been missed. But yeah, good opportunity there. I don't want to buy it because of the split. I mean, we've seen, there was a name recently, Netflix, that split, Netflix didn't give us the true split feeling because it's all of a sudden started talking about Warner Brothers. So we didn't get, you know, the real bump there that I thought we could have got from Netflix due to the split. So there's Netflix moonshot right here today. So I still have on about 40% of this trade, yes.
Okay, so Carvana, this came out at 9:05, which is why it wasn't on our watch list. This is gonna be happening, I guess they would have to wait for shareholders to approve it on their May 6th meeting. If that does happen, they will start trading on a split adjusted basis as of market open on May 7th. So this is a much longer time frame than we usually get for split announcements. Also, the other thing I was gonna say earlier, on that little button that I didn't get to, I would fight Jake Paul for free.
Don't say he may take you up on that. That wouldn't be much of a fight, Adara, but I do appreciate that.
Come at me, Jake Paul.
I like it.
Oh my
I like it a lot. Right there, you could fight his wife there, the Olympic gold medalist. They'll take Jake. Oh yeah, she wants all the smoke. Okay, I like that.
All right.
All right, train with Joey boxing gloves over there. Yeah. We'll see how that goes. But there it goes, man. We are now in your first dollar club.
Yo, nice.
We're feeling pretty good about this right now, and there we go to the upside. Yeah, no, Logan Paul sent out a offer to anybody in the NFL wants to box him. He's ready to go. So no, I don't know if anybody's going to do that either. But Logan Paul, WWE superstar Logan Paul, and I say that seriously. Logan Paul is amazing. All right, interesting dynamic with the SPY going up and oil starting to base. Yeah, I haven't even looked at oil right now. I mean, I'm on cloud 9 with this TQQ trade right here, but interested to see what happens if oil goes higher than the overall markets. I didn't realize oil was actually spiking right now. Is it? CLJ, really. The market I consider spiking. I mean, we're up 1% on the NASDAQ and oil's not doing anything right now. But I think that's more of a comment, JKL, about the fact that oil's really not doing anything with this market spiking, right? So, oh man. Sean, man, I hope some of you sort of caught that little tidbit when I was talking about Google right there. Come on, brah. I mean, right into there, 304. It was down here, and I was like, looks like Google. Like, I don't know if I want to go long Google because we're also long the NASDAQ. Just rewind the tape about 8 minutes, and you'd see that kind of comment, but it doesn't matter, man. Comments are worth nothing, in my opinion, until you actually make the trade. So we can give our opinions on everything, and I just think that hopefully you're here for that. And if you put a trade on Google, that would have been a great stop right there. You could have gone long at 305 with your stop at 304.50. That's 50 cents, and there's 250. So that's a good trade there. That's the kind of trading that I'm looking to do, Obi. We talked about that yesterday, the structure of trades and what those look like. So I'm going to take another offer right here on the TQs. I now have a third left. So if you guys are still in this and YOLOing it, that's great. But I'm out of a third right now of the TQQs. How's your Adobe position going? I haven't.
Not so good.
Oh,
it's
no?
definitely like, yeah, the longs are definitely winning winning on this one. I was kind of distracted. I had to set some other things up on the other side there.
Okay.
So, yeah, I dealt with that now. So now I can go back to kind of watching this one. 256s came in, and we're kind of holding this 256. So probably going to be definitely wrong on this one. I have been wrong on this one for a few dollars now, but continuing to watch this. Again, very lightly positioned here, looking for that backside to potentially kind of slam into it. But you know, if it's not going to give it to me, that's fine as well. I'm more than willing to you know, take a little bit of a hit on this one and then move on to the next trade here. 256s though, why I like that? That was the area where you kind of flush down on the earnings report, and then you attempt to bounce, and that attempted bounce couldn't really get past it, but maybe it needed the open session volume to really get past it right now, as we are getting all the way up to 257s as of right now, but we'll wait and see. 115s on USO. So yesterday I really liked it in and around that 118 level. We got some more of that selling here at 116s this morning. Bit of a reference price to some of that strong selling off of the news that came out in the pre-market. That's sitting around 1560s. You can see here a little bit of a struggle getting past those. But I'll wait for an intraday news report to kind of see if I can take anything off of the price action here on USO. Let me know what you guys are trading as well. I got eyes on a few different things there. Nebius got to 114.85 there on Nebius. So great look there to the member in the chat who kind of pointed that out, being like, okay, yeah, this is still very much in play, and it might take a few days for it to really come into fruition, and we've seen that happen. We said that Wednesday was day one. Wednesday was day one?
Yep.
Yes, Wednesday was day one. And yeah, for a second I thought today was Thursday. So I was like, that wasn't yesterday. But yeah, no, day three happening
today's
today.
Tuesday, actually. Too.
Yeah, today's Tuesday, and
okay.
We still have a few
Randy?
more.
Oh, okay. A few more days
left.
this week. Yeah, no, it should be a good weekend. We have a game tonight here in Etobicoke, and then there's a game on Saturday in Guelph. So if you guys are in Guelph, check out. I will be in Guelph. Doesn't mean that if anybody's in Guelph, we can meet up if you want. But okay, so there goes. You know, you're on Adobe right here. Thank you so much, Hangry Wife, and everybody in there in the chat for this trade. And you know, there's a risk always to do copy trading and things like that, and that's not something that you know, we promote on here or anything like that. But it's the idea generation. That's what we want from you guys, man. We want the ideas. We're glad to be here to sort of provide some of those to you. Here's the stock. Thanks for putting that up there, the stock visualizer. Let's go over and have a look to see what stocks you guys want us to trade right now. I'll have it up on my screen as well. So just to get this going. So Adobe, obviously we've got Obi looking at Adobe right now for everybody. So you guys can have a look at that and follow his trade there. Palantir, we had some 155 talk on that. EONR, we said EOR yesterday. Not bad, up 2.5% there today. Orbs led the day in volume yesterday, I believe, now up to 93 cents there. Bitcoin moving around. Micron doesn't have a price there. We can go have a quick look. Coinbase, oh, Robinhood. All right, yeah. So now I get it. Let's go over and have a quick look at Robinhood, because this is a name that I've really liked, and I liked it in the mid-70s. It was there yesterday. I didn't buy any. It's still here right now. I didn't know that. That's why I wanted to say it before I hit enter. I thought with crypto going up, Robinhood would be going up. So this stock is completely disconnected. I am not interested anymore in Robinhood. I thought there was going to get a bump if that did happen. Doesn't look like that's happening right now for Hood. So I'm going to be hands off on Robinhood, but I think this is a name that does have an opportunity to go. I mean, trying to bounce around right here. This is a new idea in the finance space, right? We know the zero trading fees. They do have that new gold card and different, was it Robinhood with the gold? Yeah, it was, right? The platinum card?
Oh, yeah, the platinum card.
Yeah, that was it there. So they're trying different things. I like that. I think we all got to like that. But for me, I'm choosing SoFi. I like the charter bank there that they have. And, just thinking that SoFi is a little bit more safer than Robinhood. That's not been true because, they're both down 50% or so from their highs, right? I mean, Robinhood's high was around that 150. SoFi's high was around $32. And it just keeps on going right there. So, so $32 down to 17. Not great for SoFi. But again, if you like the Chargers, you got to support SoFi Stadium, right? I saw their quarterback there, Justin Herbert, one of my favorite quarterbacks. I didn't know who he's dating. Last name's Beer. I didn't. Madison Beer. That's who it was. I saw on Twitter, on Instagram yesterday. I don't even know who that is. But anyway, shout out to the Los Angeles Chargers and SoFi Stadium, the home of. Why? Thank you. I know that wasn't for me. The home of some World Cup games. Which is, we could talk about the World Cup. There's going to be some controversy there, which teams are showing up and which teams aren't. All right, what's up, Adara?
Keep an eye on SAIC. Volume on this is pretty light, like it's just under 100,000 shares traded right now. I only bring it up because it did win a contract from the Department of Defense. Just seeing this company has bagged a $123 million Department of Defense contract. So SAIC on watch. Again, light volume, so do be careful, but I wanted to let you guys know in case this volume does pick up. Furthermore, again, 6 minutes, we are going to be getting economic data, JOLTS, job openings, and University of Michigan consumer sentiment. Both of these prints do have a propensity to move the market if they come crazy out of line of what we're expecting. I will, of course, talk about those expectations when we have only a minute to go before the print, but just a heads up, those numbers are coming, and I will be delivering them to you. Back to you.
So I think something just happened with USO here. Let's see. You have some.
Okay, there is some oil news there. Yeah, USO moving around. We did get a nice bump up there for the TQs, back to highs of 48.20, giving us that dollar one more time. But getting lighter and lighter now, man. 20% left on this trade. Adara, just say when, and we throw it to you. Okay, so there is some news on oil there. We just saw USO going.
Nothing massive. It's just a couple of little headlines, so I'll bring them all up here. UAE just saying their air defenses are currently dealing with a missile threat, and I just got a bigger headline here. So this just came out like 6 seconds ago. Pentagon reportedly weighing sending more warships to escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. So again, U.S. Pentagon reportedly considering sending more warships to escort these tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. I'm also seeing apparently Dubai residents getting a potential missile threat alert a couple minutes ago. British Maritime Trade Center saying that one of their ships was targeted near the Strait of Hormuz and then caught fire. So more Strait of Hormuz tensions here as the Pentagon considers sending more warship to help escort these tankers.
Yeah, not great news for the overall space over there in the Middle East. I mean, we don't like to hear those missile warnings or anything like that, but obviously helping to rally the market, I believe, is the Strait of Hormuz story there, but then USO also, and to the point of that super chat that we got about oil and the market. I mean, you're kind of seeing a little bit of a disconnect right now from these stories and from, overall oil moves, right? I mean, in the past, and we had heard stories like that, it had rallied like crazy. USO, and right now we're not really getting that. And here's the J contract. I'm actually going to look at volume to see if there's any sort of a difference right now. The J contract, 164,000 right now, and we can go into J is April. Let's go to May and see K. K's still 119, so we're still on the J contract, but as you can see, price is getting a lot closer to each other right now. It looks like current spot crude, 94.40. What's up, Adair again?
Have some more context on that oil headline. So it looks like, again, we heard reports that the Pentagon is considering sending more warships to escort tankers to the Strait of Hormuz. Apparently, these escort missions won't even begin until they see a reduced threat from Iran. That process could take over a month as U.S. strikes are continuing to target Tehran's missile and drone capabilities. So long story short, yes, Pentagon considering sending more warships to escort tankers. No, it's not going to be immediate. Back to you.
Are they sending Kevin warships?
But nice. I like that.
I mean, I'm here, but it's okay. Thanks, Adara. Yeah, it's not bad. All right, so we're gonna see. You don't want them to send those Kevin warships, that's for sure, at you. But yeah, not bad. Having some fun here. Thanks, Adara, for that story. But yeah, you can see here oil just doing its own thing right now, and it seems like it's disconnected. I did see a super chat up there. Was that a different one, or I didn't mean to? We had to. Okay, the same one. Okay, so all good on that one. Palantir, you know, a name that's well traded during war times, it seems like. I mean, ever since that was sort of had happened there, we mentioned this is going into this will be the third weekend. Is that what I heard there? Yeah, so, you know, you had seen this is February 9th sort of bottom there for Palantir. Now you've had almost, you know, 20 days or so of trading upside now. Not all upside, but that was the low. We had ticked around there, and now you can see sort of started to go. It's funny because, and Neil can talk about this obviously when he gets back, but this Aero environment, I did not pick anything up near the lows there. They did have a bad quarter. This is a name that Neil likes as well. I like this name. I'm not into it, and I kind of feel like I should have bought something on that day. And I was actually, I think Joe and I, we were talking a little bit about this name, or some of us were, and that had a huge move down into that 190 area. I think this is a good buy down here. This is a drone maker. And, you know, I really like where Neil was thinking here because, you know, heading into this controversy, this conflict, I guess, makes sense, right? I mean, Iran right now is basically out of weapons from what we know, and they're just firing drones everywhere. These drones are made pretty cheaply and do have, unfortunately, this is going to sound bad, but, you know, a good bang for your buck. I mean, that sounds ridiculous to say that, but that is kind of what the idea behind the drones are. It takes millions of dollars to get these things out of the sky, but takes thousands of dollars to put them in the sky. So it is one of those things where it's not the great equalizer. I mean, but it is something that we have to worry about. And I think AV, and so many of you have other names as well in the space that you like. So put some of those names. There's RKLB, Rocket Lab, and a few different names that are interesting like this. And I kind of put Palantir in a similar boat to these names. But AV, I like it. And I think a depressed stock like this maybe is worth a look. Let me know what you guys think in the chat about Aero Environment. I mean, I think that's a good level there to potentially start a position in it. You know, that's it. Okay, yeah, there it is. Thanks to MKE. Drone warfare is the future. I think that's here right now. So future and present times, the drones. All right, man, we got some numbers we do have numbers at 10 o'clock. Let's go over to Adara right now, 20 seconds away from that.
John, not only do we have numbers, we have two pretty large numbers coming at the same day, which we don't normally get. That's University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment forecast for 54.8 versus 56.6 prior, so we are expecting a decline. We're expecting an incline in JOLTS job opening, 6.75 million, 6.542 million, and 1 second, we should be getting this. Consumer Sentiment, 55.5. So that's going to be below the previous print of 56.6, but above the forecast of 54.8. JOLTS job openings, 6.946 million. That's going to be above the forecast of 6.75 million and the previous print of 6.542 million. Now, University of Michigan inflation prints 3.2%, so lower than that 3.4% forecast. 1 year inflation expectations 3.4% versus 3.7% expected. So to summarize, I'll start with the University of Michigan data. The fact that we got a higher than expected sentiment print shows the market's a little bit more enthusiastic. Sentiment's a little bit better than we were expecting. However, this print is still below the prior print. So sentiment is not quite as good as it was last month, but better than we were thinking it would be. Now, for the 5-year and 1-year inflation expectations, both of those are lower than expected. So consumers are seeing inflation a little bit lower than we expected they might. Furthermore, JOLTS job openings, that 6.946 million print, that's going to be higher than we were expecting. So more job openings than we thought there would be. Slight bounce here in this NASDAQ, though it's already kind of trying to push lower. Of course, if I have to talk headlines, we're going to talk oil. Just be aware here, guys, if you are trading USO, of course, very headline sensitive. Some headlines we have today, apparently some missile warnings coming out of Dubai. And I also have to bring up the fact that, again, as we mentioned a couple times now, Pentagon is reportedly considering sending some warships out to help escort these tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. They don't expect these efforts to take place for a month or longer. And tons of earnings on watch here is Adobe, ADBE, pulling back a little bit around this 256 level. This report was solid, but unfortunately, the CEO did announce that he was resigning. Market does not seem to love that news. Ulta Beauty, another solid report. This stock, however, though pushing a little bit lower. It's worth noting their guidance going forward for fiscal 2026 was not quite as strong as we hoped it would be. It wasn't a massive miss. It was more in line with estimates. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. The market taking a little bit of a pullback off of its highs there, and I guess USO pushing past above that 116 here.
Yeah, it looks
but I was saying, yeah, that NBIS was probably the one. That is where the Momo is on the day as of right now. So here's the thing. I guess Adobe's kind of coming in here. Hasn't really done everything that I'm looking for just yet. That 256 has held as a little bit of a level. I did get a little bit more involved. Nothing too crazy, as you know. My average is right in and around here, 254. So I kind of just like evened it out right there. But could have been a little bit more aggressive. But again, with the kind of spread this thing has. And with the way it's moving, I'm not really too aggressively sized just yet. But once I start getting that confirmation, again, sometimes I just like to take some fills for just a feel. You know, I want to feel it out.
You had a grade out there. That's what it is.
Sorry?
On your Adobe, did you get?
No, I didn't get out. I didn't get out.
Get out yet? Okay,
No. I've been short. It was against me. It was against me on my initial size, like almost 3-4 points there. But then I got in more the place that I kind of was looking for. But NBIS, we'll talk about that one right after we get back.
Yeah, last week Trade the Pool hosted a live draft where 12 stock coaches built their starting 5. 5 stocks they believe can survive the bracket and win the tourney. Now it's your turn to join the madness. Challenge number 1, pick the coach you think has the strongest team. If they win the tournament, you could win an evaluation trading account. Challenge number 2, think you could beat the coaches? Well, then build your own core 5 picks. If your picks then outperform the tournament champion, you win the grand prize. Sign up as a group and your prize pool doubles. Trade the Pool is putting up $2 million in prizes on the table. The tournament starts March the 16th, so get ready, man. That's this weekend. Scan the QR right now and get in the game with Trade the Pool. S&P futures now falling, which is not great, but we did stop out of half of our position left. We now have under 10% left on that. Good outs. We don't have the complete top there, and that's the thing that I need to work on a little bit, as I keep on saying anyways, is trying to make sure we hold a little bit to the top end, which we did. I mean, this is a good trade. It's still very, very obviously profitable. I couldn't be happier with it, except for if it kept on running. There is a possible reload situation now. You are back into VWAP, so I don't mind that. Personally, I'd rather wait for like 47.40s down here where the 200 period moving average is, and if we can get that kind of a price, then fine. But I am now going to wait to see if we have some upside push back into the 25 period at 47.95. So we did get out of half of what we had left there. So we'll start to offer some outs on the upside in case we do get that rally back into the market, right? Not sure if that's going to happen. NVIDIA, some other names, and I'm going to look over the broader market in a second. There goes NVIDIA, topped out at 186. I believe it was you, MF Dane, that wrote down 186. And this is why I'm asking for these things, right? I mean, there's a sticky note today. We nailed the TQQs. We talked about risk on. That was a great trade. And we said to the start of this morning, risk on. The morning's now started and stopped. It's 10:05, so that morning push is already back in. Right here, I was like, what are you guys looking to trade today, right, is what we asked for. So if I go down here and I just want to review what you had mentioned here, there it is right here, Friday the 13th, and I think it was 186. Where's that? Yeah, there it is. Selling some NVIDIA today, Dane, hopefully around 186. So I go bang on that one, and that, my friend, is I haven't hit this in a while. Uh-oh, does that mean we're gonna have chicken today? You nailed that 186, Dane, so that's an awesome level, and I hope you're able to get out. That was basically 186 right off the open. You did get another push to 90s there, so congrats if that was in your playbook and still is. That was a nice trade, so I'm not sure if you sold out of your position there, as you mentioned, or took the short. Either way, you're winning on that one, man. Great trade there. Tesla had, again, there's that move, Obi. Every morning, Tesla gives you something, it feels like. Yeah. There's the move down into 95.5, right back to 4 bills, and we sit directly in the middle right now on that trade. So, yeah, a couple good things there. Yeah, there's MF Dane. He says, thanks for the shout out there in the chat. You are welcome for that one. Great trade there. And that's why I want to keep that flow going, right? I'm going to keep on asking to see what you guys are up to, because Adobe. You're on Adobe, but Obi, myself, Neil, whoever's here, all different ideas. Adara trades on the desk as well. And obviously Joe, we hear about his trades, and you're gonna hear him in a couple hours, well, 1 hour actually, how that's going. I heard Eli Lilly was up today, but it doesn't, okay, yeah, it is, all right, up to. Yeah,
I mentioned this story earlier. They're just their Kroger. Kroger's gonna be offering one of their pens for Wegovy, I believe.
So good bump, right? I mean, for Eli Lilly. Zepbound. Like to see that get going through 1,000 and break that 1,002, right? So that would be a good little trade there. But okay, so you're still in Adobe,
it's
Obi,
working out
and
a little bit,
yeah, the tongue twister that happens. Of course, I have to be on the show with you when that happens, so I'm going to screw it up a bunch of times. I wish it was Neil. Okay, here we go. Look at this. Obi, when I say look at this, what should I really be saying?
Would you look at that?
Yeah, would you look at that? So here we
Let's take a look at it.
Will you take a look at this? The only name that's down there, Meta, I mean, Palantir down 0.65 is like it hasn't just woken up yet. That could get real nasty if it wants to go. You're seeing right here, this is an interesting name when you take a look at that. Salesforce down there getting hit a little bit with Adobe. Obviously, Adobe has made a little bit of a move back up this morning, but Salesforce and some of those software names, you know, to the downside there. I mean, Adobe, good quarter, but, you know, the market does not like that name, that is for sure. Eli Lilly, good. Utilities names going well as well. Every time these producer manufacturing names are down, it reminds me of XLI. You can get the industrial ETF, XLI. And Caterpillar, AMAT, Lamb. I love pretty much all of these names. I just, especially with the rebuild of this world that's going to have to happen as well. I mean, Caterpillar with their machinery is a good one there. Deere's been getting hit a little bit. I like John Deere as well. That could be a good name there. Consumer non-durables, some financials today, a little bit back up to the upside. I don't know if these are out of the clear yet. There still is some worries here on the financial side of things to see if this market's relatively healthy. Disappointed to see Robinhood and IBK are still to the downside despite a nice move in crypto today. So. That's a little look at sort of the broader market. We will have a look back at that. Dara has her sector watch as well, so she'll cover more in detail some of those plays. So it was a good out for us to get out on that break of the 50 period. Now we're at VWAP right now. It does look like the market wants to give back just a little bit. I'm going to offer some 61s, get out there and see if we can do a little bit better with this trade. But looks like the market is trying to pull back a little bit here. I still kind of like the reload down here at 47.20, man, where we first got it. We're very light on this trade, but yeah, not super happy that we didn't continue to play higher as we saw oil start to go a little bit. And I think finally there was a little bit of connection there between the market and oil. As the oil goes up, the market should come back down. And that's sort of what's happening right now. So we'll sit on our hands a little bit with this trade. We got out a little bit there on the CL. And then IBIT was another look for me as well here today. IBIT, the 40 longs didn't come in, obviously. As we wrote that down here. It's still starting to go 41.20 right now as well. So I see you're looking at a name that we don't talk about too often, Nebius.
Yeah, so this is the one I kind of definitely missed here as well. Again, doing some relative volume. Day 3 of the move today, a large cap association. So definitely day 1 was quite nice, but the bigger picture, this is a bigger picture trade as well, in my opinion. And so that's why, you know, being you know, trader who's mainly focused on intraday moves. I do have to continue watching this, not only on day 2. Day 2, I didn't really see anything really actionable other than maybe trying to get involved with this chop for a push lower. But again, it held that consolidation low from day 1. I only have 2 levels marked out on this one, plus the anchored VWAP, because I'm like, all right, cool. We made a bit of a range here. I guess this held that pre-market reaction high as well. I could technically have that one, this support line, the support resistance line on there as well. But I was more interested in some of this here, the high day on day 1, and then a bit of a double bottom hold at that 108.40. And then I reminded people that, like, yeah, remember on the weekly, this thing had some resistance right here at that 110, 111 level. So if we're gonna gap up, push on news, this is a multi-week, multi-month resistance level or consolidation high, whatever you wanna call it, maybe some supply up here in the 110s. We are technically breaking out of that here. We'll just go to an hourly right here so we can see that a little bit cleaner. For now, we're holding some highs. Sure, we have a little bit of headwind here at maybe at 118s, 119s, 120s, all the way up here for a high of 141s on Nebius. But it's holding up quite well today. What I missed was that opening drive. So did have it on watch. Out of the 8 stocks that I'm watching today, some of them are day 2 plays, some of them are day 3 plays, and some of them are day 1 plays. What are those? I can tell you right now. Adobe, USO, Sentinel-1, which had earnings, and it's headed to the upside. Nebius, Ulta Beauty, Bumble from yesterday doing absolutely nothing.
What a surprise.
Oracle, still some seller dominance on that one as it breaks back below that 160, and then Hims and Hers as well. So those were the things that I was watching off of the open, and I mentioned a few of them. But yeah, Nebius, definitely one of those that, you know, right back through those 112s. Even if I'm looking at prior day highs, we already started to chop that bit up off of the open, and look at this beautiful pullback into that anchored VWAP where, you know, we held a little bit of resistance yesterday. Now that turns into a bit of support. So that 112 break could have been nice. Even this little chop here for a quick scalp through 114s to a high of 116 halves was nice as well. Let's take a look and check on our, what is this, Oracle? Adobe? No, Adobe, A-D-V-E, yeah. Funny, when you trade the chart, you don't really care what it's called. It's a symbol. You're just like, yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, no. So holding up at some of the levels that I did mark off before. Again, trying to keep it as simple as possible. The more you complicate it, you know, a lot of people talking about the fundamentals of these things. I really like intraday when you're trading a trade for like a few minutes to a few seconds to a few hours. Sure, some of that can add confluence, but that's much bigger picture stuff for me. So I'm just like, all right, I don't necessarily need to be concerned with that if I want to kind of exercise on just where potentially people are positioned, because I think that's what kind of matters more for me. But anyways, strong flush off the open. Not the open, the initial reaction from the earnings. This is what I like, the initial bounce. Let's see how far, after some sellers have been in charge aggressively, let's see how far the buyers can really take it, because that tells me something, right? That's a bit of information, and 256 is where that information kind of came in, and it seems like that was the area to get a little aggressive. Now, execution-wise, I could have definitely done a little bit better, because I did kind of I started a little early for sure. I can be starting here, stopping out on the 254 break, and then getting back involved at that 256, but at the same time, I'm kind of a trader who likes to feel things out sometimes. Thank you very much, Randy, for the coffee.
Thank you, fine sir. Oh, what a handshake this guy has. Jesus Christ, he must be,
oh, wow, yeah.
must be a carpenter over there. All right, shout out to Randy. Randy, I heard the Rivian R2, go grab that mic, oops, maybe it's right beside you there, is delayed now in Canada until 2027. I got the email yesterday, and that's a little disappointing. I was looking to get my hands on one of those. And then yesterday, Rivian did not have the greatest performance. Of course, we've been fading it out a little bit there. $17 down to 15 and change. Did you hear anything? I know you're in some of those forums there.
Have not yet. I'm going to attribute to supply chain, but...
Yeah, I think that's what they're saying.
Don't forget, there's crash test safety things they got to go through. There's lots of little loops and hoops they have to jump through to get a product to market that consumers can buy. So, yeah, I'll follow up.
Okay, good. Yeah, I think it was on track in the United States for late 26, but I think here in Canada, a little delayed. So probably has something to do with what you're talking about there, and then shipping them up north and all of that, and then some of the rules that are going around with Canada, US, the trade deals and everything. So that makes sense. So I didn't actually look at that angle. But all right, thanks, Randy. We got to go to it.
Posted.
Yeah, thank you. We got to go to Adara right here for some breaking news. What's up, Adara?
I am seeing comments come through from President Donald Trump on Iran. And I'm just going to read the comments. Some of these are, you know, a little kind of all over the place here. So he says he thinks there could be more than 1,700 Iranian sleeper cells. He also said, and this is where things are kind of confusing, that he thinks the Supreme Leader of Iran is, quote, damaged, and then also said he's, quote, probably alive in some form. And then he also said that the U.S. is decimating Iran. So probably referring to the new Supreme Leader of Iran, the son of the former Supreme Leader of Iran. If I get more details on any or all of these comments, I'll let you know. But yeah, President Trump talking right now about Iran. Back to you.
Yeah, I had heard that earlier. Pete Hegseth said something as well, that they believe that he was crippled to some extent, whether or not he lost an arm or something like that in one of the explosions. So they had heard something like that. And I don't think that's necessarily going to affect the market as a whole. We still wait for the oil trade to come in there. And I mean, whatever leader gets put in there, if it's not somebody that is looking to settle, then I think they're just going to keep going after, unfortunately, all of the power that is in Iran until they get someone there that is approved by the U.S. government. EONR right now. I want to go back to this, right? I mean, we're looking at a lot of the same names here, but EONR is one. I want to thank everybody for watching. Please hit the like and the subscribe. We have Neil back on Monday. So we want to thank Obi for such a great week. We're excited to have Neil back, of course, but also thankful to have Obi, and he's always filling in. So maybe I'm going to be sick and you can come in on Monday, but I'll be here. All right, so EONR right now up 9%. So those of you that held it from yesterday, looks like you're getting another little continuation play higher right there. It's not where we were. I mean, we've come back in, but there it goes, 130. This thing broke $1 and really hasn't looked back, right? But if you're looking, we sort of zoomed out yesterday when we got this question. And I'm glad we did that because it looks like, was this this morning? So those looks like dark pools. So we might have got up there yesterday afternoon. During Blue Ocean. Maybe we can have a look at the Blue Ocean charts in a minute. But EONR kind of goes all the way up to where it needs to go to right there and fades back out. So it looks like that $2 top happening in the after hours. Looks like that might have been it again. Back down to 150. I would say that, this kind of level could be something that's 120. So there's something in on that. But EONR up 10%, doing 61 million shares. So it's a good little level there, looking like it wants to break VWAP now. EONR, good base, good structure down here. I hear Sharif use that structure word, so I'm gonna sound smart, hopefully too. Down there, 135, good base support, good break of the 50, break of VWAP right now is what we're looking at. So I would say this is the launching pad. If you can break through there, watch out for a 160 pre-market high take, and then I think we can get back up to that 190. So that's EONR on your name. BIAF is another one that traders looking at, bioaffinity. So if you're going to talk about some big volume names here, this is 135 million. And these are the names where I sort of need to be identified this early on because there's the move at 8 o'clock. Like it did nothing, breaking through $1. Now you're at 260 right there. Look at it hold this 50-period moving average. So what a great trader that was today. BIAF. So nice move there for bioaffinity. Maybe when Adara is free, we can get the story on BIAF.
That's already going to be in the small cap recap. I already prepped it right as you mentioned it, so I will mention that in like 1 minute.
Always prepared.
There you go. So you're going to hear more about BIAF in 1 minute. We didn't get out of everything at the top, so it does hurt a little bit there for the TQs. Not hurt. This doesn't hurt at all. I mean, we only had 20% left. Then we started to drip it all out, man, and now we have
drip.
We have like less than 5%. So a lot of outs right here at 50 as we were in that area, back to the downside. So we give back a little bit of our LF. We have a little bit of an LFT there because we don't exit absolutely all of it at the top. And we probably should have. I mean, look at this 5-minute chart right here. The market is literally like saying no moss right here until it found potentially a bid right there at the 50-period moving average. So it's not looking like the greatest trade to take right here, so I think we'll sort of maybe hands off this and see if it wants to figure itself out. But the futures are looking a little interesting down here near 47.20 again if we can get to those levels. So that's something that I'm trying to deal with right now. And here it goes, nice little pop back up. Even though I don't have that many left, let's take an advantage of that, get something out at VWAP right there. So we did talk about potentially buying it off the 50 there on the NASDAQ. We didn't, but there it goes. Thankfully, right there back to the upside. And then that Google trade on a move down, maybe we can get that again. We identified that there and didn't take it. So Google missed opportunity for me right into there. Maybe we get an opportunity. We talked about small caps and some sort of a recap. Well, guess what? It's happening right now at the big desk with Adara.
I just want to start by mentioning uranium names here. So CCJ dropping really hard. President Trump in a Fox News interview right now saying, quote, the U.S. is not focused on an operation to take out Iranian uranium, but at some point they might be. So again, right now, President Trump saying the U.S. isn't currently focused on this uranium operation here with Iran, but at some point that could be the case. So that's quadruple U is going to be on watch here, as is CCJ. That is the uranium headline. In case you're wondering why uranium is dropping, that is in fact why. Let's start with ISPC before we move on to the aforementioned BIAF. ISPC, guys, announcing the rollout of new AI-powered inventory agent to enhance the review of incoming biospecimen requests. So ISPC, which has single-digit float, single-digit market cap, you can find more on our Trader TV Live watch list. They also had a catalyst that came out last night. Here is BIAF. They also had a catalyst from last night. Bioaffinity announcing record 2025 SciPath long revenue and unit sales. So strong sales, record sales apparently for this unit for BIAF. It's got like a $10 million market cap. Last but not least, CXAI, this is a name that has rallied in the past, CX app, yesterday morning receiving additional 180-day compliance period to regain NASDAQ compliance. They've got like a 25 million share float. As of yet, they have not, in fact, regained NASDAQ compliance. They're currently trading around 27 cents. Please make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content. And once again, if you're wondering, hey, why is uranium dropping? The reason is, once again, President Trump saying that, you know, at some point there could be an operation for uranium in Iran, but as of right now, not something they're doing. Back to you.
Great little look there. We didn't even have uranium on our watch there, and there it goes straight to the downside. So always great to get that story, and it's not even that old. I mean, it's a little couple 10 minutes or so there for that uranium trade. Let's see what winds up happening now with triple U's, and CCJ was another good one there as well, as Adara brought that to our attention. Maybe an SMR type movement. I mean, that's going to be the pure play. SMR, the nuclear plays, but it doesn't look like that's having too much of an effect. But the UUU trade definitely seems to be making some kind of movements around there. So we'll watch out for triple U's and CCJ and the rest of them, man. All right, there's so many names that are being put in the chat. We did get Open Door yesterday, had to move down. I think it was down like 9% or something. Yesterday was Open Door, so that's not a great look for that company. Battling back today, 3%. I thought like we didn't have a horrible housing number or anything yesterday, so it is a little bit of a shock for me. Door did get hit, but we're still trying to battle off that $5 mark, so that's not a horrible spot, I don't think, like for Open Door in here at $5. We bounced off of here a couple times in the past, and maybe we do get a little bit of a rally through on Open Door, but you got to think about like what's going to rally the housing market right now. I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen Lennar or DH Horton or anything like that about all of this. So there it goes, man. Downside for Lennar, and look at the daily chart. Whoops. So there we go, man, to the downside there on Lennar. Keeps on going. I mean, we heard mortgage rates are starting to get back to, you know, a refi kind of level there. I think it was, what, 5.5 or so on the 15-year? You guys can tell me in the chat there. Looking a little bit better. So Lennar downside, but Open Door also making those moves too. The NASDAQ is making a little bit of a move higher. We'll take advantage of that if we can into the 60s again on this trade. But this is the only trade that I have today is the futures. You've got Adobe. So that's a trade happening there. USO. Unfortunately, like, I really wish there was more going on here, but right now, pretty flat on oil right now. So I'm not really looking over there. SLV. Oh, the one thing that, look, I'm going to tip my hat to crypto. We got that super chat earlier, right? And I was like, there's a chance that we could run early on Coinbase. It does make that run. So I think it was Hindu there in the chat that had sent us $5 or whatever and asked about that Coinbase trade there at 193 long. I hope you're able to get something out there. We did have an early push. You are now baselining here on Coinbase, which is kind of funny because if you look at what IBIT's doing, that's actually mooning now. So we wrote down IBIT today as our second trade long. First trade long was NVIDIA. Second trade long was IBIT. Then we had silver and then the futures. So all of that's working out. Let's just go check out what silver's doing. And it's unfortunate that I'm always waiting for dip buys. You know, that's the one thing that I have to try to put the feather in the cap, and that is that I like NVIDIA long, so therefore it's just a long. You know, sometimes you don't need to worry about price, but I feel like that's one of the most important things on trading is making sure you're in at the right price, because if you're not, you're going to stop out probably prematurely. But if it's all planned out, then you might have something about that. So if I like silver long, I wrote down in and around 75. Well, we had broken back down through that. So maybe silver's now worth a little bit of a look, as it seems like we're basing out right down here now. With uranium downside, maybe the metals just aren't getting the love today. And we know that it's a specific story with uranium, but gold right here, 467. I got to see what spot gold's at now, because this is still going high side. Spot gold, interested in holding that 5K level. But I have actually looked at gold properly in a minute. Well, I'm always looking at GDX or GLD because that's actually what I own right there. What's the best one? Capital.com. Right here to see. Yeah, so still, okay, so it still is holding 5,000. So 5,100 basically here for GLD. And if we go over to a day chart, it's going to look, sorry, for gold, it's going to look the same as GLD, of course. Holding right now, that's your 50-period moving average. So I think we like gold right now, trying to get stabilized a little bit. Surprising that with all this controversy in the world that we're not sort of getting a little higher in some of these metal names. And, you know, a gentleman that we were with the other night really liked silver still. But he had a little bit of arthritis in his shoulder there. So he was talking to us about being long at 30.
Yeah,
there on SLV, and still likes the long there as well. What's up, Adara?
What's up is this stock NRXX, NRXS, trying to figure out which this trades on. This is an Amex name. Really, really low volume here, like 71,000 shares traded on the day. I'm just letting you guys know it did spike a bit here. According to a Substack post from NBC Investing, they, quote, significantly increased their position in NRXX, which is called NeuroAccess. They're citing increased conviction after a meeting with the CEO and doing deeper research into the company. NRXX, again, very light volume, be careful. But in case this does increase in volume, as you can see, it's certainly spiking higher. That's the story on NRXS. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Did we just get a story of ASTS Space Mobile there? I'm hearing something in my ear. It's down here, but pulling back to 2.6% right now. So again, another name here, Space Mobile. We talked about RKLB and the whatnots there as well. Some of these picks, Ramin's picks of the year right here, RKLB that way as well. The name that I said this already, man. I mean, it's been a couple times here. I really do like, ooh, take a look at that. AVAV. I was going to say, I really like AVAV down into 210. Maybe I step into this name, man. Most of my money right now is tied up on the U.S. side. I have some Canadian dollars, and of course, can't get that with for AVAV, but a nice move over. I can just, you know, transfer the money over and get that. That's why I was thinking about a Wealthsimple kind of stuff, because my bank still completely screws you over on FX currency changes. Yeah, you know, you pay like the 2% one way, and then you know, to get the money back into Canadian so I can spend it, I'd have to turn it over again. So it's like right there. If you lose 2 one way, 2 the other, that's 4%. Which, I mean, look, if you're buying $10,000 worth, I mean, that would still be $400. So it's still a decent amount of money, right? I mean, especially, and I was just saying 10 grand. If you buy 20 grand, it's $800, and the currency, then you're playing the currency game. So, but anyways, I like Aero Environment at some of these levels. Yeah, a couple look there at some small caps, some different names, other than what we're trading right there. I don't know who's going to be the next president. I don't know if it's going to be Gavin Newsom, as people saying there in the chat. There's still a little ways to go before we talk about politics like that. But yeah, always interesting there, especially as they attach to the market, right?
Yeah, we have a few more years of market volatility. Let's just say that.
I don't think it matters. Like, it does matter who's president for sure. Yeah. Like, I don't know if all this action would have happened if we had Kamala Harris in. I don't know if she would have gone into Iran. I mean, I don't know, but definitely creating trading opportunities. How good has USO been? How good has silver been?
Right.
You know, some of these trades that have happened, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, some of these names that have really rallied with the current presidency as well. But yeah, interesting to talk about politics. We don't talk about politics as an opinion on it, just on how it's affecting the market, right? Yeah. So I think that's always the safest thing to talk about because there's so much disconnect, especially just amongst you know, trade ideas with who's president, who's not, and solar names possibly as well could get going based on healthcare names. Obviously, an aisle decider as well there, as we talk about the opinion of Congress. All right, what's going on over there, Adara?
What's going on here, guys? ServiceNow CEO Bill McDermott buying some of the company's stock and announcing this purchase on CNBC. Now, we know the SaaS-mageddon, as it's been referred to, has hit a lot of these software stocks pretty hard. I can see on my TV. He's actually still apparently speaking on CNBC. So if you're trading ServiceNow, be aware the stock is pushing a bit higher as CEO Bill McDermott appears on CNBC to announce he's purchased the company's stocks. If I get any more details on size of this purchase or timing, I will keep you posted.
Shadera, market coming in with a little bit of a bounce here. So yeah, I'm watching this Adobe, not really getting anywhere. I guess it got down into this 250, 251 that I was looking for. But again, I was like, okay, well, do we actually crack right away? But that pre-market resistance, I guess, is turning into a little bit of support, which it was off of the open as well. So I guess that's going to be a bit of information for me. Definitely looking to probably be like, all right, cool, I'm done with this soon enough. Because this could just be a sideways chop here. Market strength, market bounce definitely bring some confluence into that as well. But Sentinel-1 That's this one right here, hitting its day highs right now. So they had earnings as well, earnings reaction high at 1430s. And that's been pretty solid as well off of VWAP, doing a decent amount of relative volume. I guess how much volume has it done? 4.24 million shares traded, so not too shabby on this one here. 1384 is where that VWAP is, and last time we were there, kind of a decent bounce off of that one as well on Sentinel One. Let's take a quick look at how Alta is doing. I know I was looking for a potential continuation to the downside. Oh boy. So so VWAP holds. So I guess sellers have definitely been involved in this one here. We were talking about a much higher time frame break of trend potentially, and that trend seems like it's holding as a bit of resistance now on Ulta Beauty as it trades a little bit lower. Let's see how much from the highs to the lows, roughly about 3% down on that move there. So interesting stuff. Kind of missed that trade there as well. Again, getting involved at VWAP seems like it was the place to be on Ulta, as that is quite a beautiful move so far.
Ooh,
right now,
good pun.
Oracle I've been watching as well. Oracle day 3, maybe? Yeah, okay, day 3. Yeah, Oracle day 3 on earnings. You can see, boom, a lot of these levels coming into play from day 1. Didn't really mark anything off on day 2 just yet, but yeah, decent stuff here, holding in this range that I had marked out. 160 halves to 157 80s is the range of the day. It tries to push higher. That's where it finds some resistance as it's been stepping down. So it kind of makes sense. Pulls back in, and wow, look at that. Slamming right back into some of those lows as I'm talking about it. So pretty nasty stuff here. Wow, yeah, Oracle, look at that. It's about to break that low a day if those sellers continue to persist, and that was a hard slam down into some of those lows here. Let's see if we can crack this low. This was, so again, similar concept to that of Adobe today, where I'm like, okay, the first little pullback. We'll go to a 1 minute to kind of see this one a little bit better here on Oracle. Pull back some more. Right there. So strong push off of the earnings reaction. This is where sellers step in for the first time, and how far could they really take it? You can see here that was the first time that buyer stepped right back in and held that level. So I do like that as a potential level of interest, and it seems like it's working out for now. That's coming in at 157.50s. Let's see if buyers continue to hold that level. But you can see how much of the range we've already explored, or that price has already explored here on Oracle, and we're kind of trending back down. There comes the break down here as well on Oracle. So another miss, but it's all good. Where's the next trade is what I'm asking. Can't really be catching everything here, but you guys let me know. What are you guys watching? What are you guys trading here as well? Mara saying Dutch Dreamer. Nice. Let's take a quick look at Mara. Okay, wow, look at this. That's definitely up to the high side there. So we know that crypto's been running a little bit here. So 910s, it's 913s all the way to the highs there for about an 8.25% move, so beautiful stuff here. And relative volume as well. Again, not really acting like the rest of its friends here when it comes to crypto-related stock. I was watching...
friends in crypto.
MSTR, yeah, there's no friends in crypto. Yeah, I guess, yeah, MSTR finally, I guess it got to its high, so looking kind of the same, but you can see how much cleaner that Mara is, so thank you. Shout out for calling that one out there. And the other one was Coinbase. Let's see what Coinbase is up to. See, Coinbase distinctly different, as it had that spike to 207s and then now just trading below VWAP, holding. Can't really get above VWAP as of right now, but maybe with this strength coming in, that's what we're looking for. Yeah, good look on that Mara, solid push there. This is what I mean. I don't have to be there are trades happening all across the board, right? And you see that all of them had relative volume, so definitely could be considered easily stocks in play. Bitcoin, though, on a little bit of a pullback on the 1 minute chart. So far, we've had a bit of a push higher there. What's going on?
No, I mean, I said problem, but NVIDIA just came in. That kind of came in out of nowhere. I was looking at NVIDIA right around here, 183, not 153, as I had mentioned before. So here it comes in decently right now, NVDA. Let's see if we can give this one a little bit of room, but it's coming right into our level. So that just fell through into our lap. a little loud. I was just sitting here with that bid from the open, so I got to make sure that I double check all of these things because I was trying to figure out like what was the next trade. We had some mentions there on Palantir, but I took this 183. So this was a level that I thought, you know, possibly yesterday's kind of closing area here, 183 and change. We had a high move. What's up to MF Dane Generous, man? That guy in the chat nailed that 186, a perfect trade. Yeah, I'm not going to hold this past 183. We'll take another fill down there at 183.10 or so, and then if it breaks long, great. But if it breaks 183, then we're gonna then we're gonna get out. Hey man, sometimes when you're going, you're going. There's a nice move for Nvidia. Give me that. Okay, we get some 38s there. So that was a decent out there on 38. 183.38. We take 13 cents, not huge. We are going to reload that at 10s, like I said, so we can now put that rate back on, take out a little piece there. If we can get back up to the 25 period, I think that would be decent there, and that would be 80s. So we could. Yes, Obi. Let's go. Nice trade, my guy over there. Yeah, so there goes NVIDIA, falls right back into our lap. And I don't know how far this is going to go, but we'll take that 58 out all day as it goes to the high side there. We'll take another. I'm offering 54s right now on NVIDIA. Maybe this runs. There it is. We get that 54. Maybe that runs all the way back. I'm already out of 45% of this trade already because that I'm going to get another piece right now as well at 48 if we can, and there it goes. Just because I want to get out. We follow our trade, man. That came right in. Like I wrote down 153 to 153.50. We get long right in the middle right now. Let's go over to Adara because I hear something about Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing some comments here about Iran. IDF's chief of staff reportedly briefing military leadership in Israel that the war with Iran is expected to go on until at least April. That's as reported by I-24 News. Most recent headline I'm seeing from Trump is that he said the Iranian regime will fall, but maybe not immediately. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of these comments with Trump have been, we might do this or we might do that with regards to Iran, as I kind of outlined. Furthermore, we're seeing Israeli military chief of staff reportedly instructing reinforcement of troops in the Northern Command. So more geopolitical tensions here, guys. Does not sound like these are going to go down at any time soon, or at least until April, according to reports from the Israeli military. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much there, Adara. Let's see what you guys are looking at here.
Do you mind looking at AIFF? Because apparently there's a second super chat that we missed here, and I apologize, Adam. Oh, I already thumbs upped it. $2, we'll get a look at that right now, but when you take a look at that, there goes NVIDIA. We just got a 65 fill on NVIDIA as well. So we're trying to break out right now as it goes. So nice little move there. Still going, let's go NVIDIA, man. That was honestly, Adobe, that was a good trade there all the way to the upside on that one. I see you're still in Adobe as well. But yeah, what do you think about Firefly there from Adam?
Firefly, I remember that song that went viral, Firefly. Yeah, that one right there. No, I think yeah, Firefly, pretty decent move here. Don't know what the news was in the morning there, but I guess a little bit of a spike. Thank you, Adara. VWAP hold there, and nice consolidation. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. They announced research for their EEG brain scan identification of ADHD subtypes.
Ooh. Okay, so nice little brain scan news. Don't really know too much details about that, but I guess the stock is reacting quite nicely to that news here. Spike up off of the news, kind of a bit of a crumble there, low volume. Here's another thing as well. Like you're definitely having like short-term shorts that are getting involved with this, and this little crumble, low volume, cannot sell off anymore, and then you start to build structure around some of these highs, and then boom, nice little incremental push higher as well. I should probably keep this up. So getting some of this news here as well. What's Carg Island? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. There's something there.
Selling off on
Trump says he doesn't want to take down, what is it, Carg Island? What is that? Right there. So there's some sort of a news there about that as well. All right, man, we did get some longer on NVIDIA, and I don't know if this is going to work out or not. So I'm going to hit the keys like mad right now because I don't know what some of these talks are about right there. We did get that 183.10, so I'm just going to try to get some out here as we go. It looks like we are going to fall down. I'm hearing like talks about China and this and that now as well, so that's not going to be great for NVIDIA. So I might just empty out of this trade there, take the credit, or sorry, take the win on the way up there. But if it does break 183, it looks like it's going to happen right now. We should be out of NVIDIA. So the market making move down. We just did empty the clip a little bit there in the teens, just because we're nervous about it. We don't need them all to moon. If we think we can change our mind on something, then have the ability to do that, and don't be stubborn about your trades, right? So we'll wait. Looks like there's market movement. We just broke through VWAP. So let's go back over to Adara, I believe, again.
I'll start by going over some of these comments from President Trump. Yeah, the thing he said about China, Sean, is not massive. He just said, quote, we've had a good relationship, and quote, we're doing well economically with China. We know some of his trade representatives, including, I believe, Jameson Greer, U.S. Trade Representative, and U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. They're going to be meeting up with the He Lifeng, who's the Vice Premier of China, on Sunday and Monday in France to discuss trade with China. Now, with regards to the Kharg Island, because I did look into this, Kharg Island is apparently like one of the oil hubs of Iran. It is an island, as you can guess by the name, and it is based in Iran. So President Trump said that taking Kharg Island is, quote, not high up on the list, and that, quote, Kharg Island is one of many different things. Now, again, this is significant due to the fact that this is apparently the oil hub of Iran. So that is the context with Kharg Island and what makes it stand apart from potentially other targets that would be occurring in Iran. If I find more details, I'll let you know, but that's just from a cursory search of Kharg Island to give you guys more of a sense of why this island will matter. Now, let's talk about the market. Finance. Green across the board here. Consumer non-durables, green. Health tech, I mean, Eli Lilly with that positive news with Kroger distributing one of its pens. That's a good look for Lilly, but the rest of the sector relatively flat. Producer manufacturing has some strength here. LRCX and AMAT doing well, but then you've got pullbacks in names like Deere, GEV, and Caterpillar. Utility strong. Consumer services strong. Process industry strong. Health services, I mean, UNH trying to send this sector to the upside. Commercial services doing well, communications, energy, minerals, actually kind of mixed today, though oil is, at least as of this morning, was poised to to close the week green, so nice look there for oil. And tech services and electronic tech, once again, very, very mixed. You've got Apple, Broadcom, A&D, all a little red here in electronic technology, though Micron, Amphenol, and Intel all to the upside. Meanwhile, in tech services, Meta, of course, that avocado AI going to be delayed, so they're pulling back. Oracle pulling back on earnings day 3. Palantir CRM weak, and Adobe down on earnings, but then you've got some strength in Google, Netflix, Accenture, ServiceNow. So again, a lot of these sectors are going to be pretty mixed today, guys. Back to you.
600K or something.
Oh my God.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy times. Right there. Trump saying that once this war is over, the market will go all the way back up. So I'm going to go long. No, not based on that news, but here's the cue. So I said that we would try it maybe if we got back into this level of 47. So we're going to try it again right there. We did drop out of NVIDIA, so we slap a flush on the stock, not on anything. I mean, we're still happy with the performance of NVIDIA because we were able to sense that and get out. And I'm not going to just rail right back into this thing like I sometimes do. I mean, I'm going to choose right now the NASDAQ just to see as we're falling back in. It looks like it's going to lose 47. About to go red now on the NASDAQ. It did take out VWAP. So this is a very, very slippery slope right now, and we don't want to die on this hill. That is for sure. So if we break lower right now, then it looks like the bears here are roaring a little bit. Get underneath. There you go. Nice outfit. To get underneath VWAP right now, and that's not going to be a trade that you're going to want to hold. When the market breaks, and that's that. So, we can slap out of it, and that's the whole thing about risk, right? I mean, you don't want to layer into something that doesn't have the fortune, underneath you. And I mean, right now we're starting to look a little lower, so that's my stop. And if it hits, it hits, and we're 5 pennies away from that happening. And if it does, that's a 17-cent hit, and we'll be fine with that, right? We did not reload it. I reloaded it 10% of this trade. Right there. 10% of this trade is right back in now. That's it. So if it breaks lower, great. If it goes higher, great as well. But I'm not willing to do anything right now with that. CLJ, this is the crude oil trade. Look, see, so there you go. So now you're getting some connection between the two of those there. And as we talk about that island there in Iran, so more talk about the oil trade, and it doesn't look like it's really moving too aggressively here yet today. Silver, we had sort of looked at that down there near 75. Obviously, we don't take it. There's the break. There's the break on the NASDAQ as well as we just get through 47. And maybe now the pain is in. here. Maybe we go downside from now. The market, this is a Friday. We could see a little bit of a bleed down. I'm fine getting stopped. Like, even if this thing rips up, I mean, that was an out for us. And, you know, well taken, man. We lost, like I said, we gave back about 10% or so of our trade there on that last little try. But hey, man, if everything's worth a try, I feel like. And because if you don't try, then, you know, you don't have anything. So as long as it makes sense, that made sense to me. And now I'm thinking about the short, guys. You guys like the short in the chat? I don't know. You like the short now? I know you are short.
Yeah, I do like the short on the market. I think that's where I should kind of be. Look at that Oracle go. That's my mistake. Kind of just fixated on this Adobe here. But Oracle is the one that's really slamming it in here. And again, in play, kind of strong sellers showing up off of the open there on not necessarily right off the open, but on day 1 of earnings, day 2 of earnings, and then today day 3 of earnings. More of the same. And you have market confluence? Come on, Obi, what are you doing?
Yeah, I know.
160, like yesterday it gave you the same trade. Today it's giving you the continuation. And it's just like, you can be, this is me talking to myself, like I can be so leveraged in something like this that has all of that confluence and in play. Sure, I'm kind of piecing, around on Adobe, kind of, just nothing too crazy here on Adobe, but I could definitely be focused and a lot more leveraged and aggressive on something like this much more easily, have more confidence in that, and it's definitely my fault for not being involved. And again, the market tailwind, absolutely beautiful here with the sellers stepping right back in. So it seems like that area, that 25K, we couldn't get back to that 25K, 24,800s is the high today, and we're pulling right back in. So I guess, what am I looking for here in Adobe? I was looking for this support level to crack. We came back up into VWAP right here. This is still for me in and around that VWAP area. Now I'm just looking to see if this continues to get a little bit heavy here. We already kind of, so far we've made a high on the day. We've made a little bit of a lower high here at 255s. Hasn't really come into fruition just yet. If it cracks a little bit lower, then I'm like, okay, yeah, that is confirmation that for now that 255 is that lower high. But I'll wait and see. At Oracle, yeah, I guess where's the next trade? It's okay. It's all good. Maybe we can catch some Oracle on some bounces here. Maybe a bounce back towards 157.80s. Could be nice 156s. Like, I was talking about this, and this thing slammed into this level here. Wow, a lot of levels marked out. Don't need all of that right now. But, 156s. 158s was that level there, and then now down into 156s on Oracle. So nice 2-point move, and you can see how clean it is. None of the buyers are kind of winning on any of these bids that step right back up. Not only that, we talk about kind of breaking structure on the way down. This opening range low, boom, 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 a little bit of a bounce, but right here, I like this. We kind of break, we pull back into 58s, and then we pull back down as well. So giving you multiple opportunities in this area. Now, it just depends. Like, ideas are great. Everybody can have great ideas, but how are you executing on those ideas? That will definitely make the difference from trader to trader. And right here, kind of giving you some clean areas where you get that strong continuation here on Oracle almost right away. And again, market being weak never really hurt against that kind of a bias there for that continuation. Let's take a quick look at some of these tech names here. Micron, I know that Micron and SNDK, I got to keep a close eye on these ones. Let's just go to a 30-minute chart, get that VWAP out of the way. We don't need that. Wow, look at that strength on Micron off of the open. Absolutely crazy, but nice little pullback happening as of right now on the Micron. SNDK probably.
Micron, okay. Mykonos. Is this a guy from Greece or something over here?
SNDK. We'll see what this one's up to. See, not the same kind of strength on SNDK. Kind of muted. And yesterday we kind of observed the bit of a disconnect there between some of those stocks, SNDK and Micron, which were moving in tandem at one point. So is the trade over? That's what I'm asking. I have no idea. I'm just waiting for my SSDs and my RAM to come back down in prices, which I don't think it's happening anytime.
You know what I'm asking? I'm asking for this market to go down as well, right there, because, okay, man, we switched up the game, and you got to make sure you do something like that. I mean, you can't just sit there and watch. I mean, you can sit there and watch the market. I mean, that's a choice. but we did break down there. We're going short now onto the NASDAQ, and we're not holding this for a very long time. Like I'd mentioned there, if we break back above 20s here, we can get out, but we're short there. We did lose on that last long, and once it broke 47, I was just thinking like this market broke VWAP, we're downside, we're starting to go this way. NVIDIA broke as well. So our last couple longs didn't work. And I'm not short because these didn't work. It's the momentum now to the downside. Just want to see if it winds up printing for us a little bit here. We can make a little bit of money back that we lost on those longs. But ideally, this market has more to go. There is a lot more downside that we could experience. The S&P 500 just turned red, as did NASDAQ. And you could see here, that's 4680 right there. That could come into play. And then you're talking about the open from a couple days ago that we could get into here. And yesterday, the market seemed okay. And the next thing you know, man, the Dow was down 800 points. So maybe this market does, bleed down to the downside. How could she slap, Obi? Because right there, the market goes, how could she slap? Because the market's going to the downside right now, and we're making back a little bit more money on this trade. Okay, we like this one. Let's see how low can we go. It seems like we're doing, what do they call, the limbo there.
Oh, yeah.
When you go on that, I'm trying to go on vacation, we'll get a little low down there.
With the roller skates?
I ain't about that roller skating limbo life, but I'm about skating on fine ice here with the NASDAQ and the TQQs. It's almost about that time for what's for lunch, but we've gone over our limit here. We got to get a Dara with money talks. Then we'll figure out what's for lunch. Then we'll go to the gym. We'll come back and we'll have a great afternoon and we'll pass it over to the midday guys. They're pumped up and ready to go as well. What up, Adara?
You don't know what's up, Sean? The US dollar. DXY breaking a new high of 2026. That's going to be this 101.299 level, currently trading around 101.123. So we pulled back slightly here, but still very much up, not only on the day, but on the week. This is a 4-day winning streak for the US dollar, actually poised for a second straight green week. And we're trying to take off these highs from November of 2025. Let's see if the US dollar can pull it off, but all in all, nice trajectory higher for that DXY. Now, tons of economic data to go over, so I have not one but two handy little Trader TV research infographics for you guys to look at here. So we had PCE, core and non-core, all of these numbers with the exception of PCE year over year for January, which came in a little bit lower. Everything else was exactly in line with estimates. Now, GDP is actually what was very interesting. GDP, second estimate here for Q4 2025, 0.7%, below the estimate of 1.4%. So weaker than expected GDP, that's becoming unfortunately a trend, but generally the rest of this data more or less in line with estimates. Personal spending slightly higher, personal income slightly lower than what we were expecting, and durable goods orders month over month, 0, below estimates of 1.1. Now, we have to talk about the CME FedWatch tool. Oh, actually, sorry, we didn't even talk about the other data that we got, so I'll just quickly go over this as well. 10 a.m. JOLTS job openings. These were going to come in higher than expected. You've got University of Michigan consumer sentiment, higher than expected, 1-year inflation and 5-year inflation estimates lower than expected, which basically means consumers looks like they're a little bit less worried about inflation and maybe more enthusiastic than we were expecting them to be. Almost 100% chance that we're not going to get any kind of rate change going forward on March 18th. That'll be next Wednesday. We're going to get 93% chance of no change in April. June, 73% chance of no cut. July, 60% chance no cut. September, 50% chance no cut. October, now not even in October do we see a chance of a cut. In December, that's the only time we might be getting a cut this year. Now that's significant because President Trump yesterday called for the Fed Chair Jerome Powell to cut rates immediately that day. Now, of course, not a thing that can happen, but it's interesting. He says that as the market's pricing in of rate cuts continues to dwindle, again, very unlikely we get a cut this year. If we do, not going to be till the last month of the year. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Super chat. Look at the NASDAQ just all over itself. All right. What's up, Robert Lewis? Do I think Palantir? Let's go market, man. Let's go to the downside right now. This is a good short trade here. I'm glad we reversed it in. Anyways, our position board is gone. Oh no. Oh, hold on, let me get out of this. Okay, let's read this together. Palantir found a bottom. Can't believe it's not a call with all the news yesterday and the war going on.
You caught the bottom yesterday.
Why, thank you. Yeah, so yesterday, Palantir, we were long right around here, man. And yeah, okay, Here we go. The market's absolutely crushed right now to the downside. After, I mean, it's not, it's only down 0.15, but we did have a nice move in the basically last 30 minutes. There's like 5 up candles. So we take advantage of that play and just take a 66 there and have the ability to reverse it, right? Like we were long and there's the reversal short into the market. We're doing it live, and there's nobody better right here than the guy beside me, Obi. Okay, so PLTR right here. There's a lot of love on this show. I don't know if you realize that. Palantir, the beta is just so strong on this one. Like as the market falls, Palantir just crushes itself. So yeah, man, I mean, I agree with you. I think this is a wartime kind of stock, but you're getting to the downside right now. Let's go futures. This is crazy. There goes Palantir. Where could we buy it? Maybe. How about right here if you like a spot? But I honestly, that's a pretty dramatic fall. Like I would have wrote this down if I thought it was coming down here today. I did not. So when things kind of are by surprise, man, we got to sort of take a step to the north side or to the south side and step away from the stock. But this is a great spot here. Like I feel like I'm gonna come back today at 2 o'clock and be like, damn, we should have bought some Palantir. But it's right here at 149.30. So I'm gonna hold off on that. There's obviously some rhetoric happening right now in the market. So I'm gonna put another bid out right here. This is another 50 cents on the TQs, man. We talked about giving back 10%. We put that 10% plus more right back into the account on this short there for the NASDAQ. Broke through 47. Those are the levels that we liked here on the TQQs, on the sticky notes. So when it breaks, we're trying to go the other way. We do it right there, and here it goes. Nice move. Let's figure out what's for lunch. Okay, I can't believe I'm looking up Mercedes-Benz here too now as well. I don't know, man. I'm a little disappointed that is getting extended into end of 27 now with the Rivian. I can hold out for it, but okay. What day is it today? Oh yeah, it's Friday the 13th. Oh no. Glad that we're making money on the short. It kind of does. Oh God, President Trump just said he thinks Putin is helping Iran. Okay, hold those shorts. All right, today we have a Chinese flag. Trump might not like this. Wait a minute, don't tell Trump we do not have, we had a Jamaican, a Spanish, a Brazilian, an Italian, and then today a Chinese flag. Please do not tell President Trump that. There's no US flag on here, nor is there a Canadian flag. Last week we had Canada. It was salmon last week for Canada, which is pretty good. Probably farmed from China though. Okay, spicy beef. Ooh. Spicy beef with mushroom today.
Okay.
That should be good.
Yeah.
I feel like. Cucumber. Oh, this is the thing that Neil didn't like last time. The cucumber strip salad. So that's in there today as well. As well as what? Chinese flag. Today's salad, Caesar salad. So that's interesting. Spicy beef with cucumber strips and leeks, Caesar salad, and those good Dan noodles. So that's what's for lunch. That's the wrong thing.
Is that
the wrong thing? That's the right thing.
Really skinny, almost like the translucent looking.
I hope so. I think those are more known as glass noodles.
Okay,
like
yeah,
they put them on when they say that. But I can look up Dan noodles. We can get that all figured out. It's 10:59. Thanks everybody for joining us there today. I'm out of exactly. Sorry, just now got hit out of now just over half. Of this trade, as I wasn't sure if it was going to bleed all the way to the downside. My stop is going to be trailed out at this 25 period, or maybe we can even use the 50 period moving average. But here we go. I'm going to take one more piece out, and then we're going to get out of here. You know, I don't want to leave on like a really good position. You know, decent share size if I'm not at my desk, obviously. Sure, so always. It's going lower. Always get out of your trade or have a pretty aggressive stop.
Yes,
this market can turn on a dime. You know, it's very, very news-based. I want to thank everybody for such a great week. If those of you aren't joining Adobe, I said it again, man. It's a stock that you're. Okay. If you haven't joined Obi and I all week, man, it's been a blast. So thanks, Obi.
For sure.
And make sure you guys do join us both back again for one last bit of trading for the two of us at 2 o'clock, 2 to 4 p.m. Obi and I will be right back on the desk. You're in for a treat though right now because it's Sharif, it's Joe, it's the midday talk. The market just broke the lows of the day right now as we're getting lower here. I think this might be worth a hold, man. Right now on the Nasdaq. So bye. Ciao Bella. We'll see you later on. It's the midday show. Thanks Adair for everything today. Thanks Brendan. Thanks Todd for coming through earlier as well. go get those mushrooms and put them in your pasta tonight. See everybody at 2 p.m. Thanks for watching. Hope you had some good trades. Ciao.
Yeah.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Bang! Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey frickin' Options. Hey, and I'm Sharif. And let's say hello to everybody in the chat. Who we got, Joey? We got Mr. Leahy, JC Coingy, shout out to Pedro Martinez, Dino, Emiliam, Scott, Asha, or Ashraf, my bad. Ashraf, hey, there we go. Mike PD Ryder, we got Sage88 and Alan Smith, MF Jane Dangerous, Pizza Gang, Flora, Apple G King. Shout out to Hangry frickin' Wife, who I just found out it's actually the husband that's on the account, which is fine.
Get angry.
We got Ichiro. I am Ichiro. Trader TV forever. Shout out to Star Cheese. TLK 2278. We even have Peng 9179. Taylor Brennan. Luis Suarez. Not the guy who bites people. The real, Luis Suarez over here. Texas boy, Random Brantley. Shout out to Zuckerborg and Chris Onion, Damian Tarza, and Gorev.
Oh, he's in the chat.
He is, man. He is. I love his picture there because it's like a face, yeah, you know what I mean. Hinzi. We got Sage Escapes, Stone Broke, 4182, Mr. Puka, Triple Eights and Donkey Trader. Shout out to G Talk and Bastone. Farm Trader, Sarah McCarthy. You are our favorite, Sarah. We love you. Brinklin and Ryan O'Day. You want to shout some people out, Joe?
Yeah, well, I mean, my boy Ryan O'Day's in the chat as well, too. Who else do we got in there? We got Pretty Nisi. What's going on? Johnny T. What's up, Johnny Tess? For those, I think that's a kid's show. Green Day. Yo. What's up, everyone? American flag. Let's roll, says, what up, says Pedra. Hope everyone's having a fantastic day. Adam,
Josephus.
James abroad. Yo, Josephus, says Chris.
Like that one.
What's up, my friend? Friends, I should say. All right, guys, let's get right into things.
My friend.
Let's see what we typically get up to here bright and early. No easing in. We're just full-fledged. Let's get into the talks of what we had. All right, Bitcoin at its peak was up around 4%, guys. So we're like, if we're going to be an all-day grind, let's get involved in this. So first attempt on this one, we finally get rocking and rolling. Boom, 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 take some more off. And then I add for the high of the day break, just free rolling, and then we get out. I tried one more attempt for the continuation of the volume-weighted average price, but then it breaks through, and the momentum really started to pick up. So that was my green light to get out, but not too bad of a trade here right now. The ad didn't work on this one. That's fine. We still locked some in, and then the second attempt didn't work, but that's all right. We're not going to complain about it whatsoever. Maybe we find somewhat of a bottom here in Bitcoin, but not with USO continuing to climb here, guys. Market going down, USO going up. Inverse correlation, we've been talking about that for the past couple of days.
9606.
Nothing crazy on my radar. I've seen that Obi's been in Adobe for quite some time, so nice work on that one. Sean was trading the TQs on both ways, so essentially long and short. Bang, hit that. We'll hit this one for the gentleman to the right of us. We'll hit the money on that, so congratulations. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, though. But other than that, guys, T-triple-Qs, NVDA, you can see on the daily, we're still stuck within this consolidation zone. Condorland. Now USO continuing to climb, and IBIT. One more thing before we send it off to our boy Sharif, and I want to point this out. We talk about the supply zone and hiding behind where the real larger participants are making their plays. How do we identify this stuff? In the options chain, very simple. I didn't want to hit that there, Sharif. Very simple. We just look at the open interest. What do I got going on here now? All right. Now, moving forward, I was pulling this up, and we were talking about this specific contract the other day, expiring March 20th, right? We were looking at this around 65 to almost a high of around $70. Well, guess what? Mazal, it's now down 50% from that previous level, all right? So that contract already cut in half in the span of a couple of trading sessions. Not too bad. Massive open interest, 240. That was sitting at around 266,000 contracts. So some participants starting to close their positions at that specific level.
All right, guys, let's, here's what we're looking at right now. So there's some going some pulling back. We're gonna hope that they continue. We're gonna see BIAF looks like a big mover here, up over triple digits, about 108% give or take. It's coming into that 2.25. I really like that $2 to $2.10 area. That's the volume weighted average price, and obviously whole dollar level, also an important area for me. I'll be looking at that. ISPC, it was nice, and then it wasn't, right? It can't really clear, or did it? I think it did clear the pre-market high by marginal amounts, 46.79 after market high yesterday, pre-market high 47.28, so it did clear it, but didn't really do much, so it looks like a double top, fading right now below that 41 penny level where VWAP is at, so ISPC continuing to bleed its own blood. I'm in CSTE right here. I'm looking for this to hold prior bar, okay? It's up 46. It just broke out right when we were getting on the show. I thought it was going to reject the dollar and bleed its own blood all the way down. It's trying to hold up. We're going to give this one the old college try. 1R, 114, 2R, 123, 3R, 132. So we're going to see where this one can get. High of day, 104. ELPW. This one also kind of looks like the best trade is behind it. Breaks out yesterday in the aftermarket at about half after 4. And it makes a high, I want to say, of about 640. Pre-market high, the best it could do was around 7 a.m., got to about 576, and then now it's trading below VWAP, so also a bit of a struggle there. Upixi, obviously, not a small cap gapper, but we're going to look at it as one. And the one that the prickly one, shout out to Adam James, AIFF, pointing that out, 259. Not a bad look on that one. We're going to be definitely keeping an eye
on that one.
Yeah, I saw. That's why. I just have to see exactly what the situation is here. So let's go ahead and see what we can get up here at CSTE. I'm going to put some profit takers. So if this one does clear the 100, it'll be good news. We'll see. Let's put some as well at 1R. Okay, so we're going to give this one the old college try. If it loses the prior bar low, then we're out. This current bar, even though it does look ugly because it's topping tail through the dollar, it does have a higher low and a higher high. So let's see if this one can clear the dollar. I'm assuming there's going to be bamboozlement along the way. Typically is when you're coming from south of a dollar and you're at that dollar level. Let's see who ends up winning this battle, the longs or the shorts. AIFF, the one I want to focus on here. This is, shout out to Adam James. Thank you, brother, for the $2 super chat. Always doing it live, calling me a gooner, which I don't mind because that's what you call Arsenal fans. 230 is where VWAP is at. 235 is where the 10 EMA on the 5 is, and this one has been quite respectful of the 10 moving average, as you can see on the way up. It claimed it at about 935, and it really hasn't looked back. Looking at it back, only touching it a couple of times, 1015, and then there was one over here at 1055, 259 high, and it looks like it's really rocketing up, so we're gonna keep an eye here on AIFF. I'm very interested if it can, we're gonna get stopped out here we did get stopped out, of CSTE. So this one does break down and we'll go 0 for 1 to start the day, but we're going to keep an eye on whatever else is moving. So CSTE, this is a super bamboozling candle. Breaches prior bar high, breaches prior bar low. So super engulfing, bearish engulfing. Let's see if this one can hold up at around 90 pennies, 87, or I want to say 88. That's where the 10 EMA is. But it looks like the price action developed really quickly here, and VWAP is substantially higher than the 10 EMA right now, which typically is not the case. So we're going to keep an eye on AIFF. Also, pardon me, voice is going, SCVO. This one has an unbroken downtrend. Also, it's kind of spready. It is trying to maintain its price above VWAP at around 4 1/3, but it doesn't really, it doesn't look appetizing, because it can't clear the $0.50 and hasn't been able to really print anything on a closing basis above the $0.50 saving, except for one candle, and that was that 950, and then it immediately retraced with lower highs. So I perceive there to be a bearish lower high pattern, and as well as a very clear area of resistance at 450 on the SCVO. We'll see if it can clear it. Last but not least, CXAI. This one is also struggling to get back above the volume weighted average price. It does look like there are buyers stepping in multiple times at around the $0.25, but anytime it really tries to breach VWAP, you can see how basically all of them have failed. The 6 a.m. breakout failed. I want to say the 8:15, 8:20 breakout failed. You've got another failure here at the open, 9:35. So it's really struggled. We'll see if it changes its tune. It doesn't really look like it's going to. So the best run right now, in my humble submission, is the one that your boy Adam James just supered about, which is AIFF. It's not up a lot, to be fair. It's up 43, 45% now. We'll see if we can pick it up at around 240. My buy zone is between 230 to 240. Couple of reasons for that, as I mentioned, 10 EMA and VWAP. But I perceive this to be a bull flag. And the bull flag component range is about, say, 245 to the high side, about 230 to the downside. So that gives me a range with which I can pick it up at. If it loses that range, it will lose VWAP. It will also lose the bull flag range. And then I'm clearly not interested in it at that point. So those are the 8 that I'm looking at. You know, they look like a light bunch today with only really BIAF and AIFF holding up right now. And other than that, guys, I don't really like anything else. Grunfeld says, look at SHIM. All right, let's take a look at that before we send it to your boy Joey Opsh.
That.
What's that? Hold on, I have to load this up.
I didn't say I said that.
What's that?
Adelito.
What is this, brother? Volume lower, but brother, this is a 5-minute chart. What am I looking at here? This thing has done 118,000 shares, Grunfeld. It's up 22%. I mean, I'll give you that, but yeah, it's sparsely traded. You know, if you're investing or you're swinging, I get it. But intraday, this is tough to trade, right? Like there's barely any candles that show up on the chart, right? Just a bunch of lines. So this one I'm gonna have to respectfully say no to. But hey, if it picks up volume, I'm game, right? But yeah, Joey, that's all I'm looking at right now. It seems to be a light bunch. I'm not gonna take any dumbass trades. So unless something sets up, we're not gonna punch.
All right, you don't like that, Angry Wife? Wow, that's
what happened,
crazy, Joey? My friend. Literally,
literally,
I throw the kitchen sink at the Topuria knockout. That's me, right? Like I kind of pick here and there. I had this up it's not up on the odds just yet, but the kitchen sink is getting tossed out at that KO because I think it's gonna happen relatively quick. Oh, the UFC White House card is called Freedom 250.
Okay, that's pretty sick.
Yeah.
There was rumblings that.
No, it's so nasty.
Exactly. I was just about to mention that, Katina man, because Dana was pushing back against that hard when he was asked why, like something about John Jones being on the card. He's like, John Jones is retired. He's got arthritis in his hips or whatever.
John Jones was super salty about
Didn't he retire because of the arthritis?
Well, he's in and out of retirement. You know John Jones, man. Well, I mean, if you don't know John Jones, he's retired. He's had his career, right? He's kind of pulling the Conor McGregor where it's tough for him to leave, right? He's not accepting that, hey, you're done now, move forward, go find something else. Like McGregor still thinks he's coming back. He's been coming back for 4 years now. So, I mean, aside from that, but yeah, thanks, appreciate that, Danny Nunes. But yeah, the kitchen sink's getting tossed at the Topuria knockout. That is, I mean, I'm not going to go for a round or anything along those lines, but I think it's going to happen within the first 3. We're going to head over to Adara momentarily, and then we're going to get right back into some of the
You know what I watched yesterday? Terrence Crawford and Sean Porter. I had not seen that fight because that was back in 17. I had taken a little bit of break from boxing.
Porter was on a little bit of a run, but then Earl Spence gave him a little bit of a whooping, and then that was
but like Terrence made him look bad.
Yeah, well, he's like a wide looper, right? Yeah.
All right, Adara.
Talk here about PL and SPIR. Now, Planet Labs is PL, Spire Global is SPIR. Both these companies on the move, though I would say PL definitely moving a little bit better here, more significant of a bounce. New York Times reporting that the Trump administration is considering proposals to break up one of the world's leading climate and weather laboratories and then transfer the work of this group to universities and private companies. Now, both PL and SPIR, I looked into them. They're doing research in the weather and climate and satellite spaces. So both of these companies would benefit if the Trump administration did go this route. So again, New York Times reporting Trump administration considering breaking up one of the world's leading climate and weather labs, giving its work to private companies, PL and SPIR, on watch with this headline. Back to you.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right, guys, let's get into some Bitcoin talk here. We're starting to climb back. It was an aggressive move to the downside, so we're starting to see that opposite reaction right now. I was hoping for a pullback into 4110s after we started to uptick here, but we're not getting that right now. And then you can see the strengths being displayed in the tape. Some clean flushes at and above the ask. You can see the darker green just below here is above the ask, and then now we're getting some flashes. So there it is, a nice pool, boom, boom, boom. So some strength being displayed here in Bitcoin, and I thought this would be a little bit stronger of a session considering the market wasn't really doing anything, started to sell off, and Bitcoin was holding strong. Now we're getting that rebound up 30 cents off of, roughly around those lows. So any form of a pullback into key support levels, 4110, 4115s, I think I'm going to look to engage in this one there for sure. So that's what I got on my mind. USO slowly starting to come back in. Nothing much though, guys. The breaths on this are relatively weak, right? So you're getting these strong up moves, but it doesn't look like sellers are extremely engaged, and the buyers just keep stepping in and around the lows, which is really important. NVDA is curling over, so that's most likely going to drag the NASDAQ down with it. I want to see how we react around the volume-weighted average price on Bitcoin, because if we don't get that aggressive pullback back down to 4110s, 4115s, then I want to see if we have the ability to reclaim VWAP and then maybe hold it, and then I think we can maybe get a continuation of the trend. Why am I thinking this? I really like what we're seeing on the daily, okay? So we have that curl over. I talked about the multi-month consolidations time and time again, but then you start to get a little bit of that inverse turtle shell type price action, and now we're back to where this previous breakout was. It took some time, but a nice steady grind to the top side, and that's kind of what we want to see here. Maybe we get one of those strong up thrust days, and then leading into the weekend, I know Katina Man was talking about a 10% move. Maybe, possibly, I just don't think we're at that stage yet, but anything can happen in Bitcoin. You can have those aggressive, strong days. So let's be patient. Let's either wait for the volume-weighted average price or 4115s, and those are going to be my primary entry points on that specific name. We can take a look at the options chain as well, too, to see what we got going on from an open interest standpoint. Guys, I could talk, obviously, fight game all day, and I know it's Friday, so don't tempt me with it, because I will, man. Yeah. Sean Porter, I mean, he's a dog, right? You got to give him. You got to give him. That's Jean Silva. You would like Jean Silva, man. He's a real UFC dog.
I don't even know who that is, dog.
He's a UFC fighter. Oh, he's part of the Fighting Nerds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, now
Fighting Nerds.
They're all Brazilian? Didn't you say they were Brazilian?
Yeah, they're Brazilian. Right. They're Brazilian. Yeah. Kai Borella won versus Derrida, who I thought was going to actually win that fight, but shout out Kai or Kaio.
Get it, Kai.
Yeah. So here it is. It's Kaio. I like the Brazilians. The Brazilians have a vast array of names. Did you notice that? There's some very interesting names coming out of Brazil. $43. That could be a potential benchmark, but 42 right now, and I did a rough trend line. $42 is roughly around the top end of this trend. We have two connecting pivots, so we can definitely run into that, but there is some supply that we need to keep an eye out for.
All right, man. A couple of trades on right now. Thank you, Bovin, for pointing out Occugen. Look, we took that bounce off VWAP on Occugen, I think, a couple of days ago, and it was good. Giving it a try here. It's having trouble really kind of continuing. The volume's dropping off a little bit on Occugen. OCGN up 9.72, but it was a good VWAP hold last time. We'll see if it's a good VWAP hold this time or what the situation is. We're at 57s. It's showing me 58s. There is nothing to write home about at the moment. Separately, we're also involved in SVCO. This one did break trend, but I kind of neglected to see that it had resistance at 60. I might move up my stop on this one so that if it breaches the downtrend line, then I might get out. I had originally given it to VWAP. I was giving it to this level right here, having gotten in at 55. It's now showing me about 40, 48, no, 49 on the bid, 53 on the ask. So we're not really that much out of the money. I might give it to, 40s, high 30s. We'll see. I'll let the price action develop a little bit more before I make the decision. But AIFF, man, it's not really giving me an opportunity to get in. It keeps defending that 50 penny level. So maybe I should just look at it as a 50 defend with a prior bar low. Prior bar low on the 5, the 11:15 candle is 247. Currently showing me 255. But it's not exactly rocketing up either, right? Yeah, let's watch here a little bit more. It's got a couple of bottoming tail candles. So the candle at 11:10, bottoming tail. The candle at 11:15, bottoming tail. This one The 1120 candle just opened up, so we don't have much in the way of price action development, but hey, it's defended the 10 umpteen amount of times. So I think I'm gonna give this one the old college try. Multiple positions, but we're gonna do this anyway. We're gonna do it live. So 255, or let's just say 256 entry with, I'm gonna have a tight stop here, man. If it loses the 10 EMA, I'm out. So we're gonna go 239s. On this bad boy here, 239 out, which gives me that many. All right, good. So we're gonna give AIFF here the old college try, even though see how I feel. Here comes the $50. Let's get in here, boom. So we're gonna give it to 39s, as I said. So let's go into 239 and see if we can kind of not have that much slippage, right? So there we go. Good luck. Let's look at the other trades. Okay, SVCO into 58. We're at 55. I'm looking at wetting the beak here at, where is it? No, that's not the one. We're looking at wetting the beak here at 65. My 1R is 70. 1R on this monster is 75. No, that's the wrong one. Looking. All right, I'll look in a second. But I got to put them on my 1Rs. I got to put them on my side chart so I don't keep looking on my calculator. In any event, looking for SVCO, here comes 60. Let's see if it can clear that 60 area. It had trouble with that 60 area at 1015. That's the high of which was 59. So if we can get above that 59, that'll breach the bar high at 1015. So that's what I'm looking for there. And that's really it. T2 trades, UPXI. I got that on here, brother. Got a small position just below VWAP. Needs to probably hold here, though. Yeah, 112 VWAP, but there is that 110 and 112 area on Upixi, because the breakout area I perceive to be at around 110. That was the 930 bar high. Comes into 110, 111, but VWAP's evolved to get into 112. So I would say give yourself a zone, 110 to 112. If you can, if you can't, if that doesn't fit your parameters, then stop out at 12. It's got a downtrend here that's unbroken, so you need to be alive to that as well, but I'm sure you already are. So keep me apprised about that, brother. So yeah, that's it, Joey. We're holding 3 positions here. Let's see how they do.
All right, man. Yeah, let's take a look at it as NVDA is putting in a potentially new low of the day or heading towards that neck of the woods, guys. I want to focus on this here. Stevenson, I see that you're loading up on the NAS. That's not horrible, but we talked about this for quite some time, right? I just don't like this consolidation, considering I officially think that we broke this. Well, we have broke this uptrend, but now we're just trending to the east. No specific direction, a lot of congestion. I think at some point we might see an aggressive flush, and then I think our target might be around 581 or something along those lines, or where's that next pivot? I mean, I was just doing some basic due diligence, nothing absolutely insane, and I think we've done this as a collective unit before. Wow, the charts are charting today, Sheree.
Are they working?
They're working, man.
That's a shock.
That's exactly what we want to see. But
shock.
Let's just do a quick example here of what I was looking at. Yeah, I mean, Assassino, you could hit the dent, but here it is, right? So we have that leg up. You come back, you essentially hit that wick, right? So you've been on a run, same of a base, so you don't quite get to that specific zone just yet, but you experience somewhat of a pullback. And then it's like, where is that next kind of base? Where's that next level at that we can kind of gauge on where we can potentially pull back to? And what I'm looking at here right now is essentially,
what are you looking at?
I'm not going to say 413. I think that would be a little bit aggressive in my opinion. Okay. Just drawing these basic lines, but we're pretty far away from that. But if we were going to do that, so essentially what I'm looking at here is the over-under. So we have this peak, we pull back, we climb higher, we come back, we retest that specific zone on the weekly, we bounce. So where can we come into? 542. Things will be pretty ugly at that point. I don't know if we officially hit bear market territory, not even. You're still about 6% off of the previous highs. But I mean, over time, I wouldn't be surprised. I think if we do get this area, I think this could be a good buying opportunity for the market to overall pivot. And if things get really bad, you want to look for that next potential base. But 412, I don't think it's going to be in the works. But this is just my personal thinking, right? Considering we have this touch, you pull back, you bounce off of that zone. Let's see if we can use this previous pivot, bounce off of that, and so on and so forth, right? So there's another one right here. You pull back, and then eventually you don't get quite that low, and then you continue to climb higher. And I think that's going to be the nature of the beast here. Same with the SPY, right? So we'd take a look over at the SPY. The financials are really lagging right now, obviously, with that private credit issue. I think think that's just a little bit of noise. Eventually, that'll get brushed under the rug because we need the financials to continue to climb higher if we're looking to climb in the SPY.
You're not worried about that, eh? All right.
You know what, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
Why would I be worried about? What do we?
Show them the chart, Joey.
What do we got to be worried about here?
Yeah.
You know
no,
I mean?
I completely agree. But you know, people they tend to get a little tunnel vision.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't look at the wider chart, right?
Exactly.
And a lot of people, like, let's be fair, not everybody is a long-term investor.
No.
Some people do rely on, you know, income generated for short-term trade.
Absolutely.
So, you know.
And if that's the case, you have to worry about the noise.
There you go.
Right? You worry about the noise. If you're not, then it's just like, hey, oh, cool, we pulled back 15%. If you're sitting on a little bit of cash, which you guys did a poll yesterday, a lot of people seem to be heavily invested, which makes it more difficult to buy the dip. But if you are one of the fortunate individuals who is sitting on cash, then I think they're good buying opportunities because, as Obi would say, what does the chart say? Stonks only go up. And I mean, what is this? 2008 is the last time we've seen something aggressive.
Tell him,
the
Joey.
GFC, and then what after that was COVID. Like, get that garbage out of here. Everything gets bought back up eventually. COVID was bought back up in a span of 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks of selling. And then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, let's just buy everything because everybody's at home essentially. And I'm not saying that it's going to be the case this time, but
yes,
I mean, I think in the grand scheme of things, unless the sky literally starts falling and
Baby, if the sky is falling down,
warheads really start hitting different places, then there might be a little bit something to worry about.
All right, here we go. This is the look on BlackRock. Thank you very much, Adam, James, the prickly one as I call him. $2 super chat. Thank you very much. This is the look here, Joseph. Options on BLK. This is BlackRock. Obviously, a very expensive stock. We're not looking to trade it. Well, at least I'm not. But yeah, this is not a great looking chart, man. It's not. We lost that $1,000 level, which, at least to me, looked like an important area of support. Look, there's a lot of other things that have happened here. Now, I don't want to start, pontificating about the moving average crossovers, because we did get a crossover back in May 25, and it looks like it was a little consolidative then, so I don't think that this is the best gauge, the best name to look at for these crossovers, but you did lose that $1,000 area. Now, this is also an important area of both support and resistance. It was clearly resistance back in mid-25. You have support here in November for the $1,000 area. Clearly, we're below that, but that was the tariff tantrum, and I think that that's an outlying event. Let's go back a little bit more. Let's go to the weekly on this monster, see what the situation looks there. Moving. Yeah, this $950,000 area is super important as well. That was COVID area highs. So, let's not panic too much. We're at 934 and we haven't spent that much time below it, but it is something to be on the lookout for here. Certainly. Now, the 200 exponential and simple moving averages on the weekly are at a little bit or below 900, and that's the exponential. The simple is around 850. Now, you did defend that during the tariff tantrum. You spent all but no time below that level. Look how quickly we were able to bounce up. So keep in mind, right, now the distance between the exponential and the simple is a little wide. It's about a little bit more than $50, or looks to be about $50 on BLK here, but yeah, I don't know how to feel about this. When you're restricting redemptions, even though they're contractually within their rights to restrict redemptions so that they don't become illiquid, it's not a good look. When people, it's like, you ever hear about runs on the bank? Like in Lebanon, when they started restricting the US dollar, in Argentina, there were so many runs on the bank. And like when the banks start saying to people, no, you can't withdraw your own money.
Yeah.
People don't like hearing that, man. So that's the look. I think I'm going to get stopped out of OCGEN here. It's at VWAP. Oh, I did get stopped out. Assassino. Oh, there we go. Perfect. I just got stopped out now. Don't worry about it, Assassino. I thought the position board wasn't. Yeah, I know that. it stopped me out pretty fast there, yeah. But Occugen got stopped out. That one looks like it's putting in a lower high. So we're 0 for 2 to start the day, but we got a couple of positions here that I don't really mind holding at the moment, AIFF and SVCO. So let's see if we can make it back. We're risking exactly the same amount per trade. We've been risking on the week. We've sized up now. We're taking more shares, and we're taking more shares on a weekly incremental basis. So last week was, the first really step up in size. And then this week is another step up. So we're going to continue to kind of do that. And hopefully, you know, things work out. We're going to follow the exact same plan we've been doing. So that is the look. Just before we go to Adara, EONR, Sharif, you missed 8 cents. Let me have a quick look here at what EONR is doing. I'm also keeping an eye on BIAF because that one looks like it might be running. EONR, let's flip to the 5 minute. Relax, Sharif. Brother, I can't trade this until it gets above VWAP. Also, it's like an uninterrupted downtrend. This is not appetizing for me at all. I mean, look at the pre-market high at 4 or 5 a.m. It's $1.96. We're showing $1.47 right now. So it's no go for me under my system. But if it changes its tune, as will I. Adair.
Crypto. Interesting look here for Bitcoin, breaking above that 74,000 level. Now, this is significant because this was that same level that was the high on March 4th, last Wednesday, which is when we had that massive rally across a lot of these crypto names. The high then was 74,100. Today's high just shy of 74. So that 74,000 level continuing to be a level of support and resistance. Now, if you go way back, this is not the first time this has come up. 74,000 was a level of support going back to Monday, April 7th. This was around the time of what we call the tariff tantrum. That formed as a level of support then. Then it was resistance. If you go back to, like, this was the previous all-time high in March of 2024. We broke above that level during the election in November of 2024. So this 74,000 level, absolutely not new. It's something that's going to come up probably again and again. And it's interesting because Ethereum also coming into that March 4th high and then pulling back. But in the case of Ethereum, we actually break the March 4th high. March 4th high was 2,200 on the dot. Today, high of 2211, so just barely breaking above that level. If you look at the weekly here on Ethereum, ETH, trying to come into last week's high as well, again, that 2,200, and we did briefly break it, but Ethereum trying to have its first green week after 7 weeks of selling. BTC is poised for its second straight green week, so we'll have to wait and see here if these crypto names can surpass last week's high, as we have, you know, a couple days to go for Bitcoin's end of week, which would be on Sunday. Back to you.
Good stuff. Okay, helicopter ride can. Okay, nice, Stevenson. Have fun with that one. Guys, we waited for that level to come into play. We were talking about 4110, 4115s. We're starting to get a little bit of a bounce. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves or anything along those lines. Yeah, Bailey button. Let's go. Let's see if we can get that move that we're looking for. That was going to be a pullback here, but the downtrend is still intact here, guys. Let's not forget that. What we do have going for us right now is just a little bit of a higher low. If this breaks and then you can see that price opens up on the lower end of this, on the backside of this trend, then that's something that we need to be alarmed about. But as of right now, it's not looking too horrible. So we'll keep an eye out on Bitcoin. And then maybe if we get really strong and start to recover, break through some key pivot levels, there could be a good add opportunity. All right. So not a bad entry. Patience is extremely key, especially when you're trading this name. What I don't love is that USO. I was looking at this name at 1657. Now we're trading at 1820s and continuing to climb. I don't know if this supply zone on the options chain, I don't know how much weight we can put behind the USO options chain right now. I just think there's too many factors that are coming into play besides technical and supply zones from a derivative standpoint. We're over at the March 20th expiration and 16,000 considering, right? It's substantially larger than what we're seeing on the rest of the chain, but I don't really think it's coming into factor. 150% down to 127%, so you're going to see a decrease in the contracts alone just from the volatility. All right, so we'll pull back. You have that massive gap down where you lose 30% in that contract value from yesterday's session, or even this morning, opening up this morning. It's just like, boom, see you later, and you're losing a lot of value. So not too good of a look there in the depreciation of implied volatility, unless you're a writer. That's a writer's dream. So nice little pop up there. Let's go IBIT. Key pivot high. If this resistance zone really starts to reject and then you can see sellers step back in, then it might crack that. But at this point, it's working for us and we're going to stick in this trade.
Watching BIAF, it may be breaking trend here. I'm suspicious, so I'm continuing to watch. I mean, it hasn't decisively broken trend. Let me make my case to you guys here for a sec. You know, it still fits within that lower trend line. You're going to get these outlying moments. All right, we open up a new candle now. If you want to get in, you can give it to prior bar low. It could hold trend, 242. Let's give this one a try. Let's see. So if we get in 242, we have to give it to prior bar low at the lead, which is 229. So that would put us there. All right, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I just, you know, I don't want to get in too quickly here on a one candle break, but it does look like it's forming a bottom at a predictable area, mind you. This 230 area was a support area initially. I want to say from 9:45 till about 10:10, even before that. So yeah, 9:45 to about 10:10, which is a pretty respectable support area there. So we'll keep an eye out on BIAF, but I'm not quick to want to jump into it at the moment, but I am worried about AIFF here because this one is a bit of a prolonged downtrend now, essentially putting in lower high since the high of the day at 11:10, 11:15 low, 11:20 lower high, lower high, lower high. We're not below the 10 EMA on the 5. We're still above it. Obviously, we're still above VWAP, but I'm going to keep a close eye on this one. Let's see if BIAF, though, can break prior bar high. If it can, I think that will give me a little bit more confidence. So prior bar high is 243. I've based my entry on this one at 42, same difference. Let's see if it can breach prior bar high, and then we'll give it to prior bar low. Here's 43. Good look, okay. Perfect. Let's see if we can get in here. So we'll give it to prior bar low, which is, as I mentioned, 29. So 228 on that one. Perfect. So 220, we have to give it a 25. All right, that's cool. That's no worries there. We'll see if this one's got the juice to kind of take out some levels. It doesn't feel like a lot of them have continuation today, at least not yet, right? Because you're kind of seeing fading here into the 10 EMAs, possibly holding, possibly not. We already saw Ocugen kind of give up the ghost, but BIAF is a big winner on the day. It's up over triple digits, so be on the lookout for that. Packing the patience here, Joey. Oh, sorry, yeah, we're going to Adair.
SHC is spiking higher here. So Terra Health, SHC story here is New York Times reporting that the EPA is moving to weaken limits on a cancer-causing gas. Now, you might ask, what does this have to do with SHC? I looked into it, and so Terra Health is apparently known for using a known carcinogen in some of their factories. So if there is any kind of move to weaken limits on these carcinogenic gases, it's likely going to benefit SHC. The stock is pushing higher, I think around 1 million shares traded on the day, so nothing super liquid, but certainly some movement here in action in SHC, including with volume.
All right, good look there, guys. So the trend did break in IBIT. Let's see if we can get any form of a rebound. As soon as it breaks through the low of the day, you got to get out of the trade, essentially, because thesis invalid. Trend line not holding up how we wanted it to exactly, but we don't want to jump the gun too early. If we get a 5-minute print opening below and the market continues to sell off here because it looks extremely weak and USO continuing to climb, then we're probably going to have to get out of Dodge. There is some signs of strength right there that we're not going to complain about. Nice indecision print. Looking at the detail here in some of the price action prints, and then maybe we can get somewhat of a move, because I do feel that it was stronger. Nice channel to the top end, but then it did crack. So let's see if we can get buyers to step right back into Bitcoin, and if it's attractive today. All right, Adam James, only guaranteed in world at the money is Arsenal is going to choke.
I hate this guy, bro. Hold on, who are we playing? Again, we played poorly in the Champions League midweek. Thankfully, we were able to tie the game.
The one you were watching?
Yeah, so there was 0-0 at the half, right? Yeah. Then they scored right at the beginning of the second half. Then Arsenal scored late, so it ended up being 1-1. It's one of those ones where there's two legs, one on your turf, one on mine. So that's how Champions League works.
So what's
aggregate? So right now it's 1-1 on aggregate. And then we play at Arsenal in London next week, right?
They haven't. Okay, yeah.
So
they haven't.
I don't want to say it's a win, but when you go away and you tie, advantage home team, right? But Leverkusen, we shouldn't be tying to. But in Arsenal's current form, I'm not surprised at all. The form is dropping off. I'm assuming it has a lot to do with endurance, because he plays these guys super hard, and they're not looking good anymore. So tomorrow, the 14th, right? We're playing Everton at home at 1:30, which is the afternoon game. I think we should be able to handle Everton. Everton's 8th. They're not that bad this year. 8th is pretty good in the Premier League, so at least your top half. But it's been tough. It's been tough, man. Second half of the season for Arsenal. Thankfully, other teams are struggling as well. City is struggling at the moment. You saw the ass whooping that they got from Real Madrid, 3-0. It was they caught hands. It was pretty bad. Man, Valverde, what the hell is going on? Unbelievable. This guy gets the captain's armband, and now he's like some superstar. I realize he's been a starter for a minute, but I didn't peg him to be that good. He had some goals on, what day was that? Was Tuesday or Wednesday? Unbelievable from Valverde. Very impressed with his goals there. So shout out to the Madrid fans. Jam Locky, he's a fan, of course. All right. Keeping an eye here on some of these positions. People are saying CXAI is making a move. I distrust this one quite aggressively. I mean, because every time it's tried to breach VWAP, we've seen what happened. So I'm going to need to see more. But thank you for pointing that out, cool brioche. My mom makes a mean brioche. Anyway, I'm going to need to see a lot more from this because I'm just highly suspicious of its price action on the day. If it takes out some area highs, we'll have a conversation. In fact, let's put in an alert there at around 31.06, give or take, to see if we can kind of get up into that area. Yes, Pep is still a coach, Adara. He is still the coach of Manchester City. Last year, likely. In any event, let's keep an eye here on some of these names, Joey. BIAF doesn't look like it's going to have much of a continuation, sadly, because it's coming back into that 250 area, and now we've got a bit of a red candle. Let's see if we breach prior bar low. I might tighten up my stop, Joey.
All right, man. Yeah, so there it goes. It looks like we're going to head a little bit lower here in Bitcoin. I have no issues with re-engaging one more time on this for a potential bounce, but right now it seems like we're trying to catch a falling knife, and that's not the best idea, just going with the flow. Same names are climbing higher. You're going to probably hit 119 here at some point on USO, and then the market is continuing to bleed, heading right towards a key support level on the daily that we were talking about not too long ago. So we'll keep an eye out on that. But yeah, it's going to crack, and then I wouldn't be surprised if come Monday they try to rebound it, but then we flush a little bit lower. So we'll continue to monitor. As for our watch list, we ran through that already. Let's see what we got going on the scanner. NVDA is going to be at the top of the class with the most amount of volume traded here with this specific scan, anything over $10 approximately. How has Palantir been performing? Just following the base. So yeah, let's get out of this IBIT trade as it just made a clean flush down. I'm glad that we hopped out as it just aggressively decided to tank. So good timing on that one. We said as soon as we crack the low of the day, let's get out, and I'm glad that we didn't have to sit through that. And then the momentum really starting to pick up. So it doesn't look like buyers are going to engage anytime soon in Bitcoin, and buyers are fully engaged. So we may as well just go with the flow, maybe short this market in case we do get some more aggressive selling here.
All right, man. I don't really have anything other than what I just spoke about.
Okay,
so
hold on, give me a second here. So what we'll do is we'll head over to the chain and see what we got on the NASDAQ. I mean, the volatility is probably you're going to probably see an uptick in that 34%. We've seen things significantly cooler. March 16th, that's going to be I think that's Tuesday there that this is going to expire. So today's session being included, and then Tuesday or Wednesday, whatever it may be. Nothing substantial. But what we really want to focus on is this witching event on the 20th, which we've been talking about for quite some time. And then 600 is where you're going to see a lot of the size on the SPY, on the NASDAQ. We're trading at 595. So if you want to mask yourself, you can still collect. Oh, okay, I like this. And then what's this writing? Let's click up our strategy builder right here and see what we got going on. 600, you're gonna $600 right there, and then we'll go 605. So a couple hundred smackers on that one to say that we're gonna chill below. And I mean, max return, this is wrong. I don't know what's wrong with this thing here. It's just calculating absolutely absurd. I can pull up another thing, but essentially what it's saying is your max return is 680.89. That's not true. Okay, that's not gonna be the case because this is a bear call spread. All right, so even on this, it's saying clear all legs, buy, sell. Where would it say on this? I haven't used this one. I typically use Client Portal. But anyways, aside from that, you're going to collect a couple $100 on this name, and there's a 70% chance that you're going to be able to collect a little premium at least. Adara, what do you have?
Yeah, just keep an eye on RDW here. Nothing massive in terms of moves, but Redwire just posted 1 minute ago on X that they participated in this U.S. Army Ivy Sting 5. So Army drone collaboration here just being posted about on social media by RDW. Furthermore, again, probably nothing massive, but while I'm here, a name that I know Joe is watching or has been watching, JP Morgan. JPM on watch as we continue to have these tensions in the Middle East. JP Morgan Partners Group canceling their UAE events as this war continues. Back to you.
So yeah, we like this. Over $200 you're going to be collecting on this specific contract combination. Once again, this profile is going to be more wrong. I don't know why it's calculating like that. We're going to have to figure something out. But you can see right here, it's bear call spread. We won't be collecting that whatsoever. It is pricing in. It's not what it's not doing. Oh, okay, I see what. Let's see if we can fix that. So it's not calculating your protection. all right? So we put the vertical spread on there. Let's clear all the legs and take a second attempt on this one to see if we can get the actual right pricing point on this. And if it doesn't, then it's just like, so be it. This is completely incorrect. Yeah, so it's still doing the exact same thing. So I figure that's what it is. It's just not calculating the purchase of this $472 contract, all right? So that puts you around $220 to say that the SPY isn't going to close above $600 by next Friday. I think at this pace, we might be in for a nice little treat, and that could potentially happen. Even though it's 6 points away, I like our opportunity. I like our chances 70% with 43,300 contracts at that specific zone.
All right, man. Watching AIFF trying to make a move into 260 again. 260 has been the level that we can't really shake. I mean, we've been up to 264, but again, a thorough or a closer inspection of the chart, you can see on the 5 that we haven't closed anything above 260. My 1R on AIFF is 73, 2R is 90. So we're gonna have to pack the patience here. We're gonna wet the beak, obviously, at 60. There goes 61, here comes 62, very small shares. We're saving it for 1R here on a day. The reason I'm saying 1R yesterday, and I haven't really talked about 1R, is because on days where the continuation is lacking, like we saw on Monday and Tuesday, I can't expect to get 2R and 3R. So I'm going to have to adjust some of my risk and my approach so that on days where, you feel the follow through maybe a little wanting, we can take it out a little bit early. And I'm willing to stomach that. As long as I can get 1R, I think we're good to go. There it goes again into 66. So as I mentioned, for me, 1R is 73. Let's see what we got here on AIFF. We still have some, go ahead.
Something's going on in the market. I was looking at the chain. I'm like, what is going on here? This was fluctuating like a madman, USO. And I was going to ask you, Sharif, before I send it back to you, I'm like, how long until we get a volatility spike in USO? Sure enough, a couple minutes later, you get rocking and rolling. But look at this really start to amp up. This was fluctuating like a madman, and the chart was loading. It had to digest what was going on, and it's still currently doing that. Strong spike in the TQQs and an aggressive move lower in USO. Let's pull those names up as Bitcoin heading right back towards our entry price. I was thinking about taking another attempt on there, but that's neither here nor there. Let's go to USO and see what we got going on as it's selling aggressively there, guys. A move to the downside, but we've seen this on multiple occasions. It just eventually gets bought right back up. Adara.
Not seeing the headline for the market yet. Okay, this just came in the headline for the market, but I do have a Boeing headline after as well. Headline for the market, Iran giving approval to the Indian government for 2 liquefied petroleum tankers to sail through the Strait of Hormuz. That's reported by sources. Now, it is worth noting, earlier we had reports that Italy was trying to engage with Iran to allow these tankers through, then Italy denied it. So be aware, this could always be denied by India. It's just a report. But again, as of right now, reporting we're seeing here is that Iran has given approval to the Indian government to allow 2 liquefied petroleum tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Keep an eye on USO here as well. USO actually tanking a little bit on this, of course. Now we have Boeing pushing higher. BA pushing higher again. We're seeing reports that the company is repairing 25 MAX jets due to those wire flaws which halted deliveries that we talked about a couple days ago. Again, though, the main story for this market is that Iran giving approval to the Indian government, allowing some liquefied petroleum tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Reuters reporting this story. Back to you.
Yeah, we reported on that in the morning as well. We spoke about that on the morning show, that India had reached out directly to Iran. Again, whether you believe the reports or not, we'll wait until they're confirmed, but it had been speculated in the morning that there was direct communications between the country because the increase in the price of oil. India suffered India's been very sensitive, I want to say suffered, but has been super sensitive to the price of oil. And we've seen sort of, the approach that they've taken to Russian oil and how that, worked with the Trump administration as they were trying to, get a trade deal going. So nothing new there that India would be doing something like that. Again, we'll wait for confirmation, but that, we were reported on in the morning. Very interesting news. Let's continue to watch here. AIFF, I'm waiting for 69 to come in. There's 68. High a day is 68. There's 69. Bang. Finally, we get a trade that actually works out. AIFF now, that's good. That's 1R. Looking for continuation now on this monster. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher on this. Next level for me, 90. Looking for the move into 90. Packing the patience. India's running low on LPG, not oil. Oil they get from Russia, deep tranquility. Thank you. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. What I'm thinking more is about energy. You know, very, very big country, very growing very quickly. Obviously, with growth requires energy. But thank you for correcting me on that. I do appreciate it. Continuing to watch your SVCO, holding the 10 EMA on the 5, still putting in higher lows. Resistance at $4.60 on SCVO. Excuse me. Looking for the move into 70. That is the high of the day. Other zinc, or sorry, not other zinc. Chad Anderson, Sharif, you may want to get out of AIFF. Why, brother? It hasn't breached prior bar low. It's above the 10 EMA. Maybe it does reject here. You're right. But I'm waiting to see if a key level can get held. Because if I don't allow the trade to follow through, then I can never really see like the brightest side of the trade. I'm always going to be capped by my fear. So I'm going to let this one go. If it breaches the level, it breaches a level. We've taken out a good amount here at 1R. We're looking for 2R next. So we'll see what comes of that. But thank you for alerting me to the resistance at 270 on AIFF. We're just showing 265. Our BIAF, this one I'm out of the money on, and I really haven't been in the money, quite frankly. Look, it broke trend. It came back down. The way I see it, it's trying to test the previous area of support, or sorry, resistance. And now it's kind of using it as support. I don't know. I've given it to 29. To this bar low over here, the 1130 bar low, also defended at the 1145 bar low. It's not exactly appetizing. It doesn't look like it's got the, strength to make any higher highs. But look, if it makes a higher high above this 1145 candle, I'll be game. But if it loses 229, I'm out. It's really that simple. I'm keeping an eye as well on CSTE. I'm 0 for 1 on this. I tried to take the dollar breakout. And then I got stopped out. But you got to respect this higher low pattern here. This higher low pattern is telling you a story. And the story is here that the buyers are picking this up at higher and higher levels. All the while, we keep rejecting the volume weighted average price, at least on a closing basis. Sure, you wick up above it, right? No close, though, really above that VWAP area. So what I'm looking for is a decisive move and a closing print. The problem with this one, though, is you have VWAP, say, around 96.50, and then you got the dollar, right? So you got resistance at VWAP, you got likely resistance at the dollar. You've already seen the dollar act as resistance, not just over here, but over here as well. These two topping tails all reject the dollar. So I'm keeping an eye on it. If it changes its tune, as will I, of course. But that's what we're looking at, Joey. BIAF just took out prior bar high, Bovin. BIAF takes out 245, then we can probably take out 250. So I'm keeping a close eye here on BIAF. It looks like, it was resisting this trend line, clears it. Now it may use it as support. I'll feel a lot better if we can breach this doji candle high at 1135, the high of which is 245. So we're showing 241, 242. We'll see how this one does, Joe.
All right, we're in some NVDL here, guys. Let's see if we can find a bounce on this name off of those lows. I liked it. We were patient to see the market still selling, though, and USO, but a small uptick there. We'll take that one. The high end of this range is going to be one of the primary targets. So 34s we're in at approximately. If we can get 68s, that's going to be absolutely fire. Some strength stepping right back into the tape. And if we get, this is where we're going to get stopped out. So only 30 cents of risk, nothing substantial whatsoever. A little reduce of shares because this is a 2x leverage play. And then sure enough, boom, we get that move. Let's go. Come on, you could do it. We'll hit the money, even though we're not exactly where we want to be just yet, but that's fine. Now, as for Bitcoin not finding a bottom just yet, guys, continuing its bleeding, gave up all of the move from this morning, and then probably potentially going to head in towards this gap. So once we enter this gap, I think there might be a little bit of trouble, and then sure enough, $40 might be a target there on Bitcoin on the intraday session. May not be today, but over the weekend. So you get these pop-ups, and then they're immediately sold off. Not the best signs of strength, okay? There it goes. Nice little pop-up. We'll take that all day, man. Small little wins, small little battles everywhere. So, I mean, we like that on NVDL. Why am I going long? Nice indecision print off the lows. Consecutive selling here. I have double 5 minute. I don't know why that always does that. But increase in volume right here, that's a sign of strength, and then also the indecision print around the lows. So any form of a bounce, we run into the top end of the channel. If we start to reject aggressively, which we just did right there, then maybe we're gonna have to reassess the situation. But right now, NVDA looks pretty strong. Moving forward, what has Apple been up to? Bleeding, not looking good whatsoever. AAPL down to 248, right at the lower end of the range. And we talk about names, regardless if you're at the top of the food chain or not.
Names.
You go on some monster runs. Unfortunately, you will see some form of a pullback. The market will make something up, and then people will start to take off some profit. Poor old Microsoft, I shouldn't say that whatsoever, but we talked about that run it was on for quite some time and continuing to sell off here. Guys, down pretty, I think it's like 30 something, or is it close to 30, 28%. I mean, that's not good here in Microsoft, considering it's still the third or fourth largest name in the market. So maybe a good buying opportunity. And it was in this consolidation for quite some time, like an ebb and flow. And then eventually had that breakout, but it wasn't sustained. You go on that run from May all the way to approximately July, the end of July. And then sure enough, you've been in a downtrend for significantly longer than what we were trending up for. So keep an eye out on MSFT. I still like the name. I think Azure is an absolute beast, and cloud will continue to grow. Maybe not at the rate that we're expecting, but at least there is growth there. So moving forward, we'll take a look at Amazon. How have you been performing? Not too good either. High of around $350. We're down 12% on that name. Same with Goggles. Monster run, but now we're on the backside of the trend here. And again, this name has everything going for it. If you're looking in the mega cap space, I think it's a neck and neck between NVDA and Google, who are the names that you really, really want to be involved with. But go on a big time run, and now you've cracked that trend. Watch out for some more potential downside here in Google.
All right, I'm starting to feel less good about SCVO. It's not doing too poorly. It's still showing me the $0.50. I've got 55s on, but it does look like it's on a downtrend now. Whether or not it finds support at the 20, where 20 EMA on the 5, where it has found support before, we're gonna wait and see. I'm talking about, of course, the 11 o'clock candle on the 5 that defended the 20. I'm talking also about the 1025 candle that found support at the 20 on SCVO. I'm packing the patience. We're gonna see what we get on this one. I don't wanna paper hand this trade. BIAF, I think it just breached that 45 penny high. So let's see what we have here on BIAF. All right, let me just pull up my look on this one. There we go. So we're in, for this one, let me just find it. Oh, all right. Yes, okay, so looking for the move here into the $0.50. It really hasn't decisively cleared. Oh, wow, look at that. It goes into 246, it drops back down to 238. Let's see if it breaches prior bar low. I'm still fine with this one holding trend because it's starting to use that former area of resistance as support, but it doesn't have the continuation into the $0.50 quite yet. So it looked like it was changing its tune, and there it wasn't. Yeah, there is 45 on BAF, but don't seem like it want to break that good. You agree 100% with that, Bovin. I totally agree with that. So we're going to have to wait and see what it does because it's out of my control. AIFF got stopped out, got right back in because it held the $0.50, looking for continuation now into 60s and 70s. We took profits on the stop out as well, so no part of that went against me. But I did move up my stop on that, which is why I got stopped out. That's my problem, not yours. I'm still looking for that $0.50 hold and another attempt at 70, possibly even 3. Let's give this one the old college try. If it loses 50 pennies and prior bar low, I'm out. And we're taking basically half the amount of risk that we took last time, so we don't give back too much if we get stopped out, which is a distinct possibility given that there's like very little in the way of continuation today. Yeah, that's it. That's what we're looking at now. Let's have a look here at the other one, CSTE. Oh my days, that's ugly. Oh my days. We're looking at this one, the breach VWAP. Oh my God, yeah. As I see, ever since Fabian fixed our headphones, that is very, very loud in our ear. But I like it, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. But I haven't heard it like that loud before. In any event, Joey, things are breaking down right now, man. There's very little in continuity, so I'm going to start taking very little risk with my trades going forward because
that's a good idea,
the continuity is a very weak, as a Katina man would say. I don't even know
unless you're thinking short there.
Yeah, these are not even shorts, even though. Like that's the thing. Yeah, they're not really looking short. Yeah, it's super choppy. That's fine. That's fine, man. Like you know, you just got. What I'd love to be able to do is to be able to gauge the sentiment. And Luis gave us that data point that I still got to start using. So I do plan on using his portal on the weekend. Going to practice, kind of look at that.
And see what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. Because he gave us that really good way to look at exactly how many movers on that graph and what the data says. So that will help you gauge sentiment, at least to my humble submission. So we'll see. What do you got?
Hughes, better hold 593, which is the last week's low. If that doesn't, we have very much room. Yeah, that's what I was saying not too long ago there, my guy. Top VoIP. Yeah, so there we go. A nice little pop. Let's see if we can break this trend line, get a 1 minute candle on the back side of it, and then maybe get a rebound into 79, 80s. Don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, and we don't want to tell them our targets either. But no, obviously being sarcastic. But no, in all seriousness, guys, not too bad. We held on to it. If it breaks the low of the day, we got to take that into consideration and make sure that we remain steady with our risk, because every pop just gets bought right back up. I mean, sold right off, right? And we're going completely against the grain on this one.
Goodness.
There was some indecision prints, but it's not looking too pretty. And this thing, it's so, it's like, okay, what am I going to do? Buy the high here, and then you get this volatility spike. It's going to stop you out. So you'd have to go so small because you don't know what's going to happen, essentially, with this name. I think probably by, I would say 1245 to 130, we probably get another volatility spike in USO. It's Friday, so people are looking to have a little fun, probably with the market and everything along those lines. It's so headline sensitive right now. Anything of any form of substance is going to move this thing, so we have to keep an eye out. Glad that we didn't take any more attempts on Bitcoin as it's hovering around that 4078 level. I'm sitting on a little bit of cash in my account, and the more these larger names continue to sell, I'm waiting for Jensen and Company to break through a support level, and then we're going to buy a little bit more. Am I going to be buying more Bitcoin? Maybe I'll buy a little bit more. I did cut my position in half. I think it was like around 110 or something along those lines, nothing crazy. But we gave back so much unrealized, it really pains me. So kind of a little gun shy on that one, but NVDA, not too bad of a look. 170, 172, I think it's a good time for me to purchase a little bit more. Adair, what do you have?
What I have is happening now, and what's happening now is this market trying to potentially bounce off of lows here. Now we're actually kind of just above or pre-market lows. We did briefly breach them. We'll take a look at the NASDAQ, or sorry, the SPY, because that was the NASDAQ. So in the SPY, we're not even near these pre-market lows. Story for the day kind of continues to be a lot of the same. We have some tech headlines to balance, including Meta saying, or reportedly trying to delay the launch of their avocado AI until May. Right now, they're going to go with the Google AI option. So that was one headline we had specifically in the Meg 7 space. But oil is going to continue to be on watch. Now, it's interesting, USO recovering a lot faster from these drops than it may be used to, as Joe and Sharif were saying. But we get this spike lower on USO as we start getting reports from Reuters suggesting that the Indian government has apparently struck a deal with Iran to allow 2 liquefied gas, I guess, exporting vehicles here to pass safely through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, it is worth noting, we heard reports earlier that Italy was trying to strike a deal with Iran, and then they denied that they were trying to do so. So just be aware, we can't always get confirmation or denial here from the government of India. But either way, that's definitely going to be a story on watch here. One story as well on watch here intraday, obviously not as big of a mover, but we did get a push up here in SHC. This is Sotera Health. Now, this company was on the move after we had some reports from the New York Times suggesting that the EPA is going to be maybe rolling back some of these rules with regards to cancer-causing gases. SHC, Sotera Health, and their facilities are known for having some controversies involving possibly carcinogenic gases from their buildings, so that's why that moved. Let's talk here about some of these earnings as well. ULTA, maybe not the most heavily day traded name, but nice move today off of earnings for Ulta Beauty. As you can see, re-acceleration in their revenue growth for fiscal 2025. Adobe also reported earnings after the bell yesterday, as did Sentinel One, Service, Titan, and Rubrik. Already, of course, one Ulta Beauty infographic on X at TTV Research. There'll be another one coming out later this afternoon, and an Adobe visual as well. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, make sure to join us every day. And right now, we're going to see you back over to Joe.
Yeah, thank you, Adara. Man, oh man, I should have took some off there at 60s. We're long from like 39 or something along those lines, 35, 36. And then we could have took some off at 60s because now we're starting to come back in. So when the market gives you an opportunity to do so, you have to take advantage of it because you're getting these strong up moves, but then look at this, just immediately sold right back off. So sellers are, I think, well, I mean, we're below the volume weighted average price, so you can say that they're in complete control. Poor Bitcoin, man, just an absolute, what did I say, free fall after the trend line break earlier this morning. So Neil would have liked this one, uptrend, trend line break, boom, AC Slater to the downside on that bad boy. And sure enough, let's see if I don't even want to post up there because then there'd be zero chance that we're going to catch that fill. But I mean, if we wait and we climb up, I'll take about half of my position off. And then probably once I do that, it'll rip. So that's kind of the situation that I'm sitting in right now with NVDA. Going with the flow. I seen Obi running a game earlier today. Man, oh man, IBIT, poor thing. All right, guys, is there anything specific that you want to hear? Put the dollar signs in, get those votes. Let's go over a couple of the names that you guys want to look at. Enough of what I've been rambling on. I want to know what you guys have been trading. I see SIL. Is that a small cap name? It sounds like it because I'm not overly familiar with it. So SIL, put those in the chat. Also, if you feel free, what are you guys up to on the weekend? That's going to be Global X Silver Miners to the downside. So I'm assuming that SLV is probably to the downside as well too, guys. Not too good of a look, but it did pop up to 119. All right, 119, not a horrible play whatsoever on this name, SIL. Let's see a couple more here and see what the folks you guys got going on the weekend. And silver, Joey. All right, we'll go over some more silver. Some more silver and gold. Man, there's this meme, like a clip of a video kind of circulating on Snapchat Reels, and it's of Tiny Tim. I think it's Mickey Mouse's kid. And that stuff just, I can't stomach that stuff anymore, man. Milo made me soft. But anyways, silver heading right back down. You get to a high of around $85 now, down to $72. I mean, at this pace, you got to keep an eye out on this neckline being broken, and then you want to look for where that next potential landing spot could be, and that could be here for sure, right? I mean, $65. Big time run. This was a whole bunch of fun. And then if you ask me, not very much success on my end right there. NVIDIA long still in play. I mean, I don't know how much longer we are starting to curl over, I'll take that until we break 79.66 and we continuously reject it. But I'm going to take a little off at 60s if we're for. There we go, 61s. Finally, thank you. Before we sell off at that zone, let's piece a little bit out there, guys. The VIX. Let's take a look at the VIX, too. Could you please look at Hood? Some CSPs, 424, expiration around the 66 strike. All right, first things first. Let me write this down, and then we'll go through that, and then we'll send it off to Sharif. So we got a couple of things that we're going to do over here, my guy. So hold your horses, as my great-grandmother used to say.
What is this thing doing?
So 424 on Robinhood. All right, and then we're going to take a look at the VIX. We'll go one more here. No, we'll just do those two. All right, 424 over here on Robinhood and see what we got going on. Let's turn this off so we can get a little bit better of a gauge, and then we're going to pull up the charting and the technicals on this bad boy. Katina Man told you guys this morning. We're unfortunately down 50%. I mean, a high of 150. You're liking the 66 that are going to expire on the 24th of April. My dad's birthday is the 4th. Yeah, there we go, bang. I'm not very good with birthdays, by the way. CSPs on that one. What is our delta saying? Yeah, I mean, so there is an 80% chance or 77% chance we can say that this is going to expire out of the money. CSP, you're collecting 385. If not, congratulations, you're a proud owner. If you're going to allow those to expire, ITM, you're a proud owner of Robinhood at $66. Now let's pull up the technicals before we head over to the VIX and see how we've been doing there. Market heading lower, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see somewhat of an uptick on the fear index. All right. Daily, breaking through some support. That's not too good of a look here right now. A lot of chop going on, but what we do have in our favor is that we're starting to hold that. Where would $66 put us? By next month around this time, a month and a week or so? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, not a bad play. Not a bad play there, Brown Lightning. And then let's go over to the VIX before we send it back over to Sharif and see what we have there. Oops, wrong one. Let's switch this up. Head over to the VIX. We'll take a look at the daily and see what the increase in premium is like on this bad boy. Index CBOE. I was lucky enough when I went to the CBOE. So there it is, 158%. So you're going to see an increase there. I like waiting for the puts, 125,000 at $28. Take a look at the actual charting aspect of this. It has been on the rise recently. Oh, no, wrong button. I hate how it does that. Let's go over to there. Boom, boom.
Boom, boom, boom.
Go. There we go. Mazalito. All right, Mazal. All right, yeah, nice steady up and to the right there, guys. Earlier this week, we climbed to a high of $35, 4-hour chart. We come back in, so those puts coming into play. But what we will look at is this right here, and that's going to be that nice steady uptrend that we're experiencing right now in the VIX, Sharif.
All right, man. Good luck, Joey. Just throwing in a stop. Give me one moment. I will be with you in 1 second. Okay, there we go. We're good to go. All right. So lots of stuff is happening here. BIAF clearly has trouble clearing every level that you put in front of it. I mean, no, seriously though. Let's do a little TA. Let me just draw this parallel bar, and then we'll kind of make the argument here. So number one, it's having trouble clearing the half dollar, which is not surprising. That's a key area of technical resistance. We're going to keep an eye out on that. Got to that 50 penny area, dropped all the way back down, still holding that upper channel. I'm going to continue to hold this so long as this upper channel holds here on BIAF, okay? I have more to say about AIFF because that one, it looks like it's going to break out again. Thankfully, back into that. Still disappointed with the SCVO, but Bovin, the OG Bovin strikes again. He strikes a lot, I got to tell you. Bovin, you know, if he was a prize fighter, some people would be down. PLYX Bovin, great call. Flat top break through 6. The shorts are running scared now. There it goes into 630, Bovin. Very big breakout right now on Plyx. Plyx, yeah. Up 35%. High day 629, showing 630. Nice flat top break. Once, twice, Obi, he is the one thrice. 4, 5, 6, 7. On the 8th time, it breaks. The breakout is on. We can go to the wider time frame to kind of see where to expect the resistance. Okay, so we have a high from the 11th at 650, resistance level number 1. We have another high from the 10th, the high of which is 739, resistance level 2. We draw these out. We put some horizontal trend lines on that to earmark, or to mark, I should say, some of these levels. So that's what we're looking for there, but a big breakout there and looking for continuation on that. I don't have anything on it right now, quite frankly, but I'm going to keep my eye out on it. I did add into BIAF at the low, not something I typically do. I'm holding it for this channel. So if it holds the channel, I'm going to continue to hold it. If it loses the channel, I'm out. It's really that simple. AIFF, though, like if it was up to me, I wouldn't be trading right now. Okay, I can tell you why clearly, because there's no continuity on these names. I would immediately recognize that, and I would immediately not trade. Right, you're getting to some very, very good levels, and you're not seeing, you know, any continuity from the longs. You're just seeing a lot of, you know, profit taking and or short selling at these levels, and completely distinct from yesterday and the day before, but very similar to Monday and Tuesday. So yeah, that's the way it is. You know, I'm on the show. Obviously, I have to trade, but we're going to keep an eye on the ones that are doing good, and we'll try to give you guys some. What's up?
NVDA is tanking. I'm glad that we got out of that, man. I was ready. I was excited. Like, hey, we took some off there, but then an aggressive move to the downside as the market is putting in a new low of the day. USO not doing anything, but that was tank city. We sit in this for how long? I mean, we go head over to the 5-minute time frame. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes, all engulfed in the span of 60 seconds. All right, so 25 minutes gone. I'm glad that we pieced them out there at 70, nice, and then sure enough, boom. I got stopped out at 33%. which is totally fine, all right? 33%, we'll take that, but an aggressive down move. Now starting to climb a little bit higher in NVDA. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay, brother.
Cool, all right, cool. So yeah, that's what I got going on, man. That was an all-day grind. Well, not all day, I should say, but that wasn't fun sitting through that. I'm glad that we got some out. But this is what drives me through the wall at times, is that why you flush and then it just rebounds right back to where it is. You have to get out, right? Like if it continues to bleed, but sure enough, they play all these bamboozlement, tomfoolery, and then they comes right back to north of your entry price, all right? Is there a potential long? Do we take one more attempt here on IBIT? I mean, yeah, Mazelito. That's what I've been watching too much New York City gold dealers and diamond guys. That guy Moses, I like Moses. He's a cool guy. So mazal to that. Let's get involved in a little bit of Bitcoin here, guys. We can use a 10-cent stop on that front. So I like this BTC long. If it breaks 60s, we're at a dodge. We're in at 70s. Perfect. Exactly where we want to be. Could be a horrible play as we're already 4 cents out of the money. So we hit 50% of our stop just like that. Yeah, Raza Mazelito. Let's go Bitcoin.
Hey. Get it, Joey.
Let's pull up IBIT and see if we can get a little bit of a pop on this one here, guys.
All right, Nick. Check out COP, just sent a super chat. Thank you very much, Nick, for the super chat. Always kind of you as well. Just made a bunch on a similar setup on VKTX last couple of days. Let's look at COP, see what Nick is talking about. Looks super consolidative though, Nick. What is this name? ConocoPhillips. Okay, my bad. I should have known that.
Oh, man.
Super expensive, nothing I trade, Nick. You know, kind of my moat here, which is small cap gappers, but I do like this range, especially looking at yesterday's range as well. Very well established, 120 to the low. Essentially, most of the time, 120 on the dot to the low, about 120.75 to the high with some outliers into 121. A bit of a wider range today, to be fair, about 119. No, I want to say it's similar, Nick. That hasn't quite made it down to 120 as many times, just that one candle at 11, with not too many candles breaching 120. One, only just those two up here, but a super tight range for me, not really exactly my style to trade the range, nor are these the type of stocks that I trade, but thank you very much. ConocoPhillips, what does this one look like on the daily? Oh, yeah, well, recovering quite nicely. Look at that downtrend break, man. That's nice right there. From when would that break the downtrend? Like, yeah, mid-December. This thing's been on a roll since that time. Very much bucking the trend here. Things are putting in highs when everything else is putting in low. You said VKTX as well, Viking Therapeutics, a name that I keep my eye on a lot. You know, always a buyout candidate here. Yeah, very much a range trade on as well on that one, Nick. Looks like, you know, generally, I'm not talking intraday, but generally that 37.5, $40 area resistance, and then $30 support with some outlying areas, of course. We'll keep tabs on those. Thanks very much, Nick, for that. All right, what do we got here? SCVO continues to drop down into 40. We have 55s on that, so we are now 10 pennies out of the money, is showing me 45s on the bid. Not a good look. AIFF, this one continues to hold trend, but it's having trouble clearing 60. You know, there's only been those two candles that got into 70. However, it's still putting in generally higher lows, a bit of an upward trend. We're packed to patience on there. BIAF, it doesn't look like it's going to hold trend, but if it doesn't, I already have my stop below the low of the candle at 1205, the low of which is 231. I've given it a little bit below that, but it looks like now it's struggling with 240. Can't breach 240, and prior bar high is 39. So it's clearly having trouble with that as well. PLYX, though, seems to be the one that, you know, kind of completely bucking the trend here in terms of trend, yeah. PLYX on the NQ. I thought this was going to be a wider spread given how aggressively it was breaking out. Maybe the volume's picked up now. 2 to 3 penny spread here, generally having watched this only for a few seconds. I would be picking this up at 6. Okay, and you're going to have to give it to 580 though. Look at that range between 6 and 580. You know that there was a buyer here at 580, so you're going to have to risk a little bit. So we're going to do just that. We're going to put in a trade over here. We're looking to go long. Let's just say 605, so we give ourselves room, and then 579. All right, perfect. So let's see if we can kind of get that. We'll go 605 long, and we'll see what we can get on this one. Maybe this one will treat us a little bit better. That is it, but I see CXAI is making a move as well, guys. It hasn't really quite moved up into my alert area. I put an alert on this one at around, I want to say 31 pennies, so that it breaches these highs from earlier on, but it's about 30 and a quarter now, coming to 30 and a half. So CXAI holding up at above VWAP for longer than I think it's done all day, regular trading hours, that is. Of course, it was above it in the pre-market at around 6. But look how, transient the move above VWAP here was during the implied balance open. This now is, at least 15 minutes here if we hold, and we had these two candles as well, which showed us its intention to possibly take out that level. So CXAI could be interesting for you. Keep an eye out on that. I think I'm going to stop out here of SVCO just because I don't want to, expend the mental energy on a name that is clearly not holding trend. What keeps me back from stopping out manually is that there's a buyer here that keeps stepping in at 440. And they're not really posting anything on the level 2 because look, you see single digits on all these gateways, but the fact of the matter is it's been holding up. Now that's one side. The other side is it's unbroken lower highs. So it looks like I got that one wrong, which is fine. Let it stop out naturally, Joey, so that I don't lament having gotten out, especially if it takes out some highs. But CXAI is about to trigger here. Oh, I stopped out naturally there. 437, we're out. The bleeding is done on SVCO. Let's focus on something else. CXAI, we'll switch this one, and we'll have a look at what this one has to offer. In terms of a long, it's coming in quite close to my 31 penny area. I just want to let you know the implied balance high was 30.82. 30.95, we're above it now. I'm going to delete my alert so it doesn't ring in my ear, but CXAI is breaking out, guys, and here comes 31 pennies. Be on the lookout there, Joe.
All right, guys, let's head over to our scanner. We got stopped out of Bitcoin there. Trying to grab that bottom, just not working. This thing is really, really tanking, giving up the majority of that move. So yeah, I mean, VIX up to 157% implied volatility. We'll keep an eye out on that. We'll head over to our scanner to see anything. It's Friday, so yeah, I'm not really worried about putting on too much more here on the day. Yeah, it's been a horrid week, full disclosure. So yeah, we'll look for other things there. AAPL, what have you been up to? Mega cap names, just frustrating. Tesla. What the hell is this? LQD. All right, IBX inverse or something like that. IWM, how have you been performing? Not very well, that's for sure. Not too good of a look there on IWM either. What's it look like on the daily? I mean, small caps, considering not too many rate cuts coming in, priced in this year. Maybe 2, you get 10% off. So I mean, that's a little bit better than what the Qs are down, I believe. So 10% on that one. No, you don't want to work. Like, why is it probably the most common ticker on the planet, giving us a little bit of trouble here, Sharif? Getting in on the platform.
Tell me about it.
Let's try it one more time for the folks back home. What do we got? 10% on the IWM. What the hell?
What happened?
That's crazy, man. When it rains, it pours, Sharif.
Oh, it does.
When it rains, it pours, my friend.
There's just no continuity on anything. All of them break down. And it's not like you can point to one and say, this one's weak, you chose the wrong one. They're all doing that. So that's a characteristic, clearly, you have to keep an eye out on.
Yeah, for sure, man. SoFi have been getting banged up as well. So just go with the flow, sell the market. A small downtick in USO, which leads to an uptick in the overall market. Maybe it's starting to form a little bit of a base. NVDA rebounding right back to where we were on our previous move there. We get stopped out. I'm glad I was like, I flipped there. I didn't even really want to get involved in this. So I just got out of that trade once again, but it held that base. A little bit of a liquidity grab south of 79.20, and then it bounces right back up. So not too horrible. If any name is going to rebound, and I say this time and time again, it's probably going to be this name right here at the top of the list. It's in a tough space, man. We've been consolidating for quite some time. I mean, July is when we really started. You have that move up into 212, but then you just head right back into the middle of the range. So really been dead money unless you've been really good at playing this ebb and flow in this name, but I don't think most people typically are there, Sharif.
All right, let's look at PLZO for, I forget the name of the individual, the OG, Jason Newcomb. Going on, Jason? PLZO, let's take a look. I did take a quick look at that. PRZO, excuse me, PRZO. right away you can see topping tail candle on the day, which means that we are well off the high. Let's look at the 5. Yeah, as I suspected. Brother, I don't like this one just because my bias is if you're gonna take one of these long, it should be above this white line here. That's the volume weighted average price. If it's not, then to me, it says that sellers are in control, not the buyers. So that you know, puts it in not a good look for me. Daily as well, very, very consolidative and mostly downtrend, unbroken lower highs. You can kind of see that. Maybe some areas of support here at the dollar. It's been below the dollar multiple times, seems to recover quite quickly, but that would be my look there, brother. I wouldn't be looking to go long on this one at the moment. BIAF is breaking trend. If it breaches at 29, I'm out, but I'm looking at getting in here now on PLYX. Let's see if this one can take out prior area high. That's 40. New candle just opened with a higher low and a higher high, but not exactly rocketing up. I defend this into 6. We're gonna give this one a little bit of room. It seems like it is the one that has the intentions on going with a flat top breakthrough 6. 10 EMA on the 5 is showing 607 with the high, as I mentioned, at 40. So we'll see what this one has to offer. It didn't quite get stopped out of BIAF yet, as this is recovering back into 37s or so. Let's see if this one can make it yet another attempt at the $0.50 or whether it's going to get rejected or not. AIFF, that one is headed back to VWAP. It looks like the sellers at 70 ended up winning, and then they dropped down into 60 as well. So tougher look on AIFF. That one looked like it maybe had some juice. 240 is VWAP on AIFF, guys, if you're interested in picking up a VWAP trade. I personally won't at this moment, unless it sets up a little bit differently. But yeah, that's a look there. What else are you guys looking at? Bovin says ELPW needs to break 550. Let's look at ELPW for the OG Bovin. ELPW. What are you listening to?
Me, I'm not listening to anything.
Oh, I thought you were shaking your head.
No, I'm shaking. I am shaking my head. That's for sure.
This is not bad, Bovin. This is not bad at all. I worry about all the highs that we haven't cleared. After market high yesterday, pre-market high at 7, another implied balance open. So we're below all those levels. Ideally, let's at least get above the implied balance open, which is about 540. But you said 550, and I completely agree with you. So let's put the alert there for 550 and see what this one has to offer. That is ELPW. That one earned its way onto the side chart. We're gonna put in ELPW. Shake it off, my man. Go to the bathroom. Shake it off, bro. ELPW. I already had that one on there, man. I guess I took it off the side chart. Oh. Yeah. We're. Did you notice that? Did you notice this? I love this platform. It resized the charts for me so that the bottom charts are smaller than the big charts. It woke up one day in a bad mood and it's like, look, you know, I'm gonna resize the charts. And so I'm gonna have to resize these, I just noticed. But yeah, Bovin, absolutely, ELPW headed up there. I put an alert for 550. If it ends up breaching 550, I'm game. But for the moment, I'm gonna have to steer clear. I really wanna do focus though on PLYX to see if I can defend that into 6. And BIAF, I'm giving that one to the same area that I was doing, which is 529, Joey.
Right. This has to be our last attempt. I mean, looking at the 10-minute, I thought we would find somewhat of a bottom there. So I'm providing all the liquidity right there. Then it just bounced right back up into my entry price. So yeah, I mean, I'm not done or anything along those lines. Just going to preserve mental capital here for now and not try to get overly frustrated. All right, we can't allow something that doesn't care about you to get. All right, so what do you guys want to look at? Put some names in the chat. We'll go over those names.
And can I say one thing too?
Yeah.
Like not last, what was it, last Friday? Yeah, it was last Friday. When we start sizing up, right? I remember I talked about this. You know, at least for me, I'm just only speaking for myself.
Yeah.
When I changed my risk, it comes with different emotions. But it's such a stupid thing to have. It's so illogical to have it like that, because number one, you can't change anything. The trade is going to be the trade.
Yeah.
And what the hell do I care, right? If it's, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Like the point is, I'm really trying. I'm not very eloquent here, but the point for me anyway, if I'm going to get emotional about it, it's going to cloud my judgment, and it's not going to change the result, right?
Absolutely not.
So the size is, you know, is going to have to be what it is, and I'm not really worried about it. Right?
Yeah.
So
the size is going to be what it is for sure. I mean, the
little
screen doesn't really
I do
know.
apologize for that.
The chart or whatever they got going on behind the screens here has no idea how much size essentially you're putting on. Yeah, there's Walmart. A nice rebound off of the 21. Not too bad of a look there. Just looking for some other potential names. Maybe we hop in and back into NVDL. It was the one that's been working for us here today. It does look like it's starting to form somewhat of a base, so maybe we get a small curl over, but I am obviously keeping my eyes on USO. Bitcoin was our better trade here earlier this morning, but no buyers engaging whatsoever. It's just been selling since that trend line break. Adara.
Wow.
DNA stock on watch. A company called Ginkgo Bioworks. They have rallied in the past. They posted on their X account about 3 minutes ago that a new article in a journal or publication called Scientific American was about research done with DNA, this company here, and OpenAI. Apparently, the research between OpenAI and Ginkgo Bioworks showed that an AI model working with an autonomous lab can design and iterate real biology experiments at unprecedented speed. So long story short, Ginkgo Bioworks showing off its research it did with OpenAI. The stock is popping a bit here, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Half past the hour, BIAF breaking down. I feel you, Alan. I feel you, brother. The range, I smelt this one away, but you got to let it resolve, right? But yeah, BIAF breaking trend. That upward channel has now broken. It is on the way down. It's still holding that 220 level. There were buyers there, but it's not exactly an appetizing entry. 210 VWAP. We're below the 10 EMA and the 20 EMA right now. The only thing really holding us up is that candle at 1110, the low of which was 219. This candle here, the one that we just closed at 225, did drop into 222, so not quite as low as 219. Not exactly an entry for me, though, either. Here comes PLYX into 6, so I need to be alive to that one as well. Let's see if it holds around that $6 area. And we're going to set up on this one. Let's watch here to see what we get on PLYX. That's a 10 EMA as well. So this $6 area is the 10 EMA. It's also the breakout area that we were at prior. So let's see if this one holds. Now, the candles all did reject 6. The 10 EMA just a skosh above 6. But as Bovin said, ELPW is making a move as well. So that one needs to be on your radar if you're looking for a breakout trade. I do suspect this one, though, Bovin, just because there are just so many pre-market highs and after-market highs that we have to deal with here. But here it comes into 550, 547 right now for ELPW. Trade this carefully. I just have to throw in some stops here, Joey, for PLYX.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, there it goes, hitting our target. It's best we probably just switch it up there. Liquidity grab. Such a move, man. I don't understand that. Like, why is it? Yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe I shouldn't just try to comprehend what is essentially going on there or rationalize. So we'll head over to something that's been working for us. That has been NVDA, displaying some nice prints around the lows. A bunch of buying pressure really starting to step in here. There it is, a base being formed at 180. I don't know if it's time to buy the top end of the range, considering you have to give it to around the lows, which is approximately 60 cents. So, and it's the same narrative here on NVDL. Same thing, you got to give it 60 cents or so, and I would prefer to get in the middle end of the range or the lows around 79.20, and we'll take another attempt for maybe somewhat of a rebound. Or this could just be a consolidation, and then it curls right back over. So, yeah, not too, just trying to build up a little bit of a trade idea here on something. We'll post up. We can wait at 79.20s on that one, considering it's definitely a boom, boom, boom. We sit in that, and then a nice move a little bit higher. Moving forward, let's pull up some USO. It still seems strong, right? Like we've been talking about this continuously, hovering around the highs. The pullback here in the NASDAQ does seem relatively weak, but maybe it shook out enough individuals and you can see a pullback into VWAP. And I think that would be a primary target here on NVDA.
I agree.
And
they all look like they're doing that.
Yeah, they all look like it at some point. Just depends if you have, I think this is more or less a cover rally more than buyers being engaged. So then essentially what can happen potentially is that sellers step right back in if they're looking to dump some more inventory around the volume weighted average price or something along those lines.
Tesla could be a rejection at VWAP too, around 396. I'm just looking at that as well.
Tesla?
Yeah, because VWAP's at 396. It's rejected VWAP multiple times on the day. Not like I'm gonna take that, but I know that that's some of the stuff that you trade there.
TSLA.
How's that look?
TSLA?
No, yeah, TSLA.
Yeah,
I was
TSLA.
looking,
You're right at VWAP there, so not too bad of a look whatsoever. But I'm like an NVDA for somewhat of a rebound, buying pressure. So this could be a base. You just have that definitive out. If it breaks that zone, then you can just get out of there and then maybe look for something else there, Sharif.
Look for something else, guys. All right, tag me with some new names. If I haven't mentioned any of them, it looks like, you know, my scanner up top there, a little light above it, and it looks like ELPW. Yeah, much like most of all the small caps today, no continuation into the $0.50, rejects the $0.50. Short's been absolutely in control today. There's no question about that. There's been a top on all these. There's been very little in the way of continuation. You kind of see that here with this inverse hammer candle topping tail coming into 550, now dropping down into the $0.25. So a tough one there, but let's look at what you guys are talking about. Pathic says Neo's making a move. Let's take a quick look at NIO. I did look at that one earlier. It didn't really interest me all that much, but maybe it's changed. Look at NIO.
Yes, sir. I'm drinking this salmon.
Good headline today for some of these ADRs, especially some of these Chinese ADRs. Very consolidated, brother. I mean, the range here seems to be, looks like a buyout trade here, 577 as a low, with most of the prints 583 or 584. That's not really my style, but I do see your point there. You can trade that as a range with size until it doesn't work. Cool Brioche, FMFC. Let's take a look. Oh boy. MFC. Comes PLYX, it's going to lose 6. No buyers. They're on vacation. Yeah, this one's broken down quite aggressively, brother, into 69 pennies, and then starts making that lower high setup, lower lows. It's really dropped below everything that I would consider support. You have VWAP at around 61. 10 EMA on the 5 is 58, 20 is 56. It's lost some of the shelves here that you had at 60. There was about maybe 20 minutes or so of defending at 60 pennies, but it's lost that as well. It goes red on the day if it drops below 47.25 pennies. I'm talking about FMFC. For anybody following along, I do apologize. Throw on the ticker. Yeah, that topping tail candle followed by a red candle make a new low probably was a little bit of a red warning there. But FMFC, bit of a tougher look. Danny boys, good afternoon, Tilapia fans. I love this. Dropping 5 in the chat. So I've been noticing turbo trends to move up and down with news on oil, but turbo makes bigger moves. Go Bears. Are you talking about TURB? Let's have a look at TURB. Turbo Energy. Okay, so this one's down on the day, 1.95, much like oil as well. I believe oil's flat now. It's only down 0.13. This is oil right here. That's USO. Let's go back to TURB. Let's see if there's overlap between these two charts. Similar, not exactly the same, and obviously this one's a little illiquid. Support here between 385 and 4, at least on the day. But when you look at the wider time frame on Turbine, TURB, it's a lower high setup, and that's a multi-day look. That takes us back to the 11th, which was, wow, PLYX lost 6, so I'm out of that as well. It lost, so TURB, it had that big move in the aftermarket, I think at 640 on Wednesday. Pretty consolidative day yesterday with a bunch of lower highs. So yeah, not exactly the most appetizing trade either. I would say look short for a rejection off the lower trend line. At least that's how I would trade it, and really hasn't been able to breach that trend line at all, quite frankly. So look out for that. I see that ELPW is trying to make another move above in here into the area high. So prior bar low on ELPW is 23. Current bar low higher at around 26. So it's holding prior bar low. Let's see if it can get above prior bar high. That's 550. I'm not interested in that one either. PLYX, that's a prickly one right there. Drops all the way into VWAP, loses 6, but the buyer's stepping pretty aggressively here. Or shorts are covering, which is why this is bouncing into 6. In either case, it stops me out. I'm no longer in the trade. No positions at the moment. I don't anticipate taking any either, quite frankly, going forward, because nothing is setting up in my way. And it's a red day for me today, so I don't anticipate being green because I probably won't take any more trades. So it'll be a 2 for 3 week. We went 4 for 5 last week. So it'll be a tougher week for me. We'll end up being negative on the week, but we'll come back as strong next week. Hopefully we'll have some continuation on these plays. I just hope to be able to spot at an earlier time in the day when, you know, the continuations are lacking. I should have probably picked that up.
I'm going to blame it on
trades.
I'm going to blame it on the, even though you got to take full accountability.
Why?
I'm going to put it on the, I'm talking for myself here. It was an absolutely wretched of a week. I'm going to blame it on the time change.
Okay, I
can right? You know what I mean? So we're not going to point the finger at anybody other than the time.
No, I'm going to blame myself.
Dude, I'm like literally, I'm down. If you want to start the news, I'm completely.
No, it's way too early. 2:40, brother. We got to wait because it's going to take us like probably 20 minutes, or sorry, an hour to go through it. So we'll be done a little bit early. I can look at some other stuff though. So if you guys want me to look at any longer term stuff that you guys want to look at, I'm game. Other than that though, I'm going to steer clear of trading today. ELPW VWAP balances Bovin. Oh no, it's coming in pretty aggressively. So did lose prior bar low Bovin. I would say you should probably stay away from the longs right now, unless you're picking it up off like an amazing area of support. I mean, like in ELPW's case, clearly a buyer here between 460 to 470. That's shown up multiple times. But I would say steer clear of the long unless there's something distinctly different, as Obi likes to say. Bless you, Fabian. Rook Namalu wants me to look at the hooded one. Let's take a look at Hood. What's it been up to? Let's find out. Hood's bleeding its own blood as well, like everything else. Down 3 1/5. Tough look today for Robinhood. Short off the 20 EMA. The deep retracements all come into the 20. It looks like it is bottoming out a little bit though, maybe at 73 1/4. I wouldn't be looking to go long. I'd be looking short into 74. If it does come into that, it closed out about 76, a little higher than 76 yesterday, 76.11, something like that. But that's my look. I mean, I don't trade Robinhood. If you're asking me on a daily, let's look at the daily. Oh, geez, this looking very bear flaggish. I don't like this. So bear flag, I would say, probably commenced at around that $100 loss. And the reason I say that, look at that area hold here in late November at the $100. You consolidate above the 100, you drop quite aggressively, right? If we were to flip this picture and flip it to the upside, this would look like a bull flag continuation, right? But right here, it looks like it's holding 70 as support, but it's not exactly making, you know, that big move up. So I would say be careful with that. And I also don't really see any, well, I shouldn't say that. There's certainly resistance here initially, February of last year, so over a year ago now, at 65. So you don't quite make it down into 65, you make it down to 70. But if it loses 70 decisively, I wouldn't be holding this. Oh, PLYX, you little bugger. Look at this, Joey. Oh no. Oh no. And this one is rocketing back up into 6 1/4. I'm still not taking it. I'm going to leave that one alone. DFTX, the longer term look on the chart, please and thank you. Yeah, that's what I'm involved in. That used to be MindMed. Shout out to Todd today for coming on, man, and giving us good information. Let's look at DFTX. Is it getting rinsed today? Down 2 1/4. But I like this one, man. It's been in this stair-step mode. Like, take a look at this. Break. So you have clear buyer at 5, and that I was very much alive to, because it was resistance at 5 and then it was support at 5. This is the daily on DFTX. Let me put it in the chart. So that $5 level was important, and ever since, you know, we kind of held 5. Look at this, bull flag, consolidation, boom, consolidation, boom, consolidation, and it's just been stair-stepping up. Now, yes, we're at multi-year highs here on DFTX, but we need to look wider. Oh, this is not what I'm talking about. Yeah. Oh, they changed their name. That's why I can't get the full picture. Okay, there it is. Now the MindMed chart comes in. So it used to be MNMD. So look where we're coming from, brother. Yeah. That's not a joke. That was when all the weed stocks were breaking out in 17. So I guess this was running with it, with psilocybin. I guess they had a move as well into 150. Now that is back in 17. This, I believe, are the COVID era highs. Yeah, and that took us to 75. So we have a long way to go before we see anywhere near that. And if you're looking for resistance, to me, you don't look at COVID. You look around here, you look at the down year in 22. Look at that week in August of 22 that, that we popped up big into about 21.5.
There we go, Sharif. Finally, we'll get the ball rolling here, brother.
Good, bro.
There it is on USO. Just going with the flow, man. Trying to make life a little bit easier here as USO is continuing to climb. Did I get that fill up there? Yes, we did. All right, man. Rock and roll. Let's see if we can run into 19. Market heading back towards the south side. This is exactly what we want to see right now. 19 would be the dream for this particular trade. We take some off at 77s. A nice little uptick. Any form of a pullback, we wait. Obviously, the more ideal entry would be at 1827. When 18 is 27, but that's not the case. That's not what we got. So another strong push, which I think we have the ability to get. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves or anything along those lines, but nice, strong tape. A couple clean flushes. I think we'll be able to see a little bit stronger of a pop there in the USO, especially if the market wants to take an additional leg lower. Tesla rejecting the volume-weighted average price, inverted hammer candles right at VWAP. A good signal right there. She was talking about this one not too long ago. I have Tesla on multiple charts here. Hello. What has this name been up to? Nah, we're not going to pull up that, dog. Let's pull up Robinhood, a fan favorite of ours, regardless of what's happening to it on the daily. $73, consecutive downtrend. But there we go, 69 print. One more uptick. We want to try to grab something a little bit higher there, guys. Look at the tape. Clean flushes, and that's what we want to see, especially if the volume starts to get a little bit of an uptick, which it is on the lower time frame. So volume by time profile, not horrible whatsoever. Just realized I'm not in the chat here. See what everybody's up to. But yeah, all right, let's take a little bit more off here on USO. Bang, we're gonna catch that. Well, I'm bidding lower. There we go. Bang, bang. Finally, at least it's something. By no means is it gonna cover up what we gave back there on IBIT. I'm trying to look for it. Yeah, why is it not one of my priorities? And I've been watching too many Denong videos there, Sharif. It's not at the top of my list anymore. All right, guys, starting to come back in aggressively. Let's see if we can sit through this pullback, or it's going to stop us out break even, sitting approximately 40% of what I have remaining there. So not too bad. It's definitely a tougher market, guys, unless you're going with the flow into the south side. So shout out to Kyle Burdett and all of them who are bearish. It's definitely been working for you, that's for sure, without any question. And hopefully you've had the ability to sit through some of this volatility. Consistent spikes coming in multiple times a day regarding this conflict with Iran. So, I mean, go with the flow, market potentially breaking down, not necessarily dip buying material considering the conflict that we currently have going on. Now, moving forward, let's take a look at what we got going on from our scanner. We went over these names. Let's pick a couple other names that we're not necessarily talking about. Has HIM's move been sustained? I mean, we pull back here. We did go on a little bit of a 2-day move there, and then sure enough, we're starting to head back in towards the south side. Adara, what's going on?
NASDAQ moving lower here. We're seeing a post on X from the White House saying that Iran's entire ballistic missile capacity is functionally destroyed. So they're saying apparently their missile capacity functionally destroyed. Oil and the market both moving lower. If I get any other headlines, I'll let you know, but I did just see that coming through. I thought I would keep you guys posted. Back to you.
Been over to Southeast Asia, I'm curious. Seems the Danang or however they would like to pronounce it is the go-to spot right now, considering the cost of living. But apparently, you're not going to find any work. You have to be an expat, a digital nomad, or someone who's looking to retire there. All right, moving forward. Yeah, what was it? Let's take a look at Alta. I seen someone mention this one here. Alta Beauty for a potential swing. Why you gotta make my life suck? Alta Beauty, and see what we got going on. Yeah, that's a really tough look right now, considering this thing was trending for quite some time, right? We'll definitely take that into consideration. You get a 43% move, but then in half the time, you get a 23% pullback. So we got a high of 717. I believe there's an upgrade on this with a price target of around that level, around this previous high. But this is an aggressive move lower. Wait for it to bottom. Don't try to grab this falling knife because we clearly see what's going on in the market right now. And if it wants to sell, you're going to see some aggressive movement over here. Let's see. Someone saying Scott Thompson. Yeah, I've seen there was a couple of those incidents going around right now. University of Virginia bomb threat. That's never a good thing, obviously. And someone saying don't believe the hype. Bobby Baldwin. Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing a mixed bag, but if you go there, you're on a 3-month visa or something along those lines, people do enjoy it. It's just not somewhere that it's tough. If you go during the raining season, it's not that beach oasis that people typically call it. All right, back to USO, guys. We're positive 0.5% here. Can we break through this previous pivot, or is this lower high going to come into play? So we did break that downtrend briefly. If the market has found a bottom, I'm going to suspect somewhat of a downward movement here in USO. So we have to be prepared to get out of this trade just in case it starts to sell off aggressively. And we know about the volatility spikes. Anything can happen at any given moment and send this thing either flushing or skyrocketing in either direction. All right. So that's what I got going on. Ulta Beauty. I would wait on that one for the potential swing unless you're thinking short. And APLD, let's pull up that one as it's hitting up my scanners. APLD, Applied Digital. That's a name that was on a big time run, $42 down to $28, 33% haircut, Sharif.
All right, man. All right, sounds good. Yep, I got nothing on at the moment, so we'll just tag me with anything you guys want me to look at. We'll look at small caps. We'll look at large caps. If you're looking at investing anything, I'll look at that as well. But we're going to steer clear for the moment. Bovin said he sold ELPW's drew the line on the 5-minute from. I don't know what AH means, Bovin. Days high to now. Yeah, that one is. It's not my favorite, Bovin. It's still doing zigging zagging here. So. Let me know how it goes, but wish you luck on that. Brenrec says SOWG. Let's take a look at SOWG. See what we got. SOWG. Super choppy market, my goodness. Let's look at the 5. Yeah, nice breakout there. Good volume coming in midday, really coming in very recently, 1240. A lot of volume per 5-minute bar, 1.3 million on that one on the 1240 bar, a little over 2 million on the 1245, and right now, the one that we're in, at least 700,000 shares. Good look here for SOWG. Let's take a quick look at the shorter term time frame. You can see this one on the 1. Let's get a look there. Let's see. All right, not too bad coming down below VWAP though. Let's see if it defends that $0.50. I've got a bias here that the continuation will either be anemic or non-existent, but here it comes down into 51 or so. VWAP was around 56, a little bit below 56, defending 50 for now. And there were buyers at 50, mind you, but yeah, there were buyers at 50. When we tried to dip in multiple times on these candles, it was getting picked up. That's the ticker SOWG. Sorry, let me throw that in. I thought I literally just did. Oh. It's far away. That's why. SOWG, 60 penny high. Not a bad look there, brother. SPX Surfer, GLXY. Look at that. This is a very, very tight range here, about 22 and a fifth. At the max, 22 and a third to the high side. At the low, it looks like it just keeps coming in at 21.70, 21 and 3/4. I'd play this as a range until it shows you that it's not by breaking out decisively above the range. I would put the range more along 22 and a fifth, so 22.20. And then the low I would put in at, pardon me, 21 and 3/4 is certainly where I'd play the range anyway. So this is GLXY for those who are following along. What does this company do? Galaxy Digital. Look at that one in a second. GLXY. What does this company do? Engage in the business of digital assets and data center infrastructure. Okay, delivering solutions that accelerate progress in finance and AI. Their digital assets platform, offers institutional access to trading, advisory, asset management, staking, self-custody, and tokenization. They do a whole bunch of different things here. Okay. That's a good look. What does a daily show us on this? Whoa. Wowzers. That's a lot of zigging and zagging there. This looks like one crazy head and shoulders pattern happening, looking to break down below the neck. It keeps like that 22 level we were just looking at there. Look how important of a support level that was on the daily here. I mean, that was kind of where the neckline, if I had to draw the neckline on the head and shoulders, that would be where I would draw it. Now, do you get that breakdown? Well, you did, but you didn't get the measured move, right? Because it's supposed to be essentially from the area high. So let's just say the area high there, let's give it to 42. Where are the closing prints? I'll reject. Yeah, let's go 42 to the neckline, which I think is at 22. So you got $20 move there. So from the neckline at 22 to get down to $22, you'd have to go to $2. So I personally don't see that happening unless something obviously drops off with this company. But other than that, I really wouldn't be looking to trade this. I don't know too much about the company other than, you know, what I just read out there. But thanks for pointing it out. Interesting look here on GLXY. Let's see what else you guys are talking about there. AIFF says farm trader, is that making a move again? Oh, no, still at volume weighted average price, farm trader, still hanging out there. It looks like it's still unbroken in the lower high setup on this monster. Continuing to kind of, ever since that 270 break that we got involved with, it's been putting in lower highs, holding though at VWAP. And this is a good area of consolidation though. Remember that bull flag we were talking about, the high of which was around 245, the low 235. So you could have a buy zone here on AIFF. Not that like I'm interested though, because the continuation is poop. 245 to 235 buy zone. That would possibly necessitate you buying below VWAP, which I wouldn't recommend. But if you want to take the risk, you know, getting in at 35, giving it to the area low, mid to high 20s, and limiting your risk that way, have at it. But you can kind of see there's really nothing at the highs right now. Everything's kind of breaking down. So that's the look here in small cap gapper world. Let's see what else you guys are talking about. IBRX on news says cool brioche. Let's take a look at that. I know, I like that name too, Katina, man. What's the ticker? IBRX, okay. This is not a bad looking daily chart. I like these ones. When they make a big move up, trend down, and then hold that area breakout where it was initial resistance. In my view here, it's $8. So that's where it's been defending. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row. You can include that day as well. A possible $8 defend. You're just barely getting above the 10 EMA. That's a daily on IBRX. It's up 11.5% today. Good look. Yeah, not a bad look at all. Now, if you're thinking intraday farm trader, I'm thinking that 8 and 2/3 area could be money. Look at that level right there at 860 to 865 that we couldn't shake. Comes back, pops up into 891. So that could be a level as well. But, you know, I don't know if picking it up and anything other than VWAP today might be the move when they've tried to pick it up at key areas of technical resistance that they just haven't held. And look how aggressively this is coming down now, 890 all the way down to 867. Be careful with IBRX. It could be headed back to the $0.50. Who knows? Joey.
All right. Yeah, so we had Gorev. Yeah, I've been on that narrative there, brother. Give it a break. Maybe bad day for me also. Yeah, good call there. Someone was asking when do you typically call it a day? I'm like, as soon as you get that stomach feeling, especially if you're at home, just, you know, Monday's a new one, right? You don't want to go into the bad weekend with bad vibes. Someone said, hey, Joe, why are you longing USO around the highs? I mean, it's been the strongest asset in the past couple of sessions and for the last little while. So if I'm going to go long on anything, why not go long the strongest, all right? So that's just my thinking. You see buyers continuously stepping in. We are forming lower highs right now, but I mean, at this point, if the market wants to bleed and continuously move lower, I think that we can break this 1880 level. I only have 20% remaining of this position, and I mean, it's been working for us here, right? So why wouldn't I just stick with it? But you see that this downtrend is still kind of intact, and we're starting to form those lower highs unless we can push through. So, yeah, that's just my thinking, right? It's just trying to find the strength. We tried going short on. Sorry, I didn't even want to, but the same with NVDL, right? So we were using NVDA, but it just seems that sellers are in complete control. We're below the volume-weighted average price. So instead of trying to catch the bottom and try to catch a falling knife like we did earlier on IBIT, it didn't work for us, so why not try to make life a little bit easier and go with that? So that's what we have right now on USO sitting on 20% of our position, waiting for that break of that 1880 mark. And then if that's the case, we take 10% off and sit on the remaining on which we will have at that point. But first things first, we have to break.
First things first.
First things. Now we'll head back to our scanner, guys. What has Pleater been up to? Let's find what Pleater's been up to here. Palantir, that is. I mean, it was selling. That's not Palantir. I don't know why this thing decides to do that one. All right, Palantir selling aggressive 155 all the way down to a low of around 148. And then it had a nice strong rebound, a 3-point rebound. But how are we looking on the daily? I think that's going to be big time telling. We talked about this a while ago, just the support levels being broken. And then sure enough, you dip down. You do get a little bit of a breath, but this could be there could be somewhat of a continuation to the downside. I mean, considering what's going on from a geopolitical standpoint, I thought Palantir would be a little bit stronger. Maybe that's been displayed over the past couple of sessions. Is it going to be sustained? Will it cool down once things around the world start to cool down? Only time will tell. What's AAPD here? There's an Apple Bear. Oh, okay, I've never seen this thing. It's pretty liquid. Let's pull up the 5 minutes. So Apple down, AAPD to the top side. Not too bad of a look there whatsoever. But don't forget, those aren't investment vehicles. A lot of leveraged and inverse leveraged vehicles. So Amazon Bear 1X right now on the way up. So a lot of these hitting the scanner as the market is continuously bleeding, which makes sense, right? What is this here? Schwab. We don't really care about that. Charles Schwab. Get that garbage out of here.
Get that garbage out of here.
21 shares, Bitcoin. Oh, this is Kathy Woods. Boy, we never really trade this thing, nor do we ever talk about it. Liquidity issues, yeah, big time.
ARKB?
Yeah. $42, you get a 42% haircut. Obviously, I'm sure it's pretty close. I don't think there's going to be any form of latency or anything along those lines within that. So keep that in mind. What do I want to look at now? Netflix, NFLX. Let's see what Netflix is up to. NFLX. I can't double click anymore. Yeah, so it is giving a bit of that move back, but what I do like is that the volume isn't really accelerating. You're not seeing that stair step higher. What we got going on here roughly is just a breath, and I think that as soon as the market turns around, we'll see some strong buying here in NFLX.
All right, man, let's start the news segment. It's 101, so a moment too soon, my boy. All right, let's get down to work. Let's talk a little Tesla China EV sales. Well, actually not even EVs. Well, yeah, China EV sales, but deliveries as well. Interesting look, man. They're starting to close the gap a little bit between them and BYD. Let's talk about it. So they reported a strong rebound in Chinese mead. No, they don't make Chinese mead. Chinese-made EV sales with deliveries rising about 35% year over year, up to about a little bit less than 128,000 units. That was during January and February, so that's for both months. The comparison accounts for the 2-week Chinese New Year holiday, which is a slowdown. Obviously, that typically disrupts the production as well as sales during the month of February. The Tesla Shanghai factory, though, doesn't just supply China. They send Model Ys and Model 3s to Europe from there. They send Model Ys and Model 3s all over Asia and the Pacific market. And recent reports indicate that the registrations in Europe, at least in February, they increased finally, showing maybe a steady export demand. They also combined their Chinese production volume, which remains more than double that of the next closest competitor, which is Leap Motor. We're going to pause for a second, talk a little bit more Tesla when we get back from Madeira.
I have a catalyst here. It's Apple adjacent, and it's for HIMX. Himax Technologies is the name of the company. They are a fabless semiconductor manufacturer. The company is Taiwanese. Just a little bit of context. So it is worth noting here, 100 Brook Research yesterday, in partnership with Citrini, which is the group that released that whole AI speculation earlier. Anyway, so 100 Brook and Citrini yesterday released a report basically trying to argue for a long in Himax and a short in everything else in that fabless semiconductor sector. Now, just now, a couple of minutes ago, Hunter Brook posts on X that apparently Himax employees, or at least one of them, deleted a photo that was taken at Apple Park on LinkedIn and then edit the post that naming Apple, and they changed it to partners. So basically, this is leading to more speculation that there's some kind of Himax and Apple partnership. Furthermore, Hunter Brook also speculating that Himax could be partnering with NVIDIA. So not one, but two Mag 7 possible partners here for HIMX. The stock is popping a little bit again. Just speculation as of now. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, let's talk about some competitive pressures from BYD and other Chinese automakers. Despite the rebound, of course, in Tesla sales, both in China and in Europe, Tesla still does trail BYD as the world's largest EV seller. They took them over, I believe, in 25 for strictly battery electric vehicles. Obviously, they sold more cars in general because they make hybrids, they make gas engines, they make the extended range EVs that we talked about that have gas and battery on there. Again, the gas engine doesn't power the powertrain. But BYD recently unveiled its next generation blade technology. Listen to this, Joseph. Capable of charging between 10 to 97% in 9 minutes. Oh. I don't know what kind of, how many, what's it called? 250, I think the superchargers for Tesla are 250 watt. I don't know what these ones are. I know in China they have like 500 though.
I mean, but, so with that, so it says 10 to 90, so they're saying if the vehicle's at 10%, you can get that to 97 in roughly 9 minutes, or is it that 10 to, okay.
Yes, and most people don't charge above 80. So you typically want to keep.
You don't want to always maximize.
Yeah, only when you're like traveling, you want to charge to 100. Katina Man, what's your situation over there? You charging 100? The Katina Man's battery told him to go to 100 every time. Okay. But my understanding, some of these models, they don't want you charging fully to 100. They want you just charging to 80. But in any event, 10 to 97 is quite ridiculous. I think most people would agree. I'd like to see, you know, a little bit more in terms of proof other than just, you know, what they tell us in some of these ones. But any comment here on Tesla, bro?
Yeah, I mean, so in the month of February seemed pretty solid, Sharif, around 59,000 cars sold from the Shanghai plant. That's up 91%. So you're almost getting a double there. Not too bad of a look. And then the first couple of months, you're looking here in of the year, that is, you're looking up at approximately 43% increase. Yep. So it's not too horrible, but year over year you're still down on the bigger picture of things. Sure. But I think the competitive nature of what we're experiencing with the Chinese EVs is going to play a massive factor. Even though from a month-to-month basis, you may get these upticks here and there. What is the grand scheme of things? And everybody just essentially undercutting each other. At what point and how much longer can Elon continue to slash his prices?
Absolutely, and the margins have been just going down and to the right. Hangry Wife, interesting take. Depends on battery, Sharif. Katina Mans can go to 100 since it's LFP, yes. But NMC, the old school or the all-wheel Teslas need 80%. Agreed. I actually did know that, but forgot. Thank you for mentioning that, Hangry Wife, for reminding me. I'm getting old man brain here. Let's go on to the next story. We got Apple cutting their App Store fees in China amid regulatory pressure. So margins looking to get compressed for services under which this falls. So they announced they will reduce their App Store commission fees on digital sales in China to 25% from 30%. The changes take effect this coming Sunday, and they follow discussions with Chinese regulators that were concerned about Apple's control over app distributions as well as payment systems. Smaller developers and subscription services will see reduced rates between 12 and 15%. That aligns more closely with the fee structure that Apple offers to smaller developers in other regions. So just kind of bringing it in line. But there was already growing regulatory scrutiny by the Chinese regulator over Apple, probably in response to the trade war. And recently, they were increasingly criticizing what they called the Apple tax on Apple Store transactions, especially the company's rule that prevents developers from using third-party payment systems. Now, we've seen that change in the U.S. and in Europe, pardon me. The restriction has been a major friction point with large Chinese tech firms such as Tencent, whose mobile gaming revenue depends heavily on in-app purchases. So you can see why this would raise the ire of the Chinese regulator, hurts their own companies. They also face legal pressure from a 2024 Shanghai court, which determined the company had a dominant market position in the App Store. They're actually appealing that decision. Yes, China does have an appellate system. Let's not, so we'll see how that ends up going. But we already know that they're facing similar kinds of pressure all over the world. The European Union, Joey, they reduced their commissions to 17%. With an additional 3% payment processing fee because of the DMA, the Digital Markets Act. In Japan, the regulator required Apple to allow alternative App Store and payment systems. In the United States, a court ruling tied to the Epic Games litigation is weakened Apple's ability to collect commissions on some external purchases. So we've been seeing this kind of approach by the regulator on Apple globally. It really hasn't been in one jurisdiction. Last but not least, fee still higher than many markets. So even after the cut in China, Apple's App Store commissions remain higher than in the regions where regulators forced deeper reforms. So we'll have to wait and see how this looks for Apple. But never really a good look when your margins get compressed from a very profitable source like this.
No, exactly. And I think Apple's heavily reliant on China. China sales are absolutely massive. But one thing that they do dodge here, Sharif, is a massive antitrust probe into the company, which could cost them even more money at the end of the day. So I think that's a really smart deal. You're seeing that developers are getting to get involved on the App Store at a decreased price, which can obviously make it a little bit. I mean, you're going to get the compression, but could that make it a little bit cheaper for the consumer as well, too, considering you may not be paying as much for the apps and everything along those lines?
Yeah.
So there's a couple ways that you can look at it, but I think the major thing here is just dodging of the antitrust.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
What did you see the Marquez Brownlee on that new
on the Mac?
You see that new Mac?
I watched that one.
There's two. There's one that he
no the
first one.
Yeah, the couple.
I watched one I think the day before yesterday. He loves this stuff.
He likes it, eh?
Yeah, he's pumped about it.
Really,
I don't anticipate them making a lot of money off that though. It's $5.99. You know what I'm saying?
Katina Man said this not too long ago. I think it's more of a strategic play, right?
Absolutely.
Get everybody away from the notebook or
get them in the ecosystem.
Suck them into the ecosystem.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was perfectly said. I had one more thing to say.
It's snowing?
Yeah. Bro,
seriously.
You're supposed to get 5 centimeters, brother.
I've had it up to here with the snow, bro. Is it seriously coming down, Katina Man?
Bro, 5 centimeters. Here, let's take a look at the maps right now. I think the maps.
All right, let's go to the next story while you're pulling up maps, Joey. Schools are going to eat those things up. I agree, Mr. Leahy. This product, the new cheap Apple Mac, I forget what they're calling it, is a direct competitor for the Chromebooks. Yeah, you on the map, eh? You love the map, eh?
The map,
you're your own meteorologist. I love this.
The map
He's all about that life,
Don't
man.
listen to the numbers, man.
I love you. Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point. Meteorology is one of those ones where you can get it wrong all the time and still collect a paycheck, right?
That's what we say, man.
Yeah.
The only job you can be wrong all the time and still make money.
Let's talk. We got a couple of NVIDIA headlines here, Joey. The first one is about TikTok, and looks like ByteDance is getting their hands on some advanced NVIDIA chips by building their data centers outside of China. So TikTok's parent company ByteDance is expanding its global AI infrastructure by assembling computing power outside of China. The company is working with Malaysia-based Alloy, I don't know how to say this, someone correct me, cloud to deploy large-scale AI servers, specifically in Southeast Asia. ByteDance expects to spend about $1.3 billion on AI infrastructure, which adding about roughly $100 million to what they already spent. Here's the deal.
Ooh.
They will rely heavily on AI servers using NVIDIA's chips, including systems assembled by hardware manufacturers, like the much maligned or beloved, depending on where you fall, super microcomputer. Since February of last year, Alloy has reportedly leased AI servers powered by the H100 to ByteDance. But here's the other deal. NVIDIA's latest Blackwell processors, as we know, are restricted from being exported directly to China, which prompted companies like ByteDance to build infrastructure in third countries where regulations are less restrictive. Countries like Malaysia and Indonesia, Joseph, are becoming increasingly important AI infrastructure hubs due to the favorable regulations and the proximity to Asian tech ecosystems. So apparently they're secured 20,000 GPUs here. Didn't say, though, whether they were the Blackwells.
Yeah. I think that's the play here, Sharif, and I really like some things I was just reading up on it. So they're essentially what ByteDance is doing is outsmarting the U.S. regulators, essentially.
I mean, how hard is it to close this loophole, bro?
Well, clearly not that hard. It's like, hey, we're not going to build in China. We're not going to build in the States. We're going to build, as you just mentioned, that third-party country, which I think is really cool and what I read up on here. So here it is. The plan involves about 500 NVIDIA Blackwell computing systems, equal to roughly around 36,000 B200 supply through.
So they're getting Blackwell.
They're getting the Blackwell.
Wow.
All right. People familiar with the matter told the news outlet that if the plan moves forward, the hardware involved could cost more than $2.5 billion.
Susan, what are you looking at, Susan? You said big volume spike on what? SCVO? Or let me know. Tag me again, Susan. I see your comment there. Let's go on to the next story, though, also NVIDIA related. This time, it's about competing with the Marvells, with the Broadcoms, because they're very much alive to what we've been talking about on the show, which is the surging demand for custom ASICs, right? Let's talk about this. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang is expected to highlight the company's next generation AI chips and systems as competition intensifies. Of course, we know GTC is next week. We're going to be covering that for you here. The company is expected to unveil a full roadmap update for its Rubin architectures. And we know major technology companies like the Metas, like the Amazon, like the Google, they're increasingly developing their own custom chips, aiming to reduce reliance on NVIDIA, of course, because NVIDIA charges them big boy margins. Analysts expect this trend to expand as large cloud providers design, yes, ASICs, application-specific integrated frickin' circuit chips optimized for inference workloads. These custom chips could challenge NVIDIA's dominance if they deliver better performance or I should say, lower cost for specific AI applications, which is exactly what they're doing. They're application-specific integrated circuits. NVIDIA, though, they're not just, taking this lying down. They're expected to counter the competitive pressure with new AI chip architectures as well as enhanced system servers. Analysts anticipate the company could introduce a new GPU variant as well as even a new CPU product, expanding its reach. The company's invested $2 billion also into Luminar technologies, a move analysts say could help develop advanced optical networking. Again, we've been talking a lot about how important the optical networking is. Again, take a look at LITE. I've been telling you guys about that one for a while. Optical interconnects, Joseph, are becoming critical for linking these thousands of GPUs that companies are buying in large-scale AI clusters to make kind of sure that they're on the same wave. What's your look here?
Yeah, I mean, they've already struck some deals, so we know that Jensen's already being strategic with the custom ASICs there, Sharif. So, I mean, he's made that, I forget the company name that he struck that deal with.
Grok. Grok.
Grok. Yeah, Grok. So that's good, right? And then what I'm reading that we got the upcoming conference as well, too. He's ready to present like a full-on stack here and just get advanced and try to kind of get ahead of everybody else in the game, the Marvells and the Broadcoms and everything along those lines. So I like what Jensen's really got going on here. He's prepared, man, strategically, and he has a game plan.
I want to throw a curveball your way, though.
Throw it, then.
All right, so we know Jensen has the best gross margins in the game.
Yeah.
Right? 70, I think, let's just say mid-70s, okay? Do these custom ASIC chips, if you believe the report that he's going to release at GTC, does he take a big boy hit on those margins so that he can compete with the TPU, so he can compete with the Trainium?
That's a great question, because we know what I read from before is that when these hyperscalers try to build their own chips, they're not as successful. So what I think Jensen has a stranglehold on it until we really start to see them, like the Metas and everything, be able to implement their own chips. I think he'll be able to hold on to those margins.
I agree with that.
So until the hyperscalers fully get something that can perform as good or if not better than the whole stack that Jensen's providing, he holds on to that margin.
I agree. Thank you, Vukan Trader. I appreciate you looking good. I'm getting ready to go long USA 500. I wish you the best, man. I hope you print up multiple storms on your end and, keep us updated on the trade. If you want me to look at anything, tag me. Big Bobby Top G. Oh, my God. I love it. IBIT moving up. Shout out to Save Man Woman. Always appreciate your comments in the chat, Save Man Woman. You're quite insightful. So keep them coming. Let's take a quick look here at IBIT, because I know Joseph was all over that today. Let's have a look. Yeah, it looks like we might be moving here back to VWAP here at around 41 1/4, 41 1/3. There is that pre-market level as well at 41 1/5. We'll have to wait and see. Look, IBIT, there's not a whole lot green on the day, maybe in microchip sector, but IBIT's still up 2.5, so I'm not going to complain about that. Uh-oh, Danny boys. That's all you there, Joey. Get it.
All right. So I follow a maritime shipping analysis on YouTube. What's going on with shipping? He's saying that naval escorts can only handle 10% of traffic tops. Also, good insights into who will benefit from the Jones Act. Worth a look. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and Adair reported on the Jones Act yesterday about the American flag and, you know, and the exception for that rule as well. So
I mean, you talked about the delay as well, too. So if they're going to release a bunch of barrels, it's still going to take a little bit of time to get to market.
Oh, yeah,
so,
100%.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next topic. Meta may delay avocado, which is they're supposed to be their next LLM because Llama sucked. As take Katina, man.
How do you just bail on one and then go to?
Well, I'll tell you why. Yeah, hey, look, you're not even going to believe this article here about what Meta's going to do, what they're purportedly going to do after the billions of dollars that they spent here. So,
yeah, okay, no, I want.
Let's get to it.
Yeah,
okay. Let me just finish. Meta Platforms is reportedly facing performance issues with its upcoming foundational model, codenamed Avocado. Internal testing has found the system lags behind the newer models from Alphabet's Google as well as Anthropic. The model is expected to power, I should say, future chatbots, coding assistants, and AI features, but testing, at least so far, has showed it failed to match the latest Gemini releases from Google, despite the fact that it did better than the old versions. But that's not what you're in the game for. You're in the game to be the best at the moment, not the best, back when. So due to the performance gap, Meta has pushed back the launch of Avocado at least till May. According to the report, executives, I can't believe I'm even reading this, executives are also reportedly discussing temporarily licensing AI technology from Google's Gemini models to support certain Meta AI products. Look, I get why Apple did it. Apple didn't spend several $100 billion. We know that they've spent $2.5 billion on CapEx for the last quarter, but Meta spent up a storm. You're licensing it from Google? The company has not publicly confirmed or the delay or the licensing discussion, so we need to really emphasize here that this is not confirmed. The company hasn't commented on it, so it could be incorrect always. Meta said earlier this year it could spend up to $65 billion on AI infrastructure. Additional AI projects are underway, Joseph, including Mango. That focuses on image and video generation, and a future model will reportedly be called Watermelon.
Watermelon?
I don't know why they have an affinity for these fruits, but whatever, man.
Zuck's gonna have to eat some watermelon, man. He's not been. Listen, let me put it to you this way. Think about it. If Reality Labs was a startup, he'd be underwater. He would not be. It would be. I
would have fired him as a CEO at this point. Wouldn't you?
Been fired, right? Like,
how much money he's spending?
And Zuck is lucky that the majority of his revenue is coming in from digital ads, and he had the social media platform, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if Zuck, eliminate the WhatsApp, eliminate the Instagram, Zuck has not really met certain standards, right? Like, he has not performed in the metaverse. His glasses, they're all right, but still lagging in technology.
I agree.
He hasn't found any form of great success in the LLMs. I don't even know if individuals use Llama or anything along those lines.
I've never used it.
So exactly. Yeah. So it's not in that top tier of the Geminis, of the ChatGPTs, people talking about Anthropic, Claudebot, and everything along those lines. So he is really, really lagged in that department. If it wasn't for the social media aspect of things, Zuck would not be performing very well.
No, and he pivoted. Remember, Llama was supposed to be open source?
Yeah.
And he was trying to, like, the Chinese are doing really well at the open source, and the American counter was supposed to be Llama, right? Because despite OpenAI's name, is very much closed
but he
source.
Probably couldn't afford it anymore. Like, at the end of the day, he's just
sucked. Nobody used it.
And he's just spending so much money on the technology. It's like, hey, I don't know, we got to find a profit of this. Now he's added the paid tiers in Instagram, I believe, or something along those lines.
Yeah, he did.
So, I mean, he has not been performing.
That's in Europe, though.
It's in Europe, but I mean...
For the regulator, though. Hypercube, they will be using Gemini to help their models catch up. They won't be putting Gemini into production. Yeah, I really hope not. I think that that's actually a good distinction there. Let's go on to the next.
Sorry, one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dathang saying, sorry if I mispronounce your name, but he's saying Meta will go back up. Yeah, but I believe it's going to be on the strength and on the back of its social media platforms, the WhatsApp, the Facebooks, or the Meta, whatever they call it, and the Instagrams. I don't think it's going to be necessarily right now because he's monetizing Llama and Avocado.
No, I don't agree. I mean, sorry, I 100% agree. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be monetizing much at all other than ads. Let's talk about Amazon reportedly moving Prime Day to late June. Okay. It doesn't seem like a big deal, but a lot of people base their sales around Prime Day. So let's talk about this. Reportedly planning and moving its annual Prime Day sales, which is not even a day anymore, it's like a week, event to late June instead of July. The earlier timing could ripple across the retail industry as your Walmarts, your Targets, Costco's, Best Buy, Dick's Sporting Goods, even Etsy and Wayfair. They typically plan competing promotions around the Amazon event. Prime Day first launched, in case you don't know what the hell's going on here, July 15th, 2015. So we're going on our 11th year, originally running as a 24-hour promotion just for Prime members. The event has since expanded into a multi-day global sales promotion. Over time, of course, Prime Day has become one of the biggest online shopping events of the year, often rivaling or even exceeding Black Friday and Cyber Monday. That's how important it is. Because of its scale, Prime Day now forces competitors, like the ones I listed, to adjust their summer promotional calendars, often launching overlapping discount events to capture consumer spending. You make anything of this?
But see, what I'm reading here, Sharif, Amazon's actually declining to respond to the report.
Always,
yeah. So now their 12th year, the July Prime Day sales generated an estimated $24 billion over 4 days in 2025, about twice what U.S. consumers spent overall at online retails on Black Friday last year. So doubling Black Friday sales according to the data. So, I mean, I don't know what moving it up a month is going to do, but they're declining to respond to
Yeah, I know you never really know. Yeah. Obviously, again, we always want to say unless the company is really confirmed this.
Yeah, exactly, right? So they're not. Do you do any shop?
I don't around this time, but you know what I do? When I find a product that I want, I look, so let's just say, for example, I'm looking for a new iPad, right? Like, it'll be used. It won't be brand new. Otherwise, I get it from Apple. So I'll basically spend 2-3 weeks scouring Marketplace, Kijiji, which is like kind of like Craigslist.
Kind of around
to get the best deal, right? And then, typically, I hate to put it this way, but people who are, in a bit of a pinch, they're willing to be exactly. But you got to give yourself some time, right?
I remember my buddy was trying to tell me, he's like, yeah, even PS5s these days are going for a little bit cheaper, right? Because people
you can see it on Marketplace. Right? Prices are dropping for like everything. Designer shoes, electronics, their prices are dropping, at least in the used market. I'm not talking about new. Adara, please give us your take on Amazon.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, my thing is, for one, the fact that they declined to comment, I find actually gives, to me, more credence to the report, because if there was nothing to say, they might just deny it, right? And I'm not saying that's a hard and fast rule, but I have noticed more often if you decline to comment, there's maybe more of a chance of it's being real, and you're just mad you got scooped, so you don't want to say anything to scoop yourself further. So that's just my opinion on that. But again, slightly educated opinion there. Now, with regards to why they would move it, I think it's like I kind of like the idea of catching your competitors off guard. Like, hey, you think we're going to do it early mid-July? We're going to bump that by like a couple weeks to a month. We're going to, surprise you. And I think, and maybe that's even why they don't want to comment further, because if this is just a report, there's also the chance like, okay, other competitors hear this, they try to change their sales day as a response, and then, oh, psych, it's not real, or it is real, and you didn't react. Like, I think they kind of have some kind of strategic advantage here. I'm not sure how they're going to play it. But furthermore, the fact that as I read in one of the articles I first was hearing about this notably pushes them from having Prime Day in Q3 to having Prime Day in Q2. So if they're not going to make Q2 sales, oh, hey, let's, toss a discount in there. Like, I'm not saying that is what's happening, but I am saying that this is the type of company where I do feel like you could, kind of throw some fun and spice in here, because they have done things with earnings in the past that are like kind of eyebrow raising. And I pulled up this quote myself because I didn't want anyone to think I was making this up. But for Q2 2025, guiding forward to Q2 2024, so this is 2 years ago, I guess their guidance wasn't as good as people thought it would be. So CFO Brian Olsavsky basically blamed the Olympics and the assassination attempt of Donald Trump by saying, quote, no matter what you're selling or providing to a customer base, customers only have so much attention, and things like the Olympics, although they don't happen that often, we do see different traffic patterns around those events. The point I'm trying to make is they're fully willing to make weird excuses for missing earnings. I would totally see them fudging this by a quarter just to kind of try to beef up sales in their minds for Q2 rather than Q3. That's just my opinion, and it got a little bit, sidetracked in rabbit holes here. But again, if I'm going to make this type of statement, I do want to back it up. So that is, past comment from CFO to show I think that Amazon is very capable of, creative reasoning behind their decisions.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Let's talk a little oil. Oil, USO anyways, flat on the day, down 0.16, but when you look at it, the bigger picture, still another strong week, whether you're looking at Brent or West Texas Intermediate. Brent looking to be about 9%, give or take, up on the week after a massive 27.9% surge last week. That's the biggest jump on Brent since the pandemic. WTI also heading into the end of the week, possibly with a 6% print. We'll have to wait to see how it ends up going, but it had its largest week last week since 1983. The U.S. and Israel, of course, and Iran are all engaged in a conflict, and it's going into its third week. As President Trump signaled, the conflict could continue. Meanwhile, Iran's leadership has vowed to keep fighting. Not going to get into the details of all that, but several foreign vessels near the Strait of Hormuz have been struck by ammunition. We're seeing depots now being hit. We're seeing, more reports about mines being laid in the strait. It carries that strait, of course, the Strait of Hormuz carries roughly 1/5 of the global oil supply and more than 30% of the seafaring oil that makes its way over the oceans and not through pipelines and other means. The White House has also temporarily eased sanctions on certain Russian exports in an attempt to stabilize the global supply and dampen prices. Separately, Joseph, we've heard reports between, India reaching out to Iran to make sure, that they can get their LNG. Exactly. And for other, let's just say energy purposes, whether it's oil or liquefied natural gas. But this is, it's going on to the third week and prices remain high.
So I was just reading a headline here. So Iran arranging special transport to send sailors back from India. But I found this interesting here, Sharif, a macro analyst saying that a potential Fed rate cut is not good for the current geopolitical and macroeconomic standpoint. He said a rate cut could be devastating. So what he's saying the price and how we were reacting in the oil market with what we got going on and a potential supply restraint is good because even though in a way, because you want to have somewhat of a demand destruction. And if you have that rate cut come into play, it could be even worse, apparently. So.
Well, there's inflation.
Right, the bond yields would go soaring, everything along those lines. So,
all right, let's talk a little Bitcoin here, guys. I think it's still up on the day. Let's check. So we're at 71.6. We're up 1.7%. ETH also up above 2,100 at the moment. It pushed up into 72,100, reclaiming the 50-day moving average. Analysts say a sustained hold, though, above that 50-day could attract additional buyers as well as algorithmic flows. And this is what I spoke about in the morning. This was new to me. I didn't know this because I'm not an options trader. But market makers in Bitcoin options markets currently hold, at least at the time of the writing of this article, roughly $3 billion of something called short gamma exposure at about the $75,000 strike price. When dealers are short gamma, rising prices force them to buy Bitcoin to hedge their exposure, which has the effect of amplifying those upwards moves like short covering. This hedging activity can create what they call self-reinforcing volatility, potentially accelerating the price action if Bitcoin moves quickly towards that $75,000 mark where that $3 billion lies. Options market makers, though, the dealer hedging here dynamics is also important. So options market makers typically maintain or try to maintain a neutral exposure by adjusting their positions as price moves. However, in a short gamma environment, upward price movements trigger additional buying. This dynamic, Joey, has historically contributed to the rapid price accelerations near large option strikes. What does the chain show for BTC? Do we have BTC?
I think, no, I don't think.
No?
You can't just
do
say
it,
contracts. No.
All right.
So I think maybe they might be referring to this $45 mark. This is where you would see that negative gamma really come into play there, Sharif. So when price starts to increase, you have hedging, but they also want to push price a little bit lower. So that does make a little bit of sense there from the Bitcoin standpoint. I mean, this is what I thought from the get-go as soon as this derivative really came into play, is that we wouldn't see these 40% pullbacks 45% pullbacks in the actual underlying asset, but that wasn't necessarily the case. And I remember somebody mentioned in the chat, and I didn't really look anything up, but I found it interesting, and I wouldn't put it past it, but they said some of the Bitcoin whales said as long as Michael Saylor continues, I mean, I wouldn't hold too much, continues to buy this stuff, they're going to try to continuously sell off their Bitcoin. But I also referred to a point as well, too, which I did read up, and what I do know is that for quite some time we were consolidating in that $100,000 mark, but what was going on during that time is just a transfer from the whales into the institutions, all right? So, and we didn't necessarily have that aggressive selling, but as it started to pick up and amplify, there's more of a distribution. And I mean, we have to take it into consideration. For every seller, there's a buyer. So who is buying this stuff up at a 45% discount from its previous high? And if I put my bottom dollar on it, it's most likely the market makers. The retail guys, we experienced massive liquidations, so they're cash strapped when it comes to the crypto space. It was I think it was the November, event where it was like November 10th or 11th or something along those lines, mass liquidations. A couple weeks later, you have another mass liquidation event. So someone is buying this stuff up because, Sharif, I can't just sell my Bitcoin and there not be another participant on the other side, right? Well so who's buying this stuff?
Good point. Let's talk. Adobe CEO transition and AI revenue scrutiny. Adobe reported earnings yesterday after the bell. CEO Shantanu Narayan, who has led the company for almost 2 decades, plans to step down after a successor is found to lead the company, what they're calling the AI phase of the company. I guess we were in the SaaS phase. Now we're moving into the AI phase. He's credited, the outgoing CEO that is, with transitioning Adobe from a dominant subscription dominant subscription software platform. He's going to remain involved during the transition and serve as a board chair until the company searches for a replacement. In terms of earnings, Q1 profit, that's a little bit less than $2 billion on the quarter, 1.89, compared with the 1.81 they brought in last year. If you're looking at it from an EPS perspective, we're talking about $6.06. That beats the 5.87 expected by analysts. That is adjusted, of course. Revenue up 12% year over year on the quarter, taking home about $6.4 billion. That's slightly ahead of the expectations. Let's talk about that AI strategy, though. So they actually reported their first annual recurring revenue for AI, and that more than tripled year over year, reaching about $26.06 billion in ARR, annual recurring revenue. That matches analyst expectations. Management, though, they continue integrating AI across all their product suite, especially embedding third-party AI models and its own Firefly generative AI tools into software such as Photoshop, such as Premiere Pro. Randy, I know you don't really care about those. There's like Ram and the production boys, we'll call them, production crew. So they're including AI in that. It's kind of funny here. The irony is not lost on me at all that AI is hurting them, but they're obviously moving into the AI phase. We'll have to see how that works out for them. Investor concerns, though, Joseph, persist that AI-powered tools could disrupt Adobe's traditional creative software dominance. Now, with respect to their guidance, they reaffirmed full-year guidance. For the current quarter, though, the company expects revenue to be between $6.43 billion up to $6.48, with adjusted EPS coming in at $5.80 to $5.85. That's roughly in line with expectations. So we'll have to see how that all goes, of course. But what do you make of this report and the outgoing CEO, the AI problems, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, I mean, so I think what we're experiencing here is that there's an expectation that you would see a little bit of an acceleration within their AI segment, obviously using the platform, but that doesn't seem to necessarily be the case. And with that being said, this negative sentiment that we've experienced for quite some time in Adobe, investors think that's going to continue and that's going to linger on until some drastic changes are made.
Yeah, tough look here.
Yeah.
Especially, do you want to show the chart?
Yeah,
I think we should probably show them, yeah, because just before we get a Darius comment here, let's show the ADBE chart. And if you're queasy, you may want to look away. It's not good.
When the boys peak out?
So, well, you know, a lot of people peaked out at this time, like not to dunk on them. That was when Jerome Powell said that that inflation wasn't transitory. And we are right back at those levels of the summer of 22. We're actually below, man. Jeez freaking Louise. So, okay, everybody got clipped at this time, right? So lost about 61.5% of its value. Right now, given the current price, we're about 63.75% lower than where we were in the fall of 21.
How many days from that previous pivot high have we been?
This is a weekly.
Down?
What do you mean?
Oh,
this is a weekly chart.
Daily. That's even
weekly.
Worse, man.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say weekly, how many weeks is that? So that seems like
a lot.
A lot.
So this is the Adobe chart, guys. A bit of a tough look. Never want to dunk on anybody, but the market's telling us something here. And why don't you tell us what your opinion is, Adara?
Yeah, so my opinion is, and I think this is going to be kind of a spicy one, as my opinions sometimes are on this, but here's the thing. This was not in and of itself a bad quarter, and I'm just going to quickly see if I can grab this. I'm working on a visual right now also on the CEO transition stuff, which we'll talk about in a minute, but in the meantime, I want to show this. So subscription revenue is the only thing that's growing. So if you want to be a dominant subscription service, like, how is Shantanu not helping you with that, right? In my humble opinion. And also from a sequential standpoint, I mean, they were growing sequentially on this too, on subscription. So I do have to wonder why this choice was made for the CEO transition. Like, I get he was there for a long time. You want new blood, but I do think there is a difference between a stock underperforming and a company underperforming. Now, I would not say in and of itself, as of right now, that Adobe is underperforming as a company. It is as a stock. I'm not arguing that. But I think there is, as Obi would say, a distinct difference between these two things. And therefore, I think if we have this CEO turnover in a company where, you know, by all accounts, as far as I can tell, the company itself was not having issues. I mean, they're doing, this was a fine report. It really just seems like they're worried about the SaaS we get in. So, we have to show we're AI focused. Let's get rid of the old guy and bring in someone new. I kind of find this to be potentially a little hasty. Someone in the chat here, Hangry Wife, saying transitioning is hip these days. And I mean, I think if you take this to like the CEO's standpoint, I do think these CEO transitions are perhaps coming a bit too hip. But I also, you know, this infographic has not come out yet. I'm working on it right now. I hope to have it out by the end of the day. But I really just wanted to take a look back and see, of these recent CEO transitions over the last few years, how does the market react to them? Now, in the case of like on the first day, so Boeing. Market really loved getting a new Boeing CEO. They loved getting a new Starbucks CEO, as we know. They loved when we got rid of the Nike CEO, John Donahoe, like getting rid of Kerry Wheeler at Open Door, they really liked. But then when it comes to other announcements, for example, Warren Buffett, not well received. The leaving of Bob Iger, I mean, kind of neutral, right? So the point I'm trying to make is I think the fact that we're a little bit lower on this, earnings aside, because I don't think this sell-off was a reaction to the report. I think it was a reaction to the CEO announcement, given the timing of it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that this might be a decision that Adobe comes to regret or find was premature, especially because they seem to have made it without even having any kind of CEO transition in place. If you don't know who you're going to be replacing your current person with, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I know I've ranted a bit here, but I do have some qualms, and that infographic will hopefully be out by the close. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dara. All right, Ulta Beauty stock drops after a soft growth outlook. Let's talk about this. They warned that sales growth will slow this fiscal year, and the reason they're blaming is consumers are becoming more selective and they're shifting towards value-focused purchases. CEO Keisha Steelman said, the shoppers remain resilient, but are increasingly cautious about discretionary spending. We looked at the consumer staples chart versus the consumer discretionary chart on the ETFs. You can kind of see that. There was some, local pullbacks on both, but the beauty retailer said it will avoid aggressive promotional activity, I'm assuming to maintain margins, even though the industry is becoming more competitive with consumers looking for deals. They want to protect their margins, I'm assuming here. They expect sales to grow about 6 to 7% this year. That's a marked slowdown from what it was last year. It was a little shy of 10%, 9.7, signaling, of course, moderation in demand across the cosmetics category. Not going to go through all this, but they projected earnings per share to be about $28.05 to $28.55. That's for full year, of course, with comparable sales growth of 2.5% to 3.5%. Analysts were looking for a lot more, man. They wanted $13.15 billion in revenue. That would equal about 6.1% growth, and they were looking for EPS to be $28.64. So even the top end of the range there, $28.55, doesn't meet the EPS expectations by the street. Recent quarter performance, we're talking about Q4 here. They reported net income of $356.7 million. That's about $8 and a penny per share, compared with $393 last year and $846 per share. So year over year, even though, you know, we always say there's no good or bad, there's better or worse, this is worse than last year, okay? Revenue did rise 12% up to $3.9 billion. That beat estimates of $3.84. Same store sales increased 5.8%. That outperformed the forecast of 4.3. So you gotta wonder if same store sales increased, then was it transaction revenue, per transaction revenue that dropped? Why are they missing? It was driven by higher average ticket size and increased transaction volumes. Okay, that doesn't make sense to me at all. Oh, sorry, I'm reading this the wrong way. 5.8% increase versus 4.3 last year. I got it. We got to pause for a second. We got to go to Adara with breaking news.
More news out of the Middle East. So Ambry, which is like a maritime security type company, they said that they're hearing a report from one of their merchant vessels that they heard a sound of an explosion at an undetermined distance from the vessel. This would be near the Al Sharjah anchorage in UAE. Now, apparently Ambry has further said that there was no damage to the vessel or injuries to the crew that had been reported, but just be aware, we are hearing of more potential reported explosions in the Middle East, specifically in the UAE. Back to you.
Much there. All right, so despite the solid quarterly results, Ulta shares, let's see where they're at right now. Joey, I don't even have this on my watch list. I don't have a cosmetics watch list. 12.5% was down about 8.
Make that right there. I'll give you 2 tickers right now, Ulta and Elf.
All right, bro. I'm going to hold off. Yeah. I got enough on there. All right, it was down 8% after hours, selling off more. Just got into the low a day not long ago. Investors are focused on the slower growth outlook rather than any specific quarter. Prior to the drop, though, Joey, the stock had gained about 90% over the past year, raising expectations. The guidance implies margin pressure and slower demand growth, even as the company gains market share within its space. Thoughts?
Yeah. So what I found is that they're not really going to be heading into the promotion, so you're not going to see very much of a discount. I'm thinking that this can act potentially as a double-edged sword because in the statement they also mentioned that, hey, consumers are looking more for value. Right? So if you're not going to be cutting your price, then what are you going to do? Are you willing to lose some customers in order to kind of maintain the margins?
I think so.
Right? So I think that's going to be the narrative in which happens with Ulta Beauty. And that's kind of just where my mind is sitting. But 90% over the past year isn't horrible whatsoever. No. But you did see it take an aggressive move lower here today.
Let's take a quick look at the chart before we get a dare's look here on Ulta. But 90%, that's healthy. Is it healthy within the wider time frame? This is the weekly? Okay, so we did. Yeah, man. We got into all-time highs about a month ago. Yeah, so that was the week of February 17th. We made a high there, all-time high of 714.97. So they're 715 or thereabouts. This is a good-looking chart, but that is an ugly drop.
Sure. It's the guidance, right? Like
it's a big boy guy. Dude, in a month, it's lost a quarter of its value.
Yeah.
In a month.
It's not fun. Dude, the USO is going off right now.
Okay, you want to talk about it?
Yeah, here it is. Like I'm not in it, or I'm out of it now. I was long earlier.
It's going green.
This thing's going absolutely bonkers. I wouldn't be surprised if you see 120 at the end of the day. There is a supply zone on the option chain. I don't know how much that's going to come into play, but now you're positive. You're up 1%, and this thing is really starting to skyrocket past the high of the day.
Bro, Meta's down 4%, and you got to assume it's this avocado crap and licensing with Gemini. That is insane. He needs to be made to pay for this, bro, because if you're spending that much money, shareholders need ROI. They need return on their investment.
Absolutely.
Like, what is this guy doing?
I mean, they would like, they don't need it. They would like return on.
You know what I mean? Exactly. Hit the sell button.
Yeah, I agree. But hey, man, this is what I was saying about Zuck before. Like, if it wasn't for the social media, would he be performing that well? Like, no.
Devices are bad.
Right, his devices aren't the best, so.
All right, Adara, give us your take on...
Tesla's moving to the south side as well, too, looking like it's going to break that 392 support at this pace. Market new low of the day as well, too, guys.
Adara, give us your take on Ulta.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say here first, just with USO, Petrobras, according to the CEO, not looking into adjusting gasoline prices in the coming days. Other most recent headline was that Ambry, which, of course, that global merchant shipping security company, said that one of their vessels reported hearing an explosion sound, though everyone is apparently alive and well. Now, with Ulta, I think one thing I did actually like about this report, and I'm just going to quickly, if you can not show my screen for a second while I pull this up, that's my bad, I should have been ready. I think one thing I do like with this is that we did have an acceleration in that annual revenue growth. Like, I'll zoom out, here you go. So, 2023 revenue was $11.21 billion. 2024 revenue, $11.3 billion. 2025 revenue, $12.4 billion. So kind of consolidate in the revenue and then it grows. So I kind of like that. I'm not going to say a breakout because quite obviously it's not, but it is, I think, a move in the right direction. So I will give Ulta some credit for that. 38% of their revenue or their net sales, still comes from cosmetics. That's just over a third, but it is actually less than last quarter. Last quarter, 41% of their revenue came from cosmetics. So, I mean, if you're going to stop these promotions, I kind of wonder what their plan is going forward. I mean, again, probably a margin decision, but yeah, I kind of wonder how next quarter is going to look, because as much as we're upset about the guidance, I do think that this annual revenue report, regardless of what happened this quarter, probably a step in the right direction. Let's see how things go going forward for ULTA. From a business standpoint, not a company that I, like from a makeup perspective, have really looked at or cared about, so I can't comment on that at all for them.
Fair enough. Let's talk about Lennar. Missing estimates as the housing metrics continue to weaken. Lennar reported Q1 revenue of $6.62 billion. That is down 13.33% year over year and below the consensus estimate of 6.83. So they missed by almost $200 million there. In fact, more. That's signaling, obviously, everything that we know. Softer housing demand compared with last year. I don't think housing demand was even strong last year, but whatever. Earnings per share came in at 88 pennies, sharply lower than the $2.14 per share they brought in a year ago, and it missed the analyst expectations by a lot, 8 pennies. The street wanted 96 pennies instead of the 88 they got. The weaker headline results highlight the continued pressure in the home building sector as higher interest rates and affordability concerns weigh on the housing activity. Now, I do understand that a housing bill was passed in the Senate, a rare, let's be honest, a rare bipartisan effort. Let's see what it does in the House. I don't know the details of it. Maybe you guys can apprise me in that in the chat. Let's talk about some key housing metrics here from Lennar. Home deliveries averaged about $374,000 per home. That's slightly above the $369.6 expected by analysts. That suggests, of course, that pricing remains relatively resilient despite demand softness. Active communities totaled a little bit less than 1,700. That is below the 1,784 expected, again, pointing to fewer selling locations and the potential for slower development expansion. Home deliveries came in at 15,588 units. That is above, finally, some of the analysts' expectations here, which was 14,938. While new home orders totaled 18,515, slightly below, that's a slight miss there, of 18,572, showing mixed demand signals. Let's talk about the different segment revenue here. They got 3. Home building revenue, that came to $6.3 billion. That was slightly below. We talked about the 6.53. Home building sales revenue, $6.27 billion. That's down 13.4% sequentially, or sorry, not sequentially, from last year, highlighting the slowdown in overall housing transactions. Financial services revenue, their smallest segment, totaled $215.16 million. That also missed estimates of $257.4 million, and it declined 22% year over year. Shares dropped about 20% over the past month. Before we get to your comments, Joey, let's take a quick look at LEN.
Yeah. USO new high of the day as well.
New high of the day, up 1.15.
NVDA low of the day.
So this is the weekly chart on LEN. Looks like we topped out all-time highs in late 24. I want to say September of 24. Getting into that, what was that price there? It was an ugly reversal candle, by the way. 193.37. Let's just go from the wick high to the wick low this morning. Lost about 53. I would say a little bit less than 50% of its value, Joey, based upon the closing prices. It's also lost that $100 area. What's your thought?
I have a lot of thoughts, actually, to be honest with you on this one, Sharif. Unfortunately, it delivered 5% less homes compared to last year. Apparently, just the increase in price and housing expenses really dragging the market, increase in interest rates as well, elevated interest rates obviously having an effect. But I kind of want to lead this conversation to home. our home base here.
All right.
So we started to experience somewhat of a decline in housing prices. Condo prices more or less, but the average house, it's still holding on roughly relatively well. We know from a GDP standpoint we're flat. We're not growing as an economy. Do you think that we are going to see any more of a decline from a GDP standpoint? Do you think we get into that negative kind of area,
Possibly.
in that gray area? And if that's the case, if we continuously don't see a rapid decline in the houses, right? Like, I don't think that we're going to hit that 20%. But what happens when the economy turns around, say, 5 to 8 years from now? How much would that have an increase in the current prices that we have right now, considering the economy isn't growing, but the actual housing prices, aside from the condos, is somewhat stable?
Okay, so I have a couple of comments. I think that the previous administration in this country did two things. One, they didn't want to destroy Canadians' wealth. Most Canadians' wealth is tied to real estate.
Absolutely.
So one, they kept rates historically low. I get that's the Bank of Canada, but let's cut the crap. There's overlap. Number two, they kept a steady flow of immigrants, record levels of immigrants. Why? Two reasons. One, they got to live somewhere. If they got to live somewhere, that props up housing. Two, they got to buy in order to live. So what does that do? That increases GDP. But it doesn't increase GDP per capita. It increases the top line GDP, but individually, Canadians have not been wealthier for about 10 years per capita. So let me get to the point. So when we do finally bottom out, you're not, well, we don't know, but you're not going to have that artificial insertion of demand vis-a-vis
the transitory, maybe.
Well, it was bringing in a record number of immigrants, right?
A couple million.
And they're not doing that anymore. So you feel that the actual organic growth here is not going to be dependent upon bringing in immigrants to prop up housing and to keep Canadians rich and to expand again and to keep that headline number GDP up. So I feel that it will be sustainable because it's not going to be dependent on that.
So you're saying that once the economy does turn around, we're going to see an increase in the housing prices once again?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
And what we were talking about,
maybe not at the same speed.
Maybe not at the same accelerant. Exactly.
No, it was ridiculous, bro.
So the issue that we had here is that
nor do you have historically low rates. You had basically 0% interest for a decade and a half. That's not going to happen anymore.
No, that's not going to happen. So what we had essentially is population growth exceeding houses being built, which caused it, right? So that was the big issue. We had that massive wave of immigration where our economy was still only growing at 1%. So if we're not going to have that or sustain, how much longer is it going to take for this economy to turn around?
That's what I don't know, bro. It depends on your boy Carney and how he does. Look, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he's doing a good job.
But I mean, if the previous individual did 9 years, Carney can probably do a pretty long time.
We'll see. He looks like he's going to get a majority here. Probably. Anyway, we got to go to Adair.
I need to talk here about some of these comments coming from S&P. They're weighing in on the impacts of this Middle East tensions on different areas of the market. They think that overall that it could have long-lasting impacts on the U.S. economy and credit conditions. So another score against credit. However, they do not expect the Middle East tensions to materially affect U.S. banks. So I think credit could be affected, the economy could be affected, but not necessarily banks. However, they did also say, and this is kind of as expected, they do expect U.S. oil and gas producers to benefit from elevated oil prices due to the conflict. So again, S&P commenting on how they expect the U.S. economy in various sectors to be impacted by the tensions. Back to you.
Thank you. AIP was yesterday. Palantir CEO Alex Karp said AI is giving the U.S. and its allies a strategic advantage. Of course, as tensions escalate across the world and the Middle East, specifically Iran. Speaking at the AIP conference, Karp argued America's strength comes not only from military capability, but also from its leadership in AI development, calling the AI revolution uniquely American. Disagree. China's building as well, and he knows that. Palantir's Project Maven platform plays a major role in military operations, enabling integration of satellite imagery, surveillance, feeds, operational data, all into a unified decision-making system separately. So this Maven system runs on Claude. You know what Claude was doing before the war in Iran? It was choosing the targets. It was so that it would be like a cohesive, coordinated attack. It was choosing targets. It wasn't executing without human intervention. That's not what I mean to say. But it was actually picking targets for the most amount of damage possible. So very much intertwined is Anthropic's Anthropic's LLM into Maven. The AI system uses machine learning to analyze large data sets from sensors, satellites, intelligence sources, all to identify targets and support battlefield coordination. He said, said tools like Maven allow allied forces to coordinate military responses and share real-time intelligence across multiple partners, which obviously strengthens defense capabilities. I can keep going on here. Do you want to comment about Palantir's involvement in the war, and how come we're not seeing a huge boost here in the price of Palantir?
Yeah, I think that's very interesting, because I was watching a couple of videos a while ago of how much Palantir is getting integrated into kind of this new type of warfare that we've been referring to, the autonomous Humvee, where it can select the seeking of organic material, which Alex Karp wants to get into. So I'm kind of surprised on that front, the government contracts and everything along those. Dude, did you see that Humvee that was the Palantir tech was being integrated into it?
No, like I didn't. I didn't watch AAP. Yeah.
Dude, it's just seeking organic material, essentially. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's pretty crazy, to be honest with you, the amount of data it can collect and translate it and use it, so you're not actually having the loss of life. You just have these mechanical kind of machines in there battling for you.
I don't want to create any controversy here, but we all know about the girls' school, whatever you make of that. Some people are saying that was chosen by the AI. So I don't know if that's a hallucination.
Oh, I heard about.
Or it could be like what some of the tactics in the Middle East is to place military targets in civilian infrastructure. Anyway, we'll have to wait and see. Investigation.
But weren't they both going? Not to get too deep into it, didn't each party said the other people did it? One said right. So that's how it typically is. Right?
We're not taking a position either way. At least I'm not. Right.
No, there's no way.
We'll have to find out exactly what happened.
He said, she said. Essentially, they did it. No, they did it. So and so on and so forth.
All right, Adair, give us your take on Palantir.
Yeah, I will say, I think the timing of the AIP con was very strategic in terms of having it, within a couple weeks if we start these tensions, Palantir's having a conference. And I think Alex Karp is the type where I do think that was intentional. So, or at least it could have been, I think he definitely emphasized that angle yesterday. I think, honestly, though, as Joe was saying, you might expect this company to do a little bit better given the current tensions, and I don't necessarily think he took advantage of that in his keynote speech. He spent some time in the keynote speech talking about, you guys all know what it's like when news articles write fake stories about your company, just ignore it. And I'm like, I think you could have made a much stronger case here. His keynote was also very short, which I think, allowed it to be a lot tighter than last year's, which was very, meandering and often off topic. But again, this one tight, but also kind of off topic. So yeah, I think it's a little bit unfortunate. While we know Alex Karp is very aware of the tensions, and I do think this timing was strategic. I think it's a tough, I think it's tough, because, it's maybe a situation where you don't even really want to be seen like you're capitalizing on these tensions. And then I think the second point that has to be made here is that, as Sharif and Joe were saying, it's also led to a lot of controversy for Palantir for being involved in this industry. So yeah, I think it'll be interesting to kind of see how this all shakes out for PLTR. Right now, though, I don't think the market is super excited about this, or they don't care.
But Chidera, all right, Neil's back. So let's, got you there, Assassino. All right, guys.
One last thing before we shut things. We got a super chat here. Meta puts this afternoon. If they're relatively cheap.
Move, bro.
Yeah, it is a big move, 4%. Let's pull up META here quick. Don't expect too much. We've already been down. The trend has been steady down into the right, so keep that in mind. How much lower can you go on today's session? Looks like it might find somewhat of a bottom, but if this blows out the 609 mark, look for maybe a little bit more continuation. It is Friday. Who knows if they want to sell or maybe just go and relax for the weekend, considering the week that we've had.
All right, bro. Ready for the weekend?
Oh, am I ever? Yeah, I know, nothing planned, man. I'm actually going to go watch my boys play hockey tonight.
Okay.
Right, because I haven't been around the rink since my knee and stuff like that, so I'm looking forward to that. And then it's just gym, really.
Chirp them from the stands?
Yeah, no, I'm going on the bench. I'll be on the bench, right? With that being said, yeah, I'll go and see what they're up to and say what up to a bunch of guys I haven't seen in a couple of months.
Beautiful, man.
Yeah, man.
It's good look. All right. Hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. Stay safe. See everybody bright and early on Monday. We're live 8 a.m. now for all the newer viewers. Anyway, I'll be at the big desk shortly, but the big kahunas, Obi and Sean, they're that away.
Welcome, everybody. Yeah, welcome to the afternoon show. There it goes. Got fixed here. It was Neil before.
Yeah.
Now it's Obi. Not too excited, everybody. Obi is here. Yes. Neil will be back Monday.
He tripped me out for me for a second too. He's like, Neil's back. I'm like, where? Yeah, you know. But no, solid. It's been good, and hopefully Neil's been having. I'm sure Neil's been having a great time in sunny Florida there, and not so sunny out here.
No, I just looked out. The snow
Did you go out?
Dissipated a little bit.
Okay, but it was. I looked out the window.
Iced coffee there, and it was a little.
There was like a lot of flurries. So
It's gorgeous. I was actually talking to Marissa, and I was like, it's so gorgeous outside, but the wet. I mean, it's just like when the snow falls, it's real. Like if you're inside and you have no reason to go outside, it's fantastic.
Yeah,
here right now in lovely Toronto, Ontario. But no, it's a little doom and gloomy out there. I'll be spending similarly as Joe's a couple nights in the rink here this weekend, and pretty easy, laid back. Going to go to the parents' place on Sunday, grab some dinner there. It's been a minute since we've checked in with them, and just exhausting week. I feel like, man, it's been a busy one, that's for sure, and lots to trade, lots always to trade. That's the one thing about this job, you know, you never know. You never know where your bread's so to speak going to be buttered, definitely good feelings here today on the market.
I mean, that's not the case for. I know a lot of people who are just just chilling on the sidelines, which also makes sense. Like if you don't really have playbooks or strategies for this kind of market, exactly. You want to just hang out, chill.
So if you're looking at
maybe
oil
study the market as well. Like develop some new playbooks. That's always a thing, right? Here we go. There's a little bit of a crackdown here on HIMS. I did get a little bit involved earlier.
There's our positions.
And I just had to, I started getting out of it, and then now it's starting to show a little bit here. So I did get involved with it a little bit late, a little bit of a late scalp. I should be short at VWAP, obviously. Not obviously, but like in retrospect, it makes a lot more, it's a lot more clear, right? But yesterday, all day selling yesterday was pretty solid, and I kind of beat myself up a little bit for not getting involved. But today I was watching it. I've been watching it as long as along with USO here, but HIMS yesterday was quite the sell-off here. Where did it go? Right there, boom, right there, opening with a strong flush coming in to the end of the day as well for a nice continuation for a secondary leg. Pretty solid move here on HIMS as we pull down even lower. So these were some of the levels that I marked in. 2320s is the next level I have marked, again from day one, I think. Yeah, day one, there was that end of day kind of pop there. So don't know if that's going to potentially come into fruition, but we are getting relatively close to it right now, back down into the 2320s. But yeah, today, just had to kind of be patient for all this chop, and then this lower high at VWAP. VWAP continuation, that's a playbook that I need to be working on, because especially in a market that's like trending so aggressively, sure, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a little bit choppy, but if I can sit on my hands and wait for that chop to kind of dissipate, and then look for the clarity on the chart when it does come in, because you can get, there's a lot of different places to execute that I'm seeing here. Just for the continuation trade, you can use prior day's close as a reference price as well. We tried to push into this consolidation low as well off of this spike into 2480s, and look at that, after that kind of shows you that sellers are back in charge. VWAP continuation, lower high, and then I saw it down here. I actually saw it on this consolidation above what I think was a bit of a level, 23 halves right there. So I was just like, all right, cool, I'm just gonna take a quick little scalp, size in aggressively. It's doing a very tight kind of a consolidation. So I'm like, I can risk like 10 pennies and try to get a few more, like 20 out of it for a quick 2-to-1, right? It's a quick little scalp. But, that's what I get for participating so late into the fade. It's just like, I can't expect more than 20, 30 pennies, but it's been giving you, it came all the way from 2420s. This is where I should be really involved on the VWAP hold, and that's about $1 down from that on a name like HIMS. But, if you have the patience to hold something like this, then it's definitely something to consider. But I see that you've been still holding on. You've been having that patience with the TQ. So,
I reloaded it at the 50 period moving average right there. We're still short it. We were long. I mean, this is what we're just talking a little bit in the chat there. Like, this is what traders kind of look for, right? And you just mentioned, and I wanted to say, when we're talking about like sitting on your hands, you said something about sitting on your hands. You don't need to trade 24/7. You know, like I think that because someone in the chat there was like, yo, you know, a lot of these traders are just sitting around not doing anything. If you don't see anything, yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. Because and the reason why I say that is I've only traded really one name today, and that's the futures. I gave a shot on Nvidia, right? And you know, especially the guys on the midday, it's tough to sit there and make those kind of moves all the time. You need to have some volume, and you need to see the trade. You know, like, for example, like I know Joe and Sharif are, you know, awesome traders. Obi's a great trader. Like we're all here trying to trade and do what's happening. But it's a difficult business. And sometimes you find the one you're looking for and sometimes you don't. So, yeah, so that's just, I just wanted to say that. Like it's not, you know, I sit here and get lumped up all the time, you know, and it's just like trying to figure out what's best. And to your point and to what we were talking about before, sometimes it's just about sitting here and watching the chart and then trying to figure out what that next trade is. You know, it's not like, oh my God, I'm watching a chart here and I'm trying to figure out where we're going. It's like you can input stuff into these large language models. You can put it on the charts. You can watch YouTube videos, try to figure out like what other traders are doing as well. Obviously talk to us and, you know, continue to ask questions. And U.S. has sent a sizable Marine Corps now to the U.S. So, sorry, to Iran there. So, okay. Things are starting to get a little spicy here. But yeah, I just want to say, everything all right, Sharif? Oh, okay, yeah. No. I don't, I was going to hear what I said. I think it was naval there. I don't think it was. I think it was more Navy into the Middle East there. So I don't want to scare anybody. And as soon as the news comes, I don't want to misread anything. So if I see it on the note here, I'll let everybody know. Yeah, hey, what's up, everybody? Lemon family. I'm finding the one you love. He's talking about my wife. Yeah, no, look, I think I spend a lot of time. I talked to Marissa probably 3 or 4, maybe 2 or 3 times. Like I call her before I get in, obviously, and then I call her right after I'm going to the gym. Then I call her when I'm done the gym, and I call her right when I go back on the air, just for something to do and talk to her. I'm a little bit of a maniac that way. Yeah, no, look, I mean, everybody trades for their own individual reasons is sort of what I'm getting at here when I was talking about that. And it's like, if you just want to throw trades to the wind, that's one strategy. Yeah. You know, do it on less shares, do it in a sim mode or something like that to try to get it figured out. But when, you know, you have on, you know, it's nice enough to have 4 professional traders, you know, that you guys get to watch every single day. And, you know, we really enjoy being here, love teaching everybody the methods that we have and some of the mentality that goes along with day trading. It's not always
learning along the way, man. I'm still like,
oh yeah,
the market stays humbling me.
How many? I was gonna say 6 years. I don't know if it's been that long.
Yeah, I don't know if it's been that long. I think it's like 4.
COVID-ish.
No, I came way after COVID.
Right. Okay, that's what I was say. COVID. Yeah. COVID's happy 6 years.
I was trading by myself at home during COVID.
Right. No. Happy again. Marissa mentioned me today. I think today is officially like the 6th anniversary of COVID, like when the CDC or something like that shut everybody down. I think it was around now, right? Early March of 2020. So wow, like I can't even remember. I remember coming into work and the streets were like, there's nobody, like we were literally the only ones on the street. And I remember at that time we had to have little sheets from our lawyer that was like justifying why we're coming into work and all this kind of stuff. Just in case like you got stopped and everything. Like what a wild time that was. Like
crazy.
People in Florida or Texas or maybe where it was a little more lax. I'm sure there's many other spots too. It was pretty like, I feel like in Canada, we're just trying to be like law abiding. Like it was really quiet. Like I didn't see anybody out, man. Like everybody was masking up and it was just wild. And then I remember I went to live, Fontainebleau in Miami. Yeah. And I remember we got off the plane and everything. We had our masks on, obviously. Yeah. We got into the Uber. I was with my family. We had our masks on. As soon as we got out of the cab or the Uber at the hotel, ain't nobody wearing a mask. like everybody at that hotel was just like, man, straight COVID, whatever, boy. And everyone was masks off. I didn't see one person at Fontainebleau there wearing a mask. And that was like, all right, you know, these maybe are my people here. Because we had a great vacation then. And that was what it was all about. So. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's just a Canadian thing, but people were locked down. Here, I'm sure Joe was probably trading from home during COVID.
People love following the rules.
Oh, he wasn't even trading at the time. Okay, so there you go. So there you go again. So there's another thing. So Joe started trading in 22.
Yeah.
So if you think about it, to become a professional of anything, you don't want to be a lawyer. You want to be oh God, and I'm going to have a rant here.
No,
maybe I should just go back over.
No, they need to hear this.
No. But I was just going to say, like, if you want to become a teacher, like an accountant, anything professional, law, whatever you want to become, you got to be a law clerk. You got to go through all the schooling. You know, the schooling alone is 4 or 5 years. Then you got to understudy, and you got to do no matter what you're doing. You know, so to sit here and say, like, I'm a professional trader, to me, a professional trader would mean that you make enough money that it's your living. That's like what a professional does, right? So I think that if you're going to put in, Joe said he's 4 years in the game. Yep. You know, to even be profitable, 4 years into the game is a bang moment for me, And I think that it takes a lot of time, takes a lot of effort. If you're going to be professional at something and you all of a sudden want this to be your job, you're not just going to pick up a YouTube channel and watch videos for an hour a day and all of a sudden like know how to trade.
Yeah.
Like this is going to be something that, you're going to have to stick with it. Grind it out. I mean, it's a grind, right? I mean, how many times, those of you watching, I don't know if any doctors are watching or anything like that, but how many hours of study do you put in?
Yeah.
How many hours of practice do you put in, with patience and understudying and all of that kind of stuff, right? So to become a trader, it's not only does it mess around with your mind because you don't get paid every day.
No, exactly. And a lot of people can't take that.
And then a family, let alone running a family, let alone all of this. So that's why for me, whenever I talk about being a trader, I like to say, and this doesn't go against the show by any stretch of the imagination, learn your craft, okay? Hit it, and then honestly, quit it. I really think that if you make your daily goals and you're able to see good trades, take them. But if not, take the day.
Yeah.
Have some ideas, work on everything. Don't risk things if you're not feeling well, if you're not in the right mood or whatever. Like so much of trading, there is a mental aspect to this as well. I just, some days people aren't feeling it. Like I got crushed on, I think it was Monday, and now we've come back 4 straight green days now.
Boom.
Lost on Monday, but we come back. I was gonna say like Jake Paul, but he got knocked out. But we're coming back like the Undertaker. Like the Undertaker, we rise. I need an Undertaker. No, you know that meme where he's like in the coffin and he just rises up?
Oh yeah.
That's what I feel like sometimes as a trader.
I mean, we were talking about this a couple of days ago at the dinner. Like being a trader, first of all, you got to know how to take a hit. That's, you know what I mean? Because you're going to get beat down. There isn't any other career that I think is just like, you can come in day after day, and just keep getting hit, and you have to have that mental strength to kind of carry forward. And eventually, if you're doing the right stuff and you're kind of learning the right things, all of that work that you put in will come into fruition eventually. But
I told this to Sharif. I was running. So I went to the gym.
Yeah.
Right, and I was just on the treadmill today. And anyways, I was watching a video on OpenClaw.
Yeah.
And so I got all like horned up about it. I was like, this guy was like, it could do anything. And it was like, he was like, this is step by step.
Yeah, you can do things.
Yeah. It's like, you can do things, right? Exactly. So I was like, oh, I can do things. And then so I was thinking like, all right, you know what's going to happen? Like, I'm going to go back to the office. I'm going to download OpenClaw. I'm going to attach it to my Gemini. Yeah. I'm going to let it run through my trades. I'm going to have it like watch my screens. I'm going to have it watch Twitter, like the stuff that you were talking about. Yeah. And I'm going to become like this, like ultimate
hybrid trader,
like just
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm doing it. I go to OpenClaw, I go to the website, everything like that, and I'm asking Brendan like, okay, blah 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 blah, because I know he's all into it. He's like, no, we're not installing any OpenClaws or anything on our system. So I was like, oh, womp, like all of that, because there's still security risks, right?
There's still
obviously it's a big draw, as Brendan and Sharif had mentioned. It's a big draw on like the tokens used and the cost of all that, the compute power. So next thing you know, I'm going to be running this thing, and all of a sudden, like our whole, the screens go black and everything, and there's no more show because I'm draining too much stuff with OpenClaw. But anyways, just funny story about, a trader, so instead of me sitting here trading for an hour and a half, that's the kind of stuff that you try to do to better yourself and better your trading. So, all right. We're ready to rock and roll, man. It's 2:17 now. Sharif, I was just outside. The snow has died down. So I think we're okay here moving forward on that one. All right, we could do one super chat here. real quick because it's Danny Boy. I don't know if you have it. Andre, and here we go.
Bear market bingo.
Oh my God, we got a new name over here for this guy over here. Danny Boy's bear market. Oh, is it bingo?
Bingo,
bear market bingo. Yeah, B5.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Bingo.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. What is he saying over here? Sean, I owe you some gratitude. You're always talking about sizing up your high conviction trades. I mean, I think that's the only way to do it. I mean, I think both of us are similar on that. And today I took your advice. Boom. Before I read the next part, I hope it worked out. Okay, I went big on the oil and the pre-market at 113.90. Let's say you're long, I'm hoping there. I'm a single dad of 2. Amazing. I mean, that's amazing that you're trading here and watching us. And TTV has covered college.
Hey, yo. Nice.
Let's go, man. I mean, I'm just going to say awesome for you, man.
That is awesome.
I mean, it's just like Obi and I can sit here and talk, and Joe and Sharif about everything, but it's you guys, and it's you, Danny's boy, that has hit the keys, man. And so congratulations for that. Now, not allowed to give financial advice. This is not financial advice. That money that you've already made, the word that you said there was 2 words, right? Single dad. That's 2 words there. Single dad and college. 3 words. So what I'm going to say to you right now is very, very simple. You take that money, and that is not touched. You wait till your kids get that to college, let them go through it all, let them get educated up, and they can be, double the man you are and all that kind of stuff. That's what I hope for my kids. Trading is stressful enough. You can lose all the money that you made in a heartbeat. So just to take a thing from our friend Jim Cramer, as I know Joe likes him as well, go out, buy yourself something nice, but put the rest away. Like if there's money for college there, put it away, man. Let it earn that 5% interest in a cash account or something, and put it away. But that's awesome. Like, I'm getting a little bit not welled up here or anything, but that's awesome. Like, to me, that's a special thing. So congratulations on that one. Problem with me is I'm way too emotional. Like, you can see sometimes in trading and everything like that, like when I see my kids and everything, like my daughter scores, I'm already getting, like anyways. Yeah. I'm just really proud. Like, I'm really happy that's happening for you. So I'm just a big weekie over here. All right, let's go back over to the desk, and I'm going to look for some more trades, as are you. And we're already, you're out of him.
Yeah, I'm out.
Okay, that's it, man.
That's a 20 penny scalp, 2 to 1. Yeah, exactly. Where's the next trade?
We out of here. Okay. Let's go before it starts to snow again, because if Sharif goes back out and it's a blizzard, man, I'm gonna be in big time trouble. So, all right, Sharif, stock number 1. Yes, sir.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi in for Neil, but the big boys, Sean and Obi, are locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you guys, exclusively by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the rundown, you got to get into the chat, and you got to vote for your tickers every day. Make sure to vote bright and early, but throw in that $ before the ticker of your choice. Before we get into the first name, let's look at all 4 major averages, and as has been the case many times this week, all 4 major averages in negative territory, with the triple Qs down 2/3%, the SPY down half. The Dow Jones Industrial ETF, the DIA, is almost flat on the day, faring the best of the 4, down only 0.12, and the IWM a little bit over 0.5% in negative territory. But the first name, as decided by you guys, is NVIDIA. And there was a couple of headlines today. Let's start with the first one over here, the big one. Somehow, ByteDance has been able to get their hands on NVIDIA's latest Blackwell chip, and they got quite a few of them, about 36,000 B200s. That's about 500 NVIDIA Blackwell computing systems, and they're doing that by building out data centers outside of China, specifically in Malaysia here. ByteDance able to get their hands on the Blackwell. Separately, there is this headline as well that at GTC next week, Jensen is expected to address the burgeoning demand for ASICs, application-specific integrated circuits. We've seen that with the Amazon Trainium and the Google TPU, and now NVIDIA is going to have their response to that, guys. Separately, I just want to mention, about 5 or 6 minutes ago, the IRGC stated as follows, that they have targeted troop concentrations in Erbil, Iraq, and Al-Dahfra. I should be able to say that better, in the UAE, so we'll have to wait and see exactly what that does, but keep your eye on USO. More tensions in the Middle East.
All right. There's a bunch of stories here that we want to talk about. First of all, before we go on to NVIDIA, I'm going to talk. That was NVIDIA, right, Sharif? I know you went through some Iranian stuff there at the end. But all right, oil is $1 away from 100. So we're really starting to get going here on crude. I mean, just 20 minutes ago, we were 98, right? 20 minutes before that, we were 97. So up to $100, watch out for crude. It's going hard right now, and USO is over that 120 mark that we haven't seen. We haven't seen this yet in the open hours, right? So this move up, we all know that was over the weekend, and we came back in, and it was already down a bit. So right there, there it goes, man, 121. It's getting going right now through. I mean, oil's going to break $100. I think that's going to be a trade mentally again. Like, it's those psychological levels of $100, man. Those of you that have calls or anything, maybe it's funny that it's happening on a Friday, but there goes oil up to $100. I think there might be some sort of a relationship there with the day that it is as well, right? I mean, maybe some of these traders that have those $100 calls trying to get it going up into that level right now, and the news stories are on their side. So, all right, so for NVIDIA, look, man, honestly, like, if we can go talk about the TQs, like, I lost on this trade about 2% or so of what we made on the futures, but still, we had a good trade going. I thought this 183 was going to be something. It was yesterday's close. We really came in pretty good there. See, there it is, 183. So that's what we wrote down on today's sticky note. And you know what? We've done really well with NVIDIA. We battled back this week, trading it a little bit. It was the best stock last week for me. And I just wanted to do something that I've always done, and that was wait for it to come back in. Most of the time, it can find a bid. This time, it didn't, man. And we were able to get out immediately. So we took a 183.50. Oh, sorry, 183.25, and then we took 183 flat, and then you guys were here when we saw it break that, and we got out almost immediately. So we got out at 89. So I always give it about 10 cents or so, and then there it was, flush to the downside. So we wind up down a cup of coffee, honestly, like, because we were able to make money a couple times, and then the reload dropped us out. So unfortunately, if we had just sort of maybe got out right here, it would have been a different story. But I wanted to wait for 183, and then there's that break low of yesterday's sort of bottom right into here on this side, right? So once that broke, we were out, and then there goes NVIDIA. It's this trade I'm in now. We'll talk about it, but this was basically the same thing. There's me taking the long in the TQs one last time. Once it finally breaks, we get out. The difference with this trade is I reverse the short in the futures rather than NVIDIA, because I like the NVIDIA stories. I mean, I want to be long NVIDIA. Like, I think the story for NVIDIA is a long. So, you know, it's just the market these days is not. With the NASDAQ being down, like, you know, almost 1% again today, and the ES following suit, it's going to be a tough grind to buy NVIDIA. And then AMD is also under that $200 mark as well, well under at 193 today. So that cracked also. You know, it opens up at 200, never sees it again. 193 low of the day for AMD. This is a problem in this space, right? I mean, Marvell had a huge quarter, went up to 97 or something. Now it's back down to 88 or something like that today. So it's like even names that are beating with incredible growth perspectives, I feel like, are getting hit. Meta down 4 or 5%, right? The stories don't stop here. But anything on NVIDIA for you?
You know, I'm just kind of watching it bleed out with the rest of the market here. Again, decent start of the week coming into the week, and then kind of sideways consolidation there until today, where we're actually cracking down, making some fresh lows relative to the past couple of days here. But look at this. Monday was the strong bid. You come in, like, this is what I'm looking at on the weekly. You see strong week, but strong selling as well. You can see, looking back at it, every kind of wick into this area. We were talking about the 190s resistance a few weeks ago, and then today it seems like this week 190s even below that supply is just stepping right back in. But bigger picture, kind of just sideways action. You can see that kind of flag or whatever you want to call it happening here on NVIDIA. But I like that you mentioned that SNDK and Micron, because guess what, Sean? Those are the ones that are looking distinctly different today. SNDK is pretty much near its high of day. Look at the difference between these charts here. SanDisk, and then there's Micron as well. Sure, maybe not as strong as a SanDisk, but Micron definitely putting in the work and kind of holding above its day low as well. So when it comes to some of the chips, seems like these memory names might be taking a little bit of the lead with that relative strength that they're showing today. So that's kind of what I have on watch when it comes to that sector.
I think Micron is, yeah, is primed for a potential downside move. I mean, the fact that it's up 4%. No, it's just the fact that, like I said, like a lot of these good companies with good stories seem to be falling. And I mean, maybe this one does have sort of that iron, you know, sort of cloak on, because it seems to be not catching strays.
All of these other like market leaders are dropping. Yeah. Right. And then you have these stocks which had their run, and then I'm just curious. I'm just like, okay, well, SNDK is near high a day. Like, does this mean that people are, you know, money's moving into some of these while it's coming out of others? I have no idea, but it's just like
we know the demand game is out of this world for some of these chips, and so as memory goes, they're going to need some of that. And so Micron, SanDisk, Western Digital, Seagate, all awesome names for that one. Sharif, number 2.
All right, Tesla's next, guys, trying to break a 4-week losing streak today, announcing that they reported a strong rebound in China-made EV sales, with deliveries rising about 35% year over year, a little bit less than 128,000 units. That's during January and February. The comparison, though, accounts for that 2 weeks Chinese New Year holiday slowdown, which typically, you know, disrupts production and sales during the month of February. In any event, Tesla and Google, the best faring Mag 7 names on the day, down 0.6.
Tesla and Google, yeah. I mean, I had that early trade on Google. Obviously, it's broken now, but this trade right there, we had talked about this as we were trading, and it came in, and this is sort of that, you know, I had that little rant there about professional trader or not. Like, see, like when you're waiting, and we're just day traders here, you know, professional traders. I saw Trader SIX, I think, in there was talking about how, you know, professional traders will work on algos and work on different things like that. I do agree, but I'm trying to get, you know, algo-like trading, you know, basically on the show. And as we sit here with our hands, this to me, there was some program buying in here. So you want to talk about that? Like, that's what we're trying to find, is areas where there might be, you know, supply or demand issues. And it looks like there was some good demand down here at that time, in and around 304 for Google. We went over here and talked about it. You know, we were already in the NASDAQ long at this time, so I didn't want to take that. But that little fall down, and then this kind of buy action here on decent volume, like, that's what I'm trying to look for. Now, it's not buy action, it's sell. But what you're looking for is that initial pop against these predefined lows. So this was a great trade for Google, I feel like. It's just, I missed it. But that's the setup for me, Obi, that I'm looking for when we're early minutes in the market. You know, looking for something that has corrected back and, you know, all of a sudden needs to revert back to the mean. So, you know, those kind of plays on Google is really something. And then look, they tried it right there again. So like, it came once and twice there. So there's the first trade at that level, and there's literally the exact same hold, right? It's that 304 bottom. You can almost put the wicks almost exactly the same there that we got going there at 304.50, not 304. So those were good buys, and both times they gave you the trade. Even if you took it right back there to VWAP right there, it's almost the same VWAP level again as well. So it's like, it gave you the trade twice. Now, 3 times, that's where, you know, as long as if you have it there and you have it there, I mean, this little dropout would maybe cost you 50 cents. So you just try to share size appropriately and get into those trades. You know, just like right here, I might buy this dip actually right here in Google. That's $350, 350 cents. So I think that could be a decent opportunity there as well for Google, because look, it gives you the trade right down here, right? And then it gives it to you again right here. So there's a couple opportunities to grab that trade there on Google, but that's my look over there. Tesla, what's it looking like for you?
Yeah, no, I think even on Tesla and Google, I think something that keeps reminding me that I have to get better with the continuation trade. Like yesterday, we talked about that 400 breakdown coming into the morning session. Later on in the day, look at all these wicks. Confluence with VWAP can't get above 400. Today, in the morning, bids all the way up in the pre-market. Cannot get above 400 for its life, printing 445 cents. On the highs in the pre-market session, quick push into 400, not really making it. And every other time it gets up into VWAP, it's sold off. So it's just like, yeah, definitely, if you can observe that and you can be quick on your toes with like, okay, fine, this is the idea, sold off yesterday below 400, sellers in charge. Where do I want to look for sellers? VWAP's a good place. If it's holding VWAP, take a look at the scalps that it's given you on the day today. So I know Tesla's a common trading vehicle for a lot of traders, and it seems like today it's been giving you great opportunity. And again, as Sean pointed out, Google, very similar kind of story here, but extended away from VWAP. You had to kind of get in, look, little day low breakdown. I think opening range low breakdown would have been much nicer here to kind of target. You can see a clean fade on that one. So it is definitely a scalper's market, I would say so. And both of these vehicles kind of giving you some decent opportunities on the day.
All right, guys, Palantir, big AIP con yesterday with Alex Karp giving the keynote, made many different statements, one of which was, the AI is reshaping modern warfare in Iran as the Iran war escalates, and basically saying the U.S. is leading AI innovation. AIP obviously includes the Maven system, which includes Claude's LLM, guys. So Palantir, not really reacting to this negative with the overall market down 1 1/3.
The market seems to be retracing a little bit here, which is nice, obviously, for the longs. And we just talked about the NASDAQ being down 0.75. Well, here's Palantir. And I actually just called this up as Sharif was talking about it. And it made me a little interested because here's VWAP again, bless you. There's VWAP right here at 152. Well, that's 152 where we're at. VWAP is right here at 150, 150. Thinking about a short here in Palantir. Again, whoopsies, I'm still on that ellipse. Let's get rid of that. Still today, again, a lot of those stocks had that sort of same formation early. Tried it again. This one does not even think about going up again. Nice move down, and it seems like we're getting hit here on Palantir. I think this is worth a little bit of a short now. Although for all the reasons Sharif just mentioned, I really like Palantir long. I'm long this pretty heavily in the long-term portfolio. But we were getting some out at the top side, and I think I'd do it again. It's just, and someone, I forget who it was in the chat there. First of all, Trader SIX, I agree, man. Traders got to trade, and that's literally a statement that I make all the time here on the show. But there was another statement that said something about how that I really liked NVIDIA long because I really think NVIDIA should be a long, but the market's telling you something else. Right? So sometimes our personal opinion on a stock doesn't really matter. And you got to look at what the momentum is saying and either technical levels or what you've been trained to look at. Or you trained yourself, obviously, to look at. And right now, I think Palantir is probably a reversion back in. Especially if this market just on a nice little move up, so you're going to have to maybe revert back into the 50-period moving average. That is exactly what VWAP is. It's the average price, so volume weighted, and we're going to judge that now. It's midday, near the close. Looks like Palantir may want to fade back out a little bit. If we do take that short, I think it's a good opportunity to get out. If we even come anywhere close to the 200 period as a maximum trade. So that would be about $1 on that side. And the risk on Palantir right there would be about right here, about 40 cents. So it's a decent one. It's a 2-to-1 R to R here. I think it might be worth it for Palantir, especially if we like this early look. Into the short for the rest of the afternoon. But I just thought I just saw right there. I don't want to get too crazy on this because oil just made a CL, not CJ. CL right there. Oil just got basically hit back there off of that $100 marker. So 99.40 right there, the high for oil. So maybe Palantir, I think we'll put on a little position right here on Palantir and start it. Try to work our way up to, something like a unit on this. We'll offer 50s right here, see if we can get that, and we'll start our trade. There it is, we have it. And we'll start it against 152, right? Our next little area to get short, to average back into. Let's just go to this 80 marker right around here, and we'll see if we can get a nice average price. And then that way, if we get shut out, it's shut out at 152, and hopefully at that time, it'll be like a 20-cent hit. All right, so I think it's worth it. Here, we'll start it off. I have a quarter of a unit. We'll put on half more around 80, and then we'll see if we can get up to that 1 unit, and then watch out for 152.10 or so on the break to the upside. So I think it might be worth it here on Palantir. Who knows? But the market seems to be getting a little excited here.
Again, I'm kind of just looking, whenever I'm looking at a chart over the past, I guess, this week and the last week, I'm just like, okay, level to level, there's been headline risk, there's been a lot of kind of things going on. What what are the scalps that I see in retrospect, right? So that I can, if and when they're setting up, I can take quick pieces off. Just HIMS was a great example of that. I'm like, okay, well, I think high probability this is going to crack that low, and I'm going to take a quick piece off of that. And again, right here, opening range low, that wick low right here at 151s gives you a bit of that opportunity for about 1.5% to the downside. Nice little low a day breakdown as well, opening range low-ish, because I know a lot of people like to say 5-minute opening range or 15-minute opening range. This definitely fits the 15-minute opening range, but it wouldn't necessarily be the 5-minute opening range. But you can see this as well, consolidation breakdown on the strong volume. There's a lot of confluence there as well. And yeah, bit of resistance at VWAP and tightening up into it. We'll see where this market bounce takes us, but I do like the idea, Sean. Every time it's been up here in and around this VWAP area, which is with a high of that 152, it's had some struggles. Right, and sometimes you just got to keep it simple. Look for more of the same, and if you see more of the same, then yeah, definitely worth participating in some of that as well.
I try to keep everything as simple as possible, to be honest with you. So, yeah, good little talk there on Palantir. We're short, and we're in the money 2 pennies.
Carolyn Levitt saying no such threat from Iran to our homeland exists, and it never did, according to her. Coming about, that came out a few minutes ago, by the way. Iran media reporting strong explosions in Tehran, so something to keep an eye on there. Oil, obviously, in focus, as is the next ticker here, EONR, Eon Resources, an energy name, up 13 1/3, guys, as oil remains volatile as the belligerencies in the Middle East continue.
Well, just one of those little oil names, man. I mean, I assume you guys are probably covering this pretty good on the midday. EONR.
Eeyore.
Yeah, Eeyore. Yeah, we made that joke yesterday. You said about Winnie the Pooh over there. Yeah, okay, so we'll talk a little bit about oil as well. All right, so just saying like 160, 165 high right there. I mean, you could see that it got going. We just talked about how USO and how crude started to run the bid there a little bit, and you can see that this did as well. So I would actually feel pretty confident that this is looking a little bit like right now what that CL contract looked like. So, you know, this is another name that if it's gonna go, it's gonna go. And, you know, we always look at the short float on names. So let me just do that real quickly for you guys right here. There it is. We're going to go EONR. This way we can get a quick little look on here. Eon Resources. Let's scroll down and see that short float. Oh yeah, we looked at this before. That can't be right. Is it only 3% short? I'm thinking that there's always, on all these sort of smaller cap names, I'm always thinking it's higher than that. Yeah, I see 3% on Benzinga as well. So I guess it's not really a short float thing here with EON, but yeah, good name, I guess, going forward. Seems like if you think long oil, this name's going to work out. Obviously, it gets a huge spike right here into 180. That's been the top. So if this starts to really get going, I mean, I would always sell, you know, at some of the past highs. So just looking at it today on the 1-minute chart. None of my levels have really meant anything. I mean, I guess you could go VWAP there, but it's cherry picking because we're back testing it. It's whatever works. But if you're going to go long, why not dump it if it does finally break VWAP and then the 200 period? I really like this kind of a setup when the 200 period is very, very close to VWAP, because then if you lose the 200, then yeah, you've made the right call, because getting out at VWAP is going to be 147. Getting out right here is 144. Give yourself 3 pennies, man, and see if it wants to hold that. So you get out so you don't have to worry about an over the weekend type of situation, right? Remember, when names are going this sort of parabolic, like it has, like from 60 cents on Monday up to $1.80 today, that's 300%. You got to be careful that if there is some sort of resolution over the weekend, then obviously, I don't think it's going to be resolution, but if oil starts to come back down, then this name could be down that 20, 30, 40% come Monday. So I would be always looking to empty out the clip on these kind of trades before the weekend, or hold a smaller amount. So that's what I'd be looking at to do here with EONR.
Yeah, I think, you know, covered it a little bit yesterday. I was like, yeah, that flush is nice, but look at the VWAP hold. Gapping up in the pre-market session as well and trading much higher. So I guess that VWAP hold maybe was a little bit of you know, held some importance there. But since that since those pre-market highs, we've just been kind of bleeding out, strong flush off of the open. Again, yes, it is doing some a little bit of relative volume here on the day, but I didn't really have eyes on it. It's not really following alongside oil. Maybe if you want to call this a delayed move, perhaps. perhaps you want to take a look at that. But yeah, nothing too crazy here. What I do like about USO is though, USO is definitely the one my vehicle of choice. Oh boy, that was a little bit of a entry there. I definitely missed that at 20 halves, 21s maybe even. But yeah, okay. So it's funny. I was just talking to Jose about I haven't seen a strong reason to sell just yet. So I've been sitting on my hands for USO. Would you look at that? That's a pretty strong reason for me, at the very least, after a strong sustained bid, the first kind of selling, I do want to get a little bit involved with that, and then get aggressive if it starts to work. But you can see here some of the levels that I kind of marked out. I guess it was a great long. It was a great long off of the open, and I was talking to Sean about this as well yesterday. I think it was a good kind of idea for me when I saw the things that I did to kind of risk against this 18 area and get short. Today, it holds that 18 area. Funny enough, tinfoil hat, tinfoil suit. Yesterday, they dropped news around, when is this? Around 11:39, and you had strong selling in this 1850-ish area on USO. Today, they drop news around 11:45, and you have a little, it's true, it's not the same, but strong selling that did come in, and similar timing as well. I was just like, all right, cool. Just an interesting happenstance, I guess, of some action there. But that action kind of gets absorbed right back up, and I'm like, okay. But here's the information. 18 holds quite well, and then you get a little bit of a break of this trend. And then I was talking to Jose as well about potential for a Friday squeeze. I'm like, if we get, I mentioned this, if it gets above 119s, which was week open, then we have some room to the upside. And today we did get that. We get that 19 breakout, 1905, whatever it was. Sure, it's not clean. We get a little bit of a push towards those 121, so a nice little scalpy potential there, but for about a 2% run on USO. And here it comes down, back down, as the market catches a little bit of a bid here as well. So yeah, big miss on my part right here. But you know what? I'll look to get involved, maybe chase into it a little bit in and around maybe some of these levels. But I'll be patient. I was patient this whole time. Doesn't matter. We miss trades all the time. Sure, it's unfortunate. I shouldn't be doing that. But again, I got my plate's a little full right now. We're looking at multiple different things, talking about different stocks. I'm not going to catch everything exactly when I should be. So it is what it is. I'm not going to get too worked up on that. I think
we had a super chat. Did we have a super chat?
A super chat?
We could answer it. Anyways, Andre, always just put it up. We always see it there. Okay, David. Yeah, I did it yesterday. So are you guys looking for a bottom, buying anything in your long-term accounts, or waiting for news to subside? Ooh. I think the right play is to wait for news to subside if you're looking to put in a decent amount of money. The problem with waiting for news, thanks. You can get rid of that. Thanks, David. I'm going to talk about it right here. I just wanted to say, like yesterday, instead of buying an individual name, I actually stepped in and bought the SPY. So it's down a little bit today. So, it's not, I'm not looking at this day after day. You talked about the long-term account. I do like the fact that it's at the 200 period moving average. So for me, this is close enough to that, man. I mean, you're all the way back to where we were in November. You're all the way back to where we were in October. You're all the way back to where we were in September. So there's been, not that this is going to hold. I don't think this is like a huge technical level or anything, but I do like indexes at 200 period moving averages. If we throw this back and this continues to extend through, you're just going to see, obviously this is the tariff tantrum. I mean, we've had, moves like this happen again, and it could happen right now, right? I mean, we could get a huge escalation somehow. Like, I'm just trying to think about what's the worst thing that could happen. China maybe gets involved, maybe Russia I don't know. Like, I didn't think that he would slap all those, crazy tariffs and hold up that piece of Bristol board with all those countries on there saying like, this is that is that. And then all of a sudden 2 days later, say this is the greatest time ever to buy stocks, and then this happens. So that's kind of my issue with what's happening right now. I think that if you don't put, you could not put money in and miss 5%, and if you're fine with that to the upside, then that's fine. I think that the risk right now is to the downside. But what I did for myself, for my long-term portfolio, is I know I'm underinvested, because I said about 10 to 15% of my portfolio is in indexes, including the NASDAQ, including some ETFs, but mainly the big one is the SPY. So I'm going to put a little bit more money in here, and I did that yesterday, and wait to see what happens with this 200 period moving average. Not buy more here, and if we have a dramatic dip, look to buy some more. at that time. So for me, yeah, like long-term trades are here, and especially if you're using the SP 500. Remember, we had Michael Noss on a couple times, and he talked about relative, like the other 493. So I forget what is that ETF, RSP. So the without the top ones, where it's equal weighted, that's moving much differently than the SPY, which is still weighted to the stocks, right? So, anyways, I like that. Just a quick little look there. By the way, everybody. Money. It's not a cup of coffee, which, we'll take it for now. But there's the move down, man. You don't get stuff if you don't get bids or offers if you don't sit there, right? So to take a word from my good friend Neil Roberts, who will be back on Monday. That's a stink bid right there. We just put it right. So that was 20 cents. You know why, Obi? Because my reload, if it goes up, I wanted to get more shares about 20 cents higher. So let's take out something there. If it continued down, perfect, man. I literally got out of 20%. We take a 20% fill there for 20 cents at 30's flat. You know where my other bid right now is? 10s. So we're right, well, now I got to maybe change that. Now it's at the 50 period is at 15s. So let's put a bid now at 151. Let's go to 18. We'll put another 20% there, and then we'll see what happens after that. Hopefully a 151 area or so could come in. Here it comes right back in. So you don't believe we got that fill? We can take it again right now. It's just coming right back in right here. So we'll see if we do wind up getting that, but I like the short here. We talked about it. I'm into Palantir right now off the short, and it's just a shout out to Brian Shannon again, man. I mean, it's just a VWAP trade, pretty simple stuff. We talk about sitting on our hands until we see something. At the same time, it's always about, for me, it's always about share size. And, what time of day is it, what your conviction is on that trade. Right. And for me, I was just saying the futures could drift higher here into the close. Oil could squeeze higher or lower into the close. So we'll just sit back, watch Palantir, and see if we can have some fun, talk to you guys, and get some trades on the board here. So that's what that is, man. EONR, a little bit of talking. I'm going to throw back over to Obi. Someone just said dip buy. I actually thought it was going in. I don't think this is a dip for EONR. I said if you did want to try it, maybe 148. You're pretty close to that right now. And then I would say down here at 144. And then if that breaks, man, maybe you get out at 140 something. And I know, that would not be the greatest, but if that does happen for oil. And then the other trade that I liked, but I didn't take, Obi, if you're looking for something, I know you're probably going to talk about oil because I see it on your screen, but I was going to ask you about Intel because this was another trade right here that I almost, instead of Palantir, I was actually looking at this trade. Okay, the only problem with this was, so we've really respected VWAP there, we respected it again, and we kind of did it right there. My whole thing was the trend that was down basically got broken, right? So like right into here, right sort of like that. So if you kind of go, talking about the open, that's the open, so a little choppy. But then you get into there, I just drew this line. That was actually a pretty good freehand draw there. Right into there again, that held. And then so if you run that line all the way down, Neil likes to do this. I really never do this. But it broke the trend right there. So I was trying to go against. I didn't want to go against that, but VWAP might be a trade there on Intel. What would you think when you see that? I
mean, right away. I think it's very similar. Like I see this very clean trend to the downside, and the first thing I'm doing is potentially drawing, some sort of a trend indicator right there. Sure, we kind of violate there, but sideways action, break of that trend, and then now maybe after that I'm looking for some of these horizontal levels to start pushing, and that's exactly what's happening here on Intel. But yeah, being the end of the day, we'll wait and see. VWAP sitting here at 45.97, but the market maybe gotta get a little bit above this 24.5 for me to be like, okay, well, is this really a good push into here? It's kind of beelining all the way up to that VWAP as of right now. So yeah, wait and see if that's potentially something. But oil, USO, man, I'm sitting here waiting for any sort of a pop to get involved with higher low, some sort of consolidation. But it's just been straight selling from the highs, 21.15s. Sure, we had a little bit of a hold on top of, 19.99 or 20s there as well. Maybe a little bit of a pop into 1940s as of right now, but nothing too crazy. Nothing like this, kind of a sideways chop consolidation or like a little bit of a, multi-candle sideways hold. We have not been getting that. You can see straight selling to the downside again. If I remove some of these and go to like a 5-minute, you can see prior bar has not been broken at all on this one so far. So I want to see what happens if and when one does break, and then potentially look for something. But this will definitely be a chase for me. Wow, 18, almost 18 halves here. So, oof. A bit of a miss on that one for sure, but maybe this is the bid that comes in here. We'll see. NQ also coming up into this consolidation high, so we'll see if there's a little bit of turbulence there once again as well. Intel broke VWAP.
It did. So it's actually doing a very.
Oh, I guess there you go. Yeah.
No, but I like this trade. Yeah. Oops. I actually. Oh, darn it. I don't mean to.
For the pullback in.
How do I delete this? I don't even know how to delete that. Yeah, I was
right click and.
Yeah, I was gonna say I just right click this line and then remove. Right? Yeah, I've done that before. This actually is a perfect. This is actually a trade that I like. I like it more on a 5-minute chart when it breaks, gives you that candle and then comes back down. That is right there telling you that the buyers tried to get it going and they didn't, and it just got smacked right back down off that level. But the only problem is many misleading signals on a 1-minute chart.
Right.
So here's the VWAP again on Intel. We're doing the same sort of thing right there on the 5-minute. So I just want to see it close below. Like it's not, right now it may not close below. So that's the problem there on Intel with this right here. So we got to sort of close below that level. If we could do that, then fine. See, so there it goes right back up to the upside there. So sometimes you gotta make sure that just because it wicks down doesn't necessarily mean that the trade is in. So you gotta be careful with that one, right? So get ready on that. Okay, so that's 46, 47 again coming in. Maybe there's going to be a trade there on Intel. What about our good friend NVIDIA as well? Did Randy leave already, Russell? Okay, I want to tell him just have a safe trip. I can just even message him that because I know the weather is not the greatest out there, and Randy lives like an hour and a half, 2 hours away, and I'm just going to message him that. Let me just message him that in case he's driving right now. So anyways, yeah, so that's, I don't know why my mind's on that one. I'm supposed to be trading. Okay, so NVIDIA, maybe a similar play. That is right here, right now on the 200 period moving average. So there's a lot of trades that are actually starting to line up for me. It's funny because Palantir's not doing jack all right now. It's just that it's literally at the same price I got it at. Yeah, NVIDIA's not doing too much either, but we did have a nice little move there into the 200 period. And there you actually get a decent profile. Like again, I like it more this style on a 5-minute chart, but we almost have 3 minutes now into this. We just wicked the top of your 200 period. It looks like we can wait 2 more minutes and make sure that we stay down here. But if we do, then we can use that profile right there as our out. 118, let's give it 118.20, but that's 118.14. So there you go. Now you're into 3 minutes after that. This might be worth it just to take it. If we continue to go down, that's a good little marker there, especially taking down this 25 period. That would be a good little turn as well, down to the downside. So it looks like NVIDIA trying to get low. But will we break 180? Nobody knows. So that's what we're going to do right there. Wow, okay. Palantir just went ham when the market didn't do anything there. So, okay, Alex, like, I don't know. You just get a hair appointment there or something? 151.70s. So that's where we're short right now. We're short right there. Fine. Maybe if we get back to VWAP, maybe that's be something. So now we're back into this trade, or we're into this trade. We're short it. Let me put something out at 60, man. See if we can capture a little bit of a downside trend here. But I don't know. That just came out of nowhere as I was looking at NVIDIA there. So, okay. But we're prepared. We got 1 unit now. And hey, man, if we lose, we lose. But it's a trade I'm in now. So we're short Palantir.
Right. So yeah, I think
it's interesting here as well. You're saying that.
I don't hear Adara.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I was confused. I think it's interesting you used the word prepared there, Sean, because we also heard the word prepared from the leader of Hezbollah with regards to this conflict, saying, quote, "We have prepared ourselves for a long confrontation and they will be surprised in the field." So more Middle East tensions. I also want to let you guys know I teased this during the midday. I'm very excited to announce that it is out. With the exit of Adobe's CEO. I want to take a look at the one-day stock moves and a whole bunch of other recent CEO exits: Boeing, Starbucks, Nike, Intel, Berkshire, et cetera, et cetera. You can find this infographic on X at TTV Research, but it's interesting. There's no like one way that these stocks perform. There's also, this is within a thread, so below the post, there's like a whole explanation of some of the research here. Some of these, of course, do coincide with earnings, so the one-day move can also partially be attributed to earnings. Or in the case of Starbucks, it's also partially attributed to excitement over the fact that we were going to be getting Brian Niccol as the new CEO. So yeah, check this out, X at TTV Research. We'll send you back over to the guys.
All right, thank you very much, Dara. It seems like that Intel is working out quite nicely there, Sean, as it did kind of get slammed.
You go short?
No, I did not. I kind of looked away from it, but I still have it. I'm looking at this screen here. I did get involved in a little bit of a USO there, but yeah, wow, look at that flush right back in from VWAP. You're getting about 30 pennies right away. Almost let's see what that is right there. Almost a 0.6, yeah, 0.6% move there, back down into some of those consolidation, I guess, in the middle of that consolidation, not necessarily consolidation lows, but I guess it's doing more of the same. VWAP, hold, pulls back up into VWAP, holds once again there on Intel. So yeah, I did kind of observe this USO, pulls back in, kind of relentless selling as I was talking about here, and then pulls right back above 19. So involved with a small little bit of USO here. No real conviction just yet, but we'll see what it does here. So because the market, as I said before, back up to consolidation highs. Intel's pulling back off of its VWAP as well. You know, I guess if I'm looking at some of the Mag 7s, are they bidding up or are they pulling back? Apple with a little bit of a pullback as of right now. Amazon is at its VWAP. And what is Google up to relative to VWAP? Google still has a long ways to go relative to VWAP. So, you know, I'm watching a few things here. Nothing too crazy. Interestingly enough, great place to cover on HIMS, because that one reverted all the way back to VWAP. But again, maybe another trade where it's been holding VWAP back to back all day long and then comes right back up into it. So maybe I continue watching this one here on HIMS to see if that'll give me a little bit of a quick scalp back to the downside from VWAP that it's been holding multiple times over. So HIMS, let's pull up the book here for you guys. That's on the NY. So we'll see some size there at 24s. I'm going to wait and see if it actually, like what happens if and when it does get taken out. You can see this 15-minute candle that we're almost done printing, pulling right back in. Wow, slapped through that 24. So distinctly different action through that 24. So I don't really want it for that. Seems more squeezy than anything here on HIMS.
Yeah, it's not like it's going to be a huge trade here, but there goes Palantir again. Like this was just honestly, we said this trade. We broke this down with you about a half hour ago. I took it right there. You know, that's 2:30. We brought this to everyone's attention. You know, when it was on the rundown. So thanks for asking about it. We got short at 51.80. We just got one unit, but we just took 40 cents. It just went to 43s there or whatever. We took that fill. Well, was it 48? Yeah, sorry, 48s, not 43s. So we got a 48 there. 43 is where this 50-period moving average is. I did put a bid there, so if that comes in, we'll get filled. But anyways, downside play there. We'll see now if we can get into 151, and let's try to see if we can do something with this trade, right? So if we can get into the 200 period, good for that. We had said we have one unit. Right now, I only have a quarter of that unit left. So we put on a quarter there. We put on 3 quarters at 8. I mean, we said we were going to sit at 80. That's what we did. We got 78s. So we're sitting there right now. So that's going to be a good little trade here. And as we said earlier, and people were wondering about, you know, where are the trades at or something like that. We heard that about the midday show and all that kind of stuff. And that's why I sort of talked like that. It's just, there's an opportunity. It took a little bit of time to get it, but like it's a winning trade. So when you sort of break down sometimes, and I don't like to do this, but if you're gonna sit here in front of your computer for hours and hours, you never wanna be like, oh, well, I gotta make like 20 bucks an hour, or I might as well be working at McDonald's. Like, that's not really how it works. You gotta make sure that you, you know, don't look at trading like that. Just look at it like, if there's an opportunity there, are you equipped to hit it? Are you prepared to hit it, which is the same thing? And are you, you know, willing to do it? And if a trade sets up against that VWAP, I mean, you just said, Sean, that was a good look on Intel. Yeah. And yeah, there's the Intel trade. So there we go. So I didn't take it because I didn't like it as much. as the Palantir trade. And I was talking about when I did that little trend break, and I was like, I don't know if I like it, but there it is, right? So try not to, boom, there's PLTR. Let's go, man, hit the sirens. Oh, we got that super chat yesterday. I was like, don't hit the sirens because there might be bomb warning or something. But the only bomb that's going off right now is a P&L bomb because there goes Palantir right down there into the downside. So everything's fine here. And we'll see if we can get even lower on that one. There's now here's your 60-cent winner, right? So this is the kind of stuff that we're talking about. Be patient, know your strategies. Boom. What did I just get there? I just got an 18 fill. So, you know, this is what we're talking about. So far, so good here. Thanks for trusting us with this kind of stuff. And, you know, I know I'll have a good time with Neil, but we're having a great time here this week with all of you and Obi and Adara and Sharif and Joe and everything. So good feels, good vibes. Here we go, man. Nice downside play there for PLTR. And we got it. So, yeah, not too bad there. And I see that you've stepped into the building with some USO.
Yeah, no, that USO, again, that chopped that hold of 19. Again, we held 18 for a few hours. I was just like, you know, I liked the short down into here because this is that prior kind of chop zone right there. But, you know, I'm still kind of being patient. I'm waiting. I haven't really sized any sort of, with any sort of real risk on this just yet. Just waiting to see if it starts to work for me. Maybe I'll you know, step into it if it can continue to step up here. But that's really what I have on. Nothing else too crazy. If you guys want to see kind of the chart that I'm looking at, this is kind of what I'm looking at right here. So yeah, I understand that maybe some people are taking this breakdown as well. This breakdown was nice, much nicer. The accelerated trend is what I like to call that there. But we'll see what we do in and around this area as of right now. Again, it's been stepping up, right? That I can't deny that it's been holding higher lows. Even this slap down into 17 halves or 17 holds, 18 holds. Let's see if this 19 area does more of the same. What's up, Sean?
Volatility creates movement, and for sophisticated traders, movement creates opportunity. Wow. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs. Built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. It's triple levered bull and bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100. Indexes are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward and downward momentum. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves, not both up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for you and your individual strategies, objectives, and risk profile. Trade tactically and learn more. Please do this and follow them at betapro.ca, and please read the prospectus over there. And thank you to Beta Pro. I could barely get through that because we are, I mean, I'm a trader first, but here it goes, man. There goes Palantir, like right into 151, man. You know, the reason why we started this show was COVID happened, and I used to talk to traders, you know, thousands of traders all across the world with real trading, and talk about these kind of things, man, the mentality that it takes, the trading style, our platform, the software, all of that kind of stuff, right? And then we opened up this platform here at Trader TV Live, and it's just been such a great run there. But yeah, you know, I started as a trader, and that's where my passion lies. There's obviously others, like Dara's fantastic at the news, and you see others, you know, doing their own thing. I think your passion is obviously with trading here as well. And, you know, I think you guys can see, you know, what's going on and how we're trading and how we talk, right? And I think that's one of the most important things about that. I just try to be real with everything, and there goes Palantir. Like, you know, we're going to collect the profits here as it comes back in. And hey, man, if there's another trade sets up, I'm here for that. I kind of feel bad that we didn't have a little bit more conviction on the Intel, but you know what? I drew a line, and I said, like, these are the lines that Neil always draws. I don't know why I'm doing it. And, you know, I just should have stuck with that. But you know what? We've got it. It's all fine, man. I'm looking forward to the weekend now. Looking forward to great artists. I know it's one of your favorites. Yes. The weekend there. And it's going to be a good one. Okay, so the TQs, right? Here comes another one for us. So where do I get out? At the 200 period. So maybe it falls back, but we got it a little piece there. I didn't want to reload it. We could have reloaded that right around here as well. But again, like if I'm going to use VWAP, I'm going to use VWAP. So this is not a trade that I'm going to reload, but we do make sure we get out of another piece. I only have a little bit left on this one. We got a little bit left on Palantir. On Palantir, we have about 20% left. So I think it's really working out for me on that one. The future's a little less than that because we were, working it out. There's the long, there's the short, right? Flip it up. This is going to be my most profitable stock probably of the week. Here is this trade alone. That's because we were able to reverse it. It's paying out right now. So far so good. Palantir looks like it wants to bounce a little bit off 151. Let me put a bid there. We got an 06 there. We'll get out another little bit because it's at the 200 period moving average right now. So for me, that schedule is out for an out. So I'm going to do that there. Oh yeah, there you go. Save man, woman. I just read something that I excited to share with everybody. And again, Neil will disagree with this. He's done it live on the air. I don't know. I can't. When he's here, I can't argue with him. So, but right here, I don't know what you believe on this, Obi. So I'm going to send this here and get your opinion.
Okay, what is that? Yeah, that's part of the game. Perfect. Part of the game.
I like it.
You have to, like I said this before, you have to be able to take a hit. You have to be willing to lose. You have to know that you're probably going to lose more often than you win, and you have to be able to get through that mentally and take that as well. And another big thing, again, one of my main goals for this year is that, hey man, I don't win that often. But when I do, I better start really pounding into it.
Right.
Because that is what will make the difference.
Yep.
That's going to make the difference over time.
As the kids say, Hundy P.
Yeah.
Or do they say that?
I think that's what they say. Yeah.
And I don't mean Neil disagrees with that. It's just we've gone back and forth and talked about, because I think, you want to be a little, sometimes you can't until you take that bigger position or like fear is not, fear doesn't mean like, oh, the boogeyman's coming. That's not what it means. It's just like you get that little, for me anyways, you get that little feeling like.
Your palms sweaty,
like
knees
palms
weak,
sweaty,
arms heavy.
You get a little spaghetti in there. Yeah, exactly. You get a little bit of spaghetti. Yeah, exactly, Adara, all of that. And so that's the thing, right? It's like that's the thing. And I think there's something about that. But again, and we'll talk about it. I'll talk about this with Neil when he gets back. And just to get going on that and see what his opinion on that is as well, right? And I think he's going to agree. I shouldn't say he doesn't agree. I just know that we've gone back and forth a little bit about some of those things, right? And I know that we all encourage to put on risk when risk is appropriate. I don't think that 100%. There's any of us disagree with that.
Another thing is like putting in the reps, getting uncomfortable, right? There are certain types of trades that, proprietary trades that I participate in, and it's just like when it shows up, it's there. I'm in with size, and like there's like, sure, my palms might be a little sweaty, but you do it over and over again. You're just like, all right, this is it. I believe in the strategy. I believe in myself. And sometimes, even to disconnect from some of the size that I'm taking, I'm just like, because obviously I'm not taking that level of size on like, say like, just a random idea that I have, or just something that may not have, as strong of, that I may not have as strong of a conviction in as well, but you know what I mean? But we'll continue talking about that after we get back from Madeira.
It's such a good conversation. I'm really sad to interrupt it, but I do want to bring up this headline. NBC reporting that a federal judge has quashed the subpoenas that were sent to the Federal Reserve and Chair Powell. So again, NBC reporting federal judge has quashed subpoenas sent to the Federal Reserve and Fed Chair Powell. We know that the Trump administration tried to sue Fed Chair Powell and the board. I suspect if this is true, we'll get a Truth Social post very shortly, so I will keep you guys posted. But again, looks like a federal judge saying no subpoenas for Fed and the Fed chair. Furthermore, just on what you guys are talking about, because I think it's a really good discussion, and I do want to chime in, if I may. I think it's an interesting balance, too, because you don't want to be afraid to lose something, but you also have to recognize when you're in a situation where this is as much as you're going to get. And it's time to, act on that too, right? And I think it's a really fine line. And I think that's why, and I want to shout out Obi for this, kind of learning to trust and test your instincts. And as Sean said, get a little bit out of your comfort zone. That's the only way you learn these things. So you have to have a little bit of fear and a little bit of discomfort in order to kind of have that growth and then understand how you can get more comfortable. And that's how you level up, in my opinion.
100%.
And Adara, how long have you been trading for?
Live, almost 2 years. Sim, 2.5 years. Like if you include Sim, but I've been live consistently for 2 years, and I trade live here. Like I'm always
I know. I was just making sure because that's great advice from a relatively new trader, and so I think that's again it's part of the academy, the stuff that we teach on that. It's just everything that we're doing here is all kind of about the same thing, right? So we just want to thank everybody for watching and listening to us. And thanks, Adara. That was, glad you chimed in there. That made a lot of sense. And I also say shout out to your sister, who is quite the Eminem fan, apparently. So.
She loves Eminem. She like literally practices Without Me and Lose Yourself on karaoke. Shout out to Melody, who's definitely not watching this right now, but shout out.
What's her favorite color? I like the red M&Ms or...
Pardon? That favorite color of M&M. Oh, I'm a Reese's Pieces person.
Oh, I love
so I can't
Reese's.
comment.
Yeah. Are you more of a Reese's Pieces or M&M the chocolate?
You know what I really love? You know those mini M&Ms? Those things?
Mini ones, like the ones that they put on top of the ice cream?
No, the cylinder.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Those are I could just, you know.
You could just like mash those.
Oh, right? yeah. And then something like, I remember when I was a kid, I would finish the whole thing and I would smell the tube because it was just like, it just smells so good. It's just chocolately.
I don't think I would have said that if I were you, but that's fine. I mean, I think it's all good. There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, hey, I like chocolate.
Tube, I'll bring it for you, all right? Yeah. No, all good. That was you never know what you're going to get in trading or from the hosts.
Yeah, exactly. What's your favorite chocolate bar?
Probably not something that comes in a tube. I was gonna favorite chocolate bar. You know what I really like is this kind of a little chalk in my opinion, but I like the caramel. You know. Okay. I never figured out how they got the caramel inside. You know that. Yeah. So I like that. You know what else? Like kind of one that's a little light. Yeah, Mr. Biggs. Do they still make those?
Yeah, they do.
It's been a minute since I've had chocolate. Nice. Like I feel like the wife's favorite is just an Aero bar, like just a standard milk chocolate, like a little bubbly up there, smooth Aero bar. Adara, yourself?
Oh, chocolate?
I don't really. Favorite chocolate bar?
Oh, Coffee Crisp. Okay, I also have news though, and it's from JD Vance. JD Vance, Vice President of the U.S., saying, quote, not quote, but the headline here is that apparently the new Supreme Leader of Iran has been hurt. Now, I read reports earlier today, as I mentioned, suggesting that could be the case. He's saying they don't know how badly this leader is hurt. If we get more details, of course, we'll keep you posted. But as far as I can remember, I think we've only had these claims from the U.S. government. I don't think Iran has commented on them at all. So again, we now have comments coming from Vice President JD Vance suggesting that the new Supreme Leader of Iran, who is of course the son of the prior Supreme Leader of Iran, is some degree of injured. Back to you.
How does Adara like her coffee? She likes her coffee crisp.
I don't think
they have a coffee crisp in the United States. I'm not sure. I don't know. You guys
they might.
Maybe they do. Okay. I know there's different things like Smarties versus M&Ms. Like
exactly. You have Smarties here. I still remember this story from kindergarten.
You guys got Tim Hortons.
This kid loved to eat Smarties.
Canada flag. Yeah.
And I always asked him, and he was so convinced. He's like, they make you smarter. I still remember that, core memory. But I like kind of a different one, like a weird one. Not a lot of people are all about this one, but I like Bounty.
Oh, the coconut.
The coconut.
I'm down with the Bounty.
You know? I really like the Bounty.
Coffee Crisp is not loved in my house. So the next Halloween, Adara's going to get so much Coffee Crisp. It's going to be crazy how much I bring into this.
Cookies and cream, Hershey's. That's also solid.
I'm all about that.
Oh yeah.
I don't like the too sweet ones. Like that's why I like the Coffee Crisp. It has a little bit of a kick there, the caffeine with the coffee taste, and the Bounty kind of gets cut out there with the coconut. So
That's a Bull Shark saying, I like Bounty paper towels. Yeah, the quicker picker-upper. I know those. Nice.
If trading ever doesn't work out for you, you can become some sort of a jingle man.
Yeah,
that was a good one. Right there, Bounty, the quicker picker-upper. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Isn't that what it is?
Yeah, that's what it is. So, some of these jingles just get stuck in your head.
All right, let's just do
I guess.
A little small review of trades here before we get going on more of our favorite treats. All right, so this is a pretty clean. I mean, we had sort of said when we took this, remember that we would wait for the 200 period moving average, and we did that, man. We cleaned out there. It looked like it was trying to break higher. I got a little piece out. Now I'm getting a little nervous, not nervous, but we're just getting near the end of the day. I don't have many shares left. I'm starting to get this out. Let's wait to see if it breaks. No more outs now. I have 10% left. Let people know, 10% left on this trade, getting more and more out. Let's see if we can find something else to trade with. If there's any other ideas on here, let us know. I mean, I'm going to go over and look at the indicators here that you guys have given to us. I'll do that. We'll go to Adara. I'm going to look at some names here, look at some charts, and see if there's one on here that is setting up, okay? So let's go back to Adara, and I'm going to look at the stock visualizer and see if we can find something.
I just want to let you guys know I have more here on this NBC report. Federal judge, again, we heard earlier, federal judge reportedly quashing the subpoena that was sent to Fed Chair Powell and the Federal Reserve, citing, quote, essentially zero evidence. So basically, yeah, it looks like of course, we know back in, I believe, January, Fed Chair Powell released that video filmed on a Sunday in his purple tie and suit saying, yes, I have been subpoenaed. They're trying to, I guess, investigate me here at the White House. Looks like that subpoena has, in fact, been quashed. Zero evidence have been cited. And I can guess we're going to get questions about this for Fed Chair Powell at next week's FOMC meeting and then conference on March 18th. Highly doubt he will answer them, knowing what he's like. But either way here, interesting update. Apparently, zero evidence is deemed by the judge for this investigation of Fed Chair Powell and his team.
Okay. Yeah, I'd heard that story, and I was trying to think, like, what would I trade on that? I don't really see anything. I mean, there's really not much going on as far as that is concerned. And before I go through, I found a stock that I don't mind the setup of it. I just wanted to refresh this. This is not yet, Andre, it's not the loading here. Okay, now you can come over now. This is from March. So this is the Fed rate tool. So, you know, what's going to be happening in approximately 4 days, 22 hours anyways. Next Wednesday, it's Wednesday, isn't it? Fed, yeah, okay. 4 days, yeah, it's Friday now. No, it's Friday. 99, every day I came in this week and thought it was Friday. I told everybody that. 99 does, there's a joke. 99% right there, no cut. April, looks like we're gonna get no cut, 95% chance, nothing in April. And then we're gonna get June. This should be the first Warsh bomb that comes through, so that's gonna be happening. And it looks like there's gonna be a 22% chance in June. That used to be nearly like, here, maybe I can look back and see what that was like there. Yeah, it was 50% a month ago that there was going to get a cut in June. There was 50% a month ago, and now it's down to 22%. So looking, the data not showing reasons to cut. Only 30% in July. Like, it's not good, man. The first cut, only 35%. Still a 55, let's look at this number. Still a 55% chance that there's nothing, no cuts until September. Like, that's far, you know. October, then we're at 50-50. So this is pretty much where we could stop this little charade of ours, because I want to talk about trades. But it's 50-50 chance that come October the 28th, we finally get a rate cut. So, you know, put that in your pipe and smoke it for now, because I'm not really seeing too much of a situation for reasons to cut unless the data changes. So I looked at BIAF, almost the very first name that I looked at. I do see a trade in Tesla as well. But for right now, BIAF, like, this was actually a really good VWAP trade break. So we watched VWAP all day. It held it all day, you know, and then you broke a shelf, and then you broke VWAP. So that's a pretty decent opportunity there. If BIAF comes back into 215, 216, I like that trade. Hopefully thank me later if we can get into that. Or you can go short right now. There's size there. You can hit the 09s, take that short, give yourself 8 cents worth of room. Bob's your uncle on that one. I'll talk about Tesla when we get back from Madeira.
Nice shout out there to Drake with a thank me later, Sean. I want to talk about NFLX. Nikkei reporting that Netflix has quintupled its downloads in Japan. So apparently Netflix, very big in Japan here. I also have more comments coming from that NBC report with regards to the Federal Reserve and Fed Chair Powell subpoena being quashed. Reportedly, that U.S. judge said in addition to having basically zero evidence, he said that there was also a mountain of evidence to suggest the investigation was meritless, essentially, and purely based on, I guess, an attempt to politically pressure Fed Chair Powell to resign or cut rates. So that's the deal there. He said not only was there no evidence for the case, but there's actually evidence against the case, more or less. Back to you.
Another Drake reference. I mean, a lot of people would say, what did I miss? You know, but okay, so I was going to say for Tesla, I actually was thinking about the long there. We wicked a bunch of bottoms there. You know, the last time we sort of got into the lows there, not here, there's not really the wick bottom there, but, you know, came back in, the buyers stepped in. The only problem is it's not a huge volume profile down here. Like, I know that's not what volume profile is, not that, but I'm just talking about how volume profiles down here. It's not like a huge spike up. So it's not like someone necessarily came in and bought this up. But I think down here, 392, we're getting into there. Watch out for 391.60. I was just thinking, like, if you took a bid here at 391.80 or 90, and you only gave it 30 cents, maybe 50 cents to the break side, then if if the market gets going, we've seen this happen a lot of times here. I meant to actually zoom out, not close it. If we watch Tesla into the close, like yesterday, it's just, there's big moves, and it's just, it doesn't mean that it's gonna happen today or anything like that. Here's the, the close 2 days ago. We had a nice little bottom there at 5. This was 520, by the way, 2 days ago. And then we were at 405, we closed at 408. And then into here again. This was 2 days ago, or 3 days ago. We had 398, we're under 400. We got up to 401, then we faded out and basically held that level into the close again right there. So, I mean, the market's not necessarily overly healthy. I mean, I'm short right now. We're $1 in on both these names, by the way. So I don't know if Tesla's, there it is. It actually just broke the low right there. That's actually a, what? Okay, we didn't even have a chance to take that trade, dude.
Look at that.
The market just said, will you take a look at that? And there it goes. Let's go Palantir. So there you go, man. We don't need to take all the trades, but that's going to be a good one. There goes Palantir. Bang, man. This was a trade that we gave to all of y'all, man. And there it goes. We talked about this Palantir trade. It's a downside move, man. Traders got to trade, right? We mentioned that before. And there it is. When they set up, we take it. Yes. Do not be fearful to take trades that are setting up for you. 100%. That's the fearfulness aspect that I was trying to get at earlier. All right, so here comes the Qs. Wow, okay. We got to reward ourselves here, man. A nice downside play there as well. So no wash, no problem, because the market seems like it's a downside push here right now. I don't know if oil's doing anything, but you're long it, so we can get that review from you when we get back. What's up, Miss A?
Yeah, I mean, I have to put up another Drake reference because we keep doing this. The market's going to be in its worst behavior pretty soon, but we'll start here with USO because I do have some USO-related news. Associated Press reporting that the U.S. is sending roughly 2,500 Marines and 1 warship to the Middle East. So U.S., again, sending approximately 2,500 Marines plus a singular warship to the Middle East. So that's happening. I'm also seeing reports Trump signing 2 orders here to boost home ownership. So we'll look at Lennar, we'll look at Open Door. Nothing is moving on this. But the other thing I wanted to talk about here while I have you guys is the Fed Chair Powell situation. So as we know, judge reportedly quashing this subpoena, saying there's no evidence that Fed Chair Powell or the Fed did anything wrong. Well, now we have comments from Senator Tom Tillis. Now, in case you missed it, Tom Tillis has said that he is going to be blocking any attempt to push forward the nomination of Kevin Warsh as Fed chair until the Trump administration drops this investigation to Powell. Well, now because of this reported, quashing of the subpoena, Tillis has further said that if the Trump administration decides they want to appeal this ruling, they'll only delay the confirmation further. So basically, at this point, if the Trump administration continues to further this investigation into Powell, or if they appeal any attempts to stop the investigation, they're not going to confirm Warsh. So basically, a Fed standstill. That's an update. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. I think that USO was quite nice. It's all the way up here, so if you're reading this, it's too late. But it almost back up to 120s there.
We are on
fire. I did like this. I did like this push here. Again, I saw the market pulling back in. I did kind of point out, hey, look, the Nasdaq. You can say the ES as well, but I like to look at this one a little bit closer here. The Nasdaq pulling up into this consolidation area where, guess what? The past 3 or 4 times since we've been up here, there's been a little bit of resistance right underneath that 24.5. So I'm looking at a few different things, but yeah, I was looking at USO. I'm like, all right, well, if that's going to happen and we're going to trade back here, I want to take a little bit of a scalp there. A quick. I'm expecting it to go right away, right? This one I definitely was not expecting it to go right away. This one I was a little bit more aggressively sized on this one relative to what I took here. This was funny. We were talking and get out of there. Get out of that. Okay, so we were talking, and instead of punching out of this position here, I added onto it, and I was like, oh boy, and then right away, just took that off right there. We did pull back into sub-19s before pushing right back up into that consolidation, but like a quick scalp, nothing crazy, just another pattern for the PNL today, but nothing too crazy is going on that I'm seeing here. I guess the shorts have been quite nice. Somebody was talking about PG in the chat when we were talking about bounty, yeah, no, PG on the day today. Similar kind of a trend as the rest of the market. Strong sellers here as well. And I know I was talking to Adara about Alta earlier today and about this kind of downtrend. We were talking about it in the pre-market as well, about breaking that higher time frame level at the same time. And I was like, yeah, this could potentially have a decent fade today. Take a look at this. Would you look at that? Absolutely beautiful here. 575 VWAP holds, opening range low break, and talk about something that gives you the opportunity to actually pyramid into it as it steps down and breaks structure and then holds prior structure pretty cleanly. Look at this. Breaks the opening range low, bids back up, holds as resistance, breaks back down. So that's a little bit of a chop, a little bit of maybe some minor structure there. Sells off, breaks down, bids back up, holds that prior, sells back off. Bids back up, holds this prior, sells right back off. Chop, 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 breaks down, bids back up, holds this prior. Now we're making another leg to the downside. Absolutely beautiful price action with that stair-step fade on Alta Beauty today. It's just when I see something like price action that's so clean like that, sure, someone can look at this and be like, hey, that's so choppy, that's so messy. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's literally showing you that when it steps down from structure, it can't get back above it, and then it steps another leg down. So this one probably one of the better trade ideas that I had, but I didn't execute on it at all, which is slightly unfortunate. We're seeing that Oracle, wow. This one, another one where, you know, it came back up into VWAP, and I was like, this may be a short here, look away from it. Exactly, another one where, you know, it comes right back in. Take a look at this breakdown. I was like, oh boy, this is done for right here when it slams through this this kind of a bid that we got middle of the day. Yeah, coming right into low a day as we speak on Oracle. So more selling on day 3 of earnings here, Sean. We made it all the way back down. This was definitely a good short on day 1, a good short on day 2, and day 3 gave you multiple opportunities to kind of show you who is still very much in charge on this name post earnings, and that is absolutely by far sellers. And of course, the market tailwind definitely helps us out on that. And ADBE, what was that? You know, I was trading this one in the morning. I kind of, you know, I got stopped out on this push here, got back in for a quick little scalp here. I'll pull up the chart so we can take a look at it as I'm talking about it. ADBE on the NASDAQ. So yeah, so I did kind of chop this up a little bit, did lose on it, but you know, it is what it is. Wasn't necessarily too aggressively sized. Like I said, it didn't show me what I was really looking for. I did have multiple ads into it, but never really slammed into any of those ads there. So let me just get rid of that. Okay, this chart's gonna fail. Okay, I'll pull up another chart here. But you can see these are some of the levels that I marked off in the pre-market session. I was like, okay, this I feel like is key. This one pre-market high, I feel like it's key. And it's just been ranging in that zone all day long. I was actually looking for this 251 to potentially break down with some conviction, and maybe we get that coming into the end of the day, because look at how many tests it's had of that 256 level. It kind of showed us off of the earnings report that the only bounce that really happened off of the earnings reaction, it could only get up to 256s, and then all day hold cannot get distinctly above 256. It made a high of 256.70, but take a look at the selling that's now coming in with a bit of a trend break. So here we go. I can show you what I kind of did here. We'll go to the 3-minute as well. So I did get involved a little early, and again, I'm gonna review this. Sometimes getting in early leads to more bad decisions if I'm not stopping out of it right away and then re-engaging right here. But you know, I did well to re-engage, but not as aggressive. Pulls back in, I'm like, maybe now I have to start getting a little aggressive and then ultimately get as aggressive as possible below this 251, which I really like. That was that pre-market area high, maybe opening range levels as well, roughly in and around that area, and then kind of I let it get all the way back here. I could have definitely stopped out a little bit earlier, but then I was like, all right, if 256 is gonna hold, I'm just gonna get aggressive, and I did take a quick dollar scalp roughly on most of it there, and then break even on the rest, but looked away from there after that. But 256 has held quite nicely, and now the selling's coming in with the market as well. We got Joe Bolton with a super chat here as of right now. So what's up, Joe Bolton?
What's up, Joe?
With a huge day down, imbalances down too mostly? Question mark. Hey man, I have no idea. Sometimes you want to look for that. But yeah, we have some of the early look. We have an early look coming in.
Yeah, I mean, we just take another piece off on Palantir there. Remember what our stop was, man. Our stop on this trade was 22 cents. It's in the money $1.25. But we only have 10% left. Now, we just covered, actually, by the way, we just covered a little bit more at this low right there. I put a bid at 45 and got it there. Or was it, I don't know, anyways, one of those numbers. Yeah, no, to answer your question there about, is it a relatively selly side imbalance? And no. Right now, selly side? What does that even mean? Right now, it's GDX maybe there. We could take a look and see if there's anything going on in the gold miner space. That's what GDX is. This is not gold proper. These are the gold miners. Wow. Take a look at that, man. The gold miners selling off pretty decently here on the daily chart as well, the GDX. This is not a bad opportunity here. I would rather hold a gold miner, that most of them will pay a dividend. I'm not sure if the GDX ETF does pay a dividend or not. We could definitely take a look at that. But downside there for GDX, yeah, then no wonder why there's some sell-side pressure. That might break this little shelf there, so we'll have to wait. There's a flat bottom key, but that's not really too much of a flat bottom. Oops, that's not really too much of a flat bottom. All right, UiPath, that's been a good earnings report, I believe, the other day. Doesn't look like that matters here today. Down right now off this play, UiPath. Something happened to UiPath in the middle of the day, it looks like. Wow, squid right to the downside there. And yeah, good little move there. Earnings got up to $13, now back down to $11.50 2 days later. So it's like some of these names, man, I don't know. But yeah, just looking on here, Uber. Now you might be saying, like, where are all the NASDAQ names? So teaching point here, they don't come out till 3:50. So right now it's just New York and then Amex, which is NYC America, right? So that would be something else to look at. There's GDXJ, the junior miners. That's probably a downside as well. Let's see. Yeah, so wow, yeah, that's also a downside play there on GDX. Let me have a quick little look there to see the broader market, because I think you're right about right now really thinking that there could be a heavy close. Most of these names right here, it's pretty mixed. So if you're looking to say, like, why I think it might be a heavy close, sometimes when it's all red, you'll get buyers to come in near the end of the day, right? Just because, right? It's they've sold all day and they're maybe even holding onto their shorts, and they have to cover into the close. I'm not really seeing that right now. I see that there's pretty mixed. So some of these names that are actually up could get whacked into the close there. I mean, Micron's up nicely. A lot of people may not want to take too much risk heading into the weekend. So look for something like that as we go. What's up, Adara?
I mentioned earlier here that President Trump signing executive order to reduce regulatory burdens that have driven up mortgage costs. With that in mind, this mortgage company here, Rocket Companies, pushing a little bit higher. Also apparently signing an executive order to combat fraudulent Made in America claims by foreign manufacturers and sellers. So basically, I guess if your product says Made in America and it is not in fact Made in America, that's going to be a problem. That sounds like the bulk of the executive order as far as I can tell. If I get more, I will let you know. Furthermore, more updates on the Fed Chair Powell investigation. Jeanine Pirro, U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, saying that because Fed Chair Powell is immune, she is not able to investigate the Fed. Now we know there's some immunity here, prosecutorial immunity for some of these figures. Looks like Fed Chair Powell is not able to be prosecuted as per U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro. Back to you.
All right.
Okay, well, that ends that little situation. I think President Trump will just be happy to just see Jerome Powell into the sunset, and would probably like him not to keep his board seat or chair seat, or not chair seat, member seat or whatever it is, there on the Fed. So yeah, that might be a win for President Trump. So, okay. Oh boy, on that one, I just heard Adara say, I agree. Oh no. Not oh no, because we're going back to Adara, but looks like there's something else happening right here. And just pay attention to the NASDAQ here. I'm still short it, but we are getting near, again, another spot where, as a day trader, you're getting into some support here. So we've already taken out some TQs down here again, and we'll cover that when we get back. Open Door just made a little bit of a run.
I'm going to have to give you guys some context for this news story, just just because I feel like it's appropriate. So basically, earlier this week, SYK, Stryker, it dropped sharply yesterday and even more sharply here on Wednesday, because on Wednesday we had reports that they were essentially the victim of a hacking attack from Iran. So Iran hacked into their system. This was confirmed as of Wednesday night. So again, this is like a day 3 move here on Stryker, but that's not the company I want to talk about. I'm going to talk about RBRK. I guess during this Fox News interview, Rubrik, which of course reported earnings last night, was asked if Stryker was their customer, and they declined to answer. So I guess the implication here could be a little bit of a rough look for RBRK if Stryker is in fact their customer. And as mentioned earlier, Stryker did get hacked by Iranian forces. So again, we'll have to keep an eye on RBRK here, but I did want to let you guys know about this headline. We did get Rubrik spiking about 25 cents lower on this, but again, looks like an executive is on an interview with Fox News and would not clarify if Stryker was or was not their customer at the time of that Iranian hack. Back to you.
Yeah, okay. Some of those theories make sense, and that's why you sort of, I'm glad Adara comes with those, because, reading the stories and being able to dig deep in them, good insight there. Adara, thanks for that. And, take what you wish of it, but if it makes sense to you, then, maybe try to act on that with a short potentially there in Stryker or even in Rubrik. I mean, I think the short in many stocks are working out. Just as we went to Adara, I was talking about getting out, so I did take another piece right there out, Obi, on the futures. I'm still thinking Palantir. I still like the name, obviously. I mean, I'm a big kind of Palantir trader, but we are bouncing nicely off that. So looking to see if we break a little bit. Actually, now that I see this on Palantir, I wasn't even focusing on it. I thought Palantir was still going the other way. I'm just going to punch those 83 levels, get a little bit out right now, and let's empty it. Maybe if we take 151, again, a key level. I think that would be good. We're not doing rum here. It's not 151 proof, but 151.01. We'll stop out there and put our offer, our automatic stop. And I use those stops. Do you use automatic flat? Like, do you set your stop, or you're always watching the stock? I feel
hit that automatic bang.
You hit the automatic bang.
I'm joking, but yeah, no, you're talking about script stops.
Yeah, just like right.
So I use a little bit of everything. Yeah. So I have edges in the market. Sometimes I do script flats because I'm just like, okay, if this gets to a certain price, just hit the market. That's all that I do. Spray the market. Okay. Sometimes I have stop frexes. It's just situationally based. Sometimes I use them to get into trades as well.
Same.
Yeah.
Wait for levels to break and boom.
Yeah, because I can't be looking everywhere, and I'm just like, boom, it gets me in. I'm just like, yeah.
Yep. All right, Adara, another story of some sort?
I mean, I will tell you here, I do have some more on Powell, and I have to read this exact quote because this is kind of wild. U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro said that Powell is, quote, bathed in immunity, which is a wording I've never heard, but is what she said. She did say that no one is above the law, even though, as mentioned, he is bathed in immunity. But she did say that the decision will be appealed by the DOJ. Looks like she's actually speaking live right now, as far as I can tell. So, again, decision will be appealed by the DOJ. That decision to block the subpoenas in the probe of Fed Chair Powell and the Federal Reserve. So, if the immunity is no longer bathed, this could change things. I don't know. I'll let you know if I have anything, but looks like they are planning on appealing, which of course will then lead to Senator Tom Tillis blocking Kevin Warsh's nomination from going further. So there's a lot of implications here. I may do an infographic if I have time, probably next week, but back to you.
Bathed in immunity.
I don't know. I think it's just a matter of trying to take out. Yeah, thanks, Adara. Great story there, and it seems like it's going to get more and more interesting as we go. But good, Salvador, man. I'm glad that Palantir short hopefully worked out for you as well.
250
Have a
Apple.
Fantastic. Apple's all the way down at 250. Okay, that might be something to look at. All right, Andre, the show is yours, my friend. There it is. Thanos. One ring to rule them all. That's Lord of the Rings, but Thanos also has that. All right, Sean, another amazing day of trading, my friend. Thank you so much. You and Obi make an amazing team. I've been saying that for a minute. I think
Adobe.
Oh, you and Adobe. Yeah, and Adara. So I think the three make an amazing team. Solid. Lots of love from the UK. Feeling so blessed. I mean, thank you so much, man. And I'll just say awesome comment. Awesome. Thank you so much for the 10 British pounds there. And it, just thanks. Keep on watching, man. I mean, best is yet to come. I know that's one of those sayings, but I really do think so. I think we're all getting better as traders. We're getting better as hosts. And we're really starting to gel here. But thank you everybody for watching. We have over 560,000 subscribers, right? So we want to say thank you to all of those subscribers. Wow, Palantir's getting hit to the downside, as is the market, man. We're still short. We're $1.20 in each of those. Firefly right now flying to the upside, it looks like here, and for good reason, I guess. News on Firefly has been hitting over the last couple of days. These were, you know, we had brought these guys, they'd sponsored our show for a minute, and it's had a nice move down, but if any of you had sort of stayed patient with Firefly, you can see now it's right back up to these levels, and we zoom out all the time to have a quick look. It did have a problem at $3 for a minute, man. Like, you go all the way back here to April, and $3 was pretty much been the high. Sure, we got to $3.50 here, but you're pushing into those areas. So maybe tomorrow's trade today, watch out for a Monday break of this $3 area. If that happens, man, watch out. I think Firefly, I was gonna say flies, but AIFF. What would help that out would be a short float as well, of course. So I'm gonna look up a short float here on Benzinga, and it is, I only see 4% again on this one there. Again, Firefly Neurosciences, its shares are trading higher after the company announced its research results using their EEG cognitive brain scans, collected its FDA cleared Evoke system there potentially. There's a big story on it. I mean, I could keep going on and on, but there it is. Story based for AIFF and starting to go higher here over the last couple of days. Not that that's a news story, just reading you the Benzinga headline here for AIFF. So, oh man, wow, we are right now doing something here. There goes Palantir, man. This trade is $1.50 in the money. Like, I wish this was much more than a 1 unit trade, Obi, but that's all that it was. And yeah, there it goes there. I don't even want to check on Intel. Psych, I do, because I want to sort of be happy where that's going. And actually, look, not that well, as much, actually, as I'd hoped that maybe it would have gone down there. So I'm actually really glad now that we did take the Palantir. We are at also a low here on the TQQ, so that's going to be a great trade. You're on Apple 250. Yeah. That's
I look the way I look back, it's already below. I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. I'll, you know, close enough that I can try to take a little bit of a dabble here. Going into, I guess, the NASDAQ pushing a little bit lower here. But again, got to remember that we only have about less than 10 minutes left until some of those imbalances come out. And things could get a little bit choppier and directional on those if anything comes out pretty big there. But I do like that 250 with confluence to here. If you, again, another one might be NVIDIA at 180. I know that 180 was a little bit interesting. I think earlier this week or last week or something
vibrations.
Like that. Yeah, exactly. Definitely some good vibes for sure here. Here we go, 250 crackdown. Let's see if a 250 can give us any sort of convincing move to the downside. You know how I like it. I like the quarters. If we can get down to 75s, print that quarter and hold below. Maybe we get a little bit lower here. But that 250 itself might be a quarter as well. But look at that, 251 coming in here on Adobe at the same time. So I've been eyeing that one as well. If this cracks, that's again, they got me. Had to be getting in here and then risking against that 256. That was the clear kind of a trade in retrospect, as that level held and continued to hold all day long. So you know, my fault, my lack of abilities. Got to get good at kind of getting in at better spots. Maybe stopping out of the initial trade gives me better mental to actually get in and stay in at the places where I think there is some decent resistance on the day here. But yeah, 250 cracking down as of right now on Apple, and the market attempting to break its lows here. ES, there goes the ES pushing through its low. NASDAQ, let's see if it follows in suit of the ES here at the same time. Oil catching a bit of a bid back in towards that 120 level, currently trading 119.86s on USO. We were talking about almost hitting $100.
I mean,
per barrel.
We also talked about how that would be maybe like a psychological turning point. I mean, obviously with news banging around, the psychology of that oil trade may not play, but I still do like it. Look, I mean, we, again, like, take it for what it's worth, but this is what the NASDAQ looks like right here. We've bounced off this level basically since February 5th. So you're going back about 5-6 weeks here where the NASDAQ is held. Well, over the weekend, might not be that hold story that we're all hoping for. Like, if we break underneath this 200 period moving average, like I had said, the only time we had done that is right in here. Maybe if I zoom out a little bit, we'll see, right into here once we had that tariff tantrum and we all sort of knew that something was going to happen. That's actually almost a year ago today. That's March the 6th is when the last time we broke through the 200 period moving average. So March and April was not the greatest time last year, but there it goes, jumping back up to the upside there. So we're getting close to breaking it again. Obviously, the NASDAQ has matured quite nicely in 1 year from 491 up to 591, where we're at right now. But that's a breaking spot for sure coming on the TQs, or sorry, on the normal NASDAQ there, the triple Qs, breaking through 590. So watch out there, man. I mean, I think if we open up under 590, you know I'm going to be looking short there on Monday. So get ready for that. It looks like they are selling it off into the close. Obviously, we're getting a little bit of a bump now as we wait for those imbalanced trades. I can get another piece out. It looks like we're breaking right there. We'll bid 36s. We get that. Looks like we're, oh, sorry. No, that was a TQ. Oh, I got it. Oops. Oh, wrong stock. We got out of Palantir there. Okay, I didn't mean to do that, but we're getting close enough. I don't necessarily want to be in anything anyways, Obi, as we head into the close right now with the imbalances coming up. But what I meant to do was put a bid on the TQ. So we'll do that right there as well, and we did that on the TQ. Sorry, wrong screen. So we take a little bit of a bid there, but we did stop out of our Palantir and didn't mean to. So there you go again on that trade, but we should still be short. We got stopped out. Well, we didn't stop out. We stopped ourselves out. 150.34, so we should probably still be in that one, but congratulations to everybody that has those hands of diamonds. And that's hopefully going to be a good trade moving forward for many of you. If you're still short Palantir, I'll hold on to the market, but that was, again, what a good opportunity there at VWAP. Shout out to my good friend Brian Shannon about the VWAP and all of his teachings and whatnot, but there it goes to the downside. Palantir still going. We covered it there. I only had a small piece left, so it's okay. Just looking at this might be a decent space anyways, 150. I mean, what a good level psychologically, and it looks like technically as well, 150, but into the close. This could get a little nasty if these imbalances come out, you know, hard to the sell side. Now, I don't know if they're going to or not, but right now, this is what it looks like. NYSE and ARCA right here. These are the only ones that are showing up right now. So we'll get a feel for these, and then we'll roll it in 3 minutes when those come live, right? And so it looks like there could be sell. Or, I mean, what about the talk here that there's a buy imbalance? Right, stocks are now down 1% on the day. The ES just broke the lows. Nasdaq's breaking the lows now as well. Potentially covering happening, you know, near the close, and maybe we do get that little bid coming back into the end of the day. So, you know, just a couple different theories there, but it's been definitely a good day. One of my highest P&L days of the week. So, you know, pretty happy with that. And we want to thank Palantir for adding to that, and then the T-triple-Qs, where we were long and then short. Right, we went schlong on this one, but long first. So there it is there, and there's the short. So it was a pretty decent way to end the week, man. I'm pretty happy with the performance there today and on the week. Okay, here we go, man. We've been missing these Dave's dumb trades of the week or of the day. So here we go. Yeah, so this is another thing that I was just saying, Dave. I think you and I may be alike on what we're thinking here. ETHA calls, you know, into 27. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Ethereum, right? You're talking about January 27. So you're giving this trade 10 months. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, where's crypto going to be in a year from now? I'm not sure where crypto is going to be in a month from now. But yeah, if you had, what were those calls again? They were $20 calls, I think you mentioned there. Yeah, $20 calls. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, it's only $16 now. We were just at $20 not too long ago. That was that gap down over the weekend, and we came in on Ethereum. So yeah, I don't hate on that. I mean, I could call Tom and see if he likes it as well. But Tom Lee, of course, and Bitmine. But we're gonna need some more sort of ponying up from him to see if that wants to help out that trade. Yep. I don't know if crypto needs, you know, any sort of those talking heads anymore. I mean, there's so many people in crypto right now. I think that whole BMNR, what are they calling them, treasuries? Yeah, like MSTR is really the biggest, and then BMNR is there as well, where pretty much the idea is to hold as many of these coins as possible and then use sort of public funds to raise more money and dump them more into crypto. So yeah, I don't like that business model, but that doesn't mean anything. So, you know, good trade there, and I think I wish you the best of luck, Dave. And I don't think that's a dumb trade at all. You know, buying something that long outdated. I'd be interested to know how much those cost there. But all right. So 30 seconds, Obi. No positions. I
tried to hit that Apple twice. I lost both times. I'm like, all right, cool. Getting too close to the close, or to the imbalances there.
I'm going to put this out at 46. 46.01 hits. We are now 20 seconds away. I'm just going to stop out if it gets down to there. We have a very, very small piece left there on the TQQs. So we'll run that to the downside if it does come out. And we are now moments away from getting this update. So in 5 seconds, we should see something going on. Okay. Here we go. We do have a couple super chats. I see MF Dane Generous. We will get to that in just a couple minutes. Ooh, the TLT, they selling off the Treasury. Oh yeah, there's my guy. What up, Marvell? Love this stock. I was telling you, I really think there's not much of a better name out there right now, but I like Marvell. That's a buy. BMNR, uh-oh, Dave, don't look at this. There's a sell on BMNR there today. Not going to affect the stock. But yeah, it's not actually... We said that there might be some more bids there. It doesn't seem like it's overly biddy. But yeah, just kind of mixed bag. BAC's been getting hit, man. I mean, a lot of these banks continue to go downside there as well. I don't know. What are you in? Apple again. So I don't see Apple on here. Doesn't mean that it's not.
We're up there in the.
But yeah, good luck on that one. And we're getting close to the end of the day here. 10 minutes left, everybody. I hope everyone has plans for this weekend. If you're up for anything, you know, around here, hopefully it doesn't get too snowy. It's all right. Good on that one. Ooh, there it is. GG, Obi.
Family over from Chicago, so I'm going to be spending some time.
So they're used to the cold weather over there.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Tell them that I'm a Packers fan. And,
okay.
Yeah, if the Bears, they may not like me.
Yeah, my brother-in-law, he's big on basketball. He's definitely I think he's a Bulls fan. Yeah.
They had some really famous player play for the Bulls. I can't remember who it was. Okay, so here we go. Correct, Adara. Yeah, it's Michael Jordan. Hey, thank that, Adara.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Yeah. All right.
F dangerous.
Yeah, this is for you.
Thank you.
Go ahead and read it.
GG's as well to you. I was sick most of the week, but watched you guys on TV. I enjoyed hearing your thoughts this week. Thank you for being here. It's been a blast, man. Always, being on the show, a lot of fun, and spending some good time with some great traders as well. So thank you guys for being here. If you guys were here all week. And there goes 250 halves as well. So, but yeah, thank you, MF Dangerous. And we got Easy Peasy as well with the super chat as of right now. 0.2%, little trading, IRA hurting, freed, dollar cash saying. What is that? You're just mainly in cash position?
Easy Peasy. He donates 0.2% of whatever his net is on the day, and even if he doesn't, so he always gives $2 if he hasn't traded. Or actually, Easy Peasy there. How was your coding? I think you were working with OpenClaw, and you were talking about building some algos and things like that. I mean, I talked about doing that before, but apparently I'm not allowed to install OpenClaw over here. Anyways. Our CIO is right over there, so I was letting him know about that, or CTO over there. So all right, it's 46 and change right there, downside for BAC. And yeah, Easy Peasy, I hope that's all going well for you. And thank you for your continued commitment to those donations, man. That's awesome. Yeah, I know it has security flaws. I know why we can't do it. I'm just saying. Funny. I thought it was funny for me to say that. Okay, that's that experience there today, man. Only 7 minutes left. And yes, you're going to spend some time with family. Same here.
Yes.
Going to go see the parents this weekend. I mentioned that as well. Adara, what are your plans? Any writing?
I want to do some writing, and my sister and I started a movie yesterday and then meant to finish and then kept talking. So she wants to finish the movie tonight. So we'll do that.
Is she in town or?
No, we just watch over FaceTime.
Aw.
Andre's asking which movie, Aquila and the Bee, which I've seen a million times. It's like a comfort movie. So shout out to Keke Palmer, Angela Bassett, Lawrence Fishburne, great cast. Also, while I'm here, I want to talk about NVIDIA's GTC conference.
Yeah,
because that's going to be next week. And I made a fun little infographic for you guys. So here's all the different levels of sponsors. Everyone you could expect to see at the event. It includes CoreWeave, Rigetti, Lucid, Cadence, Cloudflare, Meta, Amazon, Microsoft, Oracle, Nebius, Cisco, Supermicro. This is in no particular order, though, of course, the stocks are in a particular order. You can find this on X at TTV Research, but not yet, because it's going to go live on Sunday.
Sunday, okay. Yeah, check out the Trader TV research page run by Adair, and obviously content going all weekend. So thank you. Yeah, always. Thank you for Adair. And actually, the content's about to get even more spicy, not only obviously with all this action here that we've seen in the Middle East, but we're not too far away from earnings season again. Meta's less than a month away. You know, a lot of these names are coming right back to it. Earnings season is pretty much over this round. I mean, we got some decent, you got Adobe. I mean, there's still names to come. It's not that we're over with. But it's like nowadays with so many names out there, I feel like a lot of the newer entrants are reporting later on, like some of the SPACs that we had during COVID and all of that. And then, you know, they've been really popular like UiPath and some of these names that report a little bit later. So it seems like the earnings cycle is just almost always continuous there. So I think there's only like a 2 or 3 week break, and I think next week might be the last, and then we, you know, get ready for that next cycle to come through. So yeah, really interesting to hear that. Oracle, one of the last big names to report, and we already had that report last week. So Oracle's through it, and Broadcom's another big one that reports late. Oh, all right. So you're a young little Ute here. What do you tell me about Reddit? Like, Reddit's a stock that's been really beat up, but I think I really like the stock. Like, I mean, are people, is Reddit not a thing anymore?
People definitely are still using it very much. I think the Reddit community is very much still there. But when it comes to the stock, it's just totally different, right? It's just, it's not necessarily going to be like, I find it's kind of like the same kind of sentiment where it's just like, I really liked Corsair, and I'm like, yeah, a lot of people still buy Corsair peripherals, but you've seen what the stock has done.
I have not.
Right? So whenever it comes to the stock, I'm like, I have no idea.
CRS?
CRSR.
CRSR, right.
CRSR. Like, if you look at that one on like a weekly chart, oh boy, that thing since IPO, nothing too.
Okay, that's more. That's like a gaming, obviously. That's
but I'm saying the same kind of thing where it's like I expect it to do well because of the amount of people that kind of use you know, Corsair products.
The unique thing, right? Okay, yeah, I get it. I mean, you just kind of saved it right there by talking about use case, because I really do think that Reddit, and I wonder about that, because I wonder if some of these LLMs, like, instead of people going over to Reddit directly, and I know that LLMs are connected into Reddit, I wonder if they're missing a lot of revenue from those direct sort of hits into Reddit, you know, and I don't know how to explain that. Meaning, like, you just go over to Reddit and they get the revenues there because they're posting ads on their site, instead of just collecting a lot of these revenues from the large language models. Like, I know that there's a certain pay that goes in every time, you know, ChatGPT, you ask it to go to Reddit and look for you. They have to pay to ping into there and to scrape some of the Reddit stuff. So just wondering if that is hit some of their revenues. So I'm going to take a look at that, because I really like Reddit. I thought that it was going to be a good stock for this year, to be honest with you. As we looked, I mean, maybe not this year, I'm not talking like that, but just like a stock that I wanted to pick up at certain levels, and I wonder if we're getting near that around $100 right now for Reddit. Now it's going to have to drop 20% more to get to $100, but look at that drop. I mean, that was almost a month in a row there. Like, that was 260 back mid-January, all the way down to sort of not even where we are now, but this move was Feb 9th. So it was like 3 weeks of just straight fire down to the downside. And maybe starting to get going there. But I don't know what everybody else thinks about Reddit, but that would be something that I'm sort of interested in here, RDDT, as a potential longer term trade.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think, yeah, I'm not really too familiar. I'm not an avid Reddit user either, but I do kind of go on the forums to see what people's opinions are on certain things. Like, for example, sometimes I'll be like, okay, what's you know, what do people think is like the best burger in Toronto? And I'll get like sentiment that way. Yeah, Cabanos is absolutely solid as well. Yeah, no, I like Cabanos. That
was a great pick, man.
But yeah, no, there's a few other spots that I.
Let's do that again. Adara had a Cabanos burger there.
Yeah, Cabanos is absolutely solid there.
So sorry. What were you?
I'm just saying. I just kind of go on there to figure out what people think about certain things, just to get like a second opinion there. But yeah, that's my use case. I'm not an avid user, so I can't really speak on anything too crazy.
Thanks, Dane Generous and everybody that's in there talking all nice about this week, man. I mean, like I said, I think we've really done well here and had a good time too. And I think it's very difficult sometimes to trade through some of this turmoil, and I think we did a good job. And so thanks everybody for watching. Make sure you just hit the like and the subscribe. We don't ask for that enough. Like I almost feel like we don't even ask for it. So if you guys could do that, that would be awesome. And let us know how you feel with all that kind of stuff. Give us a follow as well. Let us know how your weeks are going and all of that. We're all over on social media anyways. We'll go have a quick look and give us a shout out. Oh my God, 3.
It prints low a day.
All right, man.
Nice. Look at that apple, man. I'm like,
oh man, I forgot. Yeah, you were in there. I'm still in the TQ.
249 halves. Oh my God. I had to hold it for like a few seconds after the close. And it drops down $1 from that 250 halves. GG's, man. I thought that 250 was a nice cover because I'm like, you guys saw, I added in and I'm like, okay, cool, this is coming in. The last few seconds drops down and then right after the close prints the half below the 250. GG's.
All right, man. I would, I've been having such a great time with you. It would be awesome if we could ever do
closing trades.
Deal myself and you.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. Like a 3-play.
Want me to drop the contract?
Let's do it. I'm down.
Thank you, Obi. It's always great. And I know that you obviously have a lot of trading that you do with yourself in the algos and all that.
Yeah,
guys
I've been working on some of that.
Such a great community that we have here. So, all right, everybody, right now the Nasdaq's down 0.72, the ES down 0.66. Overall, not a horrible day in the markets. I always feel like it could have been a lot worse. It could have been a lot better. I think you can say that every day. But considering a lot of the headlines, we did have oil turn around at 99.50. So maybe watch out for that coming through. It does hold the 200-period moving average. This is going to continue to trade. So good luck if everybody's doing that. I'm sure you can catch Obi in the blue ocean there Sunday night. So that'll be that. And then we'll check on Obi. Yeah, there he is. He'll be swimming around there. Wear life preserve, okay? Because I don't know what this market's going to do. But shout out to you for trading that. And again, thanks for a great week. Thanks for everybody that's joined us. Adara, I mean, if anybody deserves a rest, I mean, all the news that's happened here today and this week, it's just been absolutely packed full.
Just happy to be here, guys, honestly. Okay. And I love the headlines, and I love the drama. So, coming news.
We're loving life over here. Thank you to everybody for being part of our community. Just make sure you join us on Monday.
Yeah.
That's all, right? Have a great weekend. Be safe. Thanks, Brendo. Everybody that works on the show, man. Thanks, Andre, Fabian, everybody in IT that helps us out all the time. Adara, big shout out to you as well. Thank you so much to Joe and Sharif who are out of here. So we want to say thank you for their midday show. That's always killer, and all the segments that they provide to us as well. We want to wish Neil a safe return.
Yes.
Obviously, he's going to be coming back there from sunny Florida. My cousin was also, that's who I was sort of messaging there throughout the day. He was also in Florida at some games today, and
nice.
He told me he wants to move there.
Oh, yeah.
Because he came back here and saw all the snow. He just got back today. So I just asked him, I said, welcome back, blah, blah, blah. How was the trip? And he's like, I'm moving there. And you know what he said? He wants to buy a house. So guess what I said?
Yeah.
I'm in.
Okay.
Let's get a vacation spot, man.
Yeah.
Let's get a vacation spot. We all go down there, we figure it out, and we trade from nice, sunny somewhere in Florida. We run the show from there. We get some VPNs going. We get all that kind of stuff. Yeah. I don't know if we're allowed to do that. But all right, man. Florida's #1 U.S. retirement state. And I'm getting close to that age. So we're getting ready to retire very, very soon. No, we're not. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Have a great time. I know we did. And we'll see you on Monday. Ciao for now. Thanks, Russell.